open my eyes, and for some strange reason, am standing on an outcropping. I do not know why I am here, or how I found my way to this place. It is bleak and unbearably hot. Everywhere I look, shimmering waves of heat distort the barren landscape. A stench permeates the stifling atmosphere and offends my senses. The familiarity makes me cringe. Death. This place smells of violent death. I edge forward and look into the abyss spread out before me, and my breath catches in my throat. There are beings of every description below me. They infest the dreadful terrain and are fighting or struggling. It is hard to determine from my vantage point what could cause such turmoil. The moaning wail of their anger and despair is audible, and its pitch sickening. In the distance, I hear a low rumble that is gaining intensity. The anguish below me takes on a new tone and urgency. It is the sound of fear and terror. The rumble is competing with the din of uncontrollable panic. I look to the horizon, and whatever is happening is closer now. Dark, rolling clouds obscure the sky, and I see flashes that look like lightning. The bizarre cyclone is increasing in volume, and it's now accompanied by concussive thumps I feel through my boots. Each brilliant flash of light stabs tiny spikes of pain into my corneas. The sounds of destruction coming from the hellish storm overcome all others. Anxiety is gripping me. I try to turn away, but I am unable. I try closing my eyes to keep from comprehending what I am seeing, but I cannot. No! Please, no! The storm is close. I see bodies being ripped asunder and thrown about like rag dolls. Huge swaths of aliens are turned into clouds of scarlet mist by bright, flashing beams of energy. I can now make out a lone figure, and my legs want to buckle at the sight of the carnage it leaves in its wake. It is the Ularan beast that resides in my brain and inhabits my body during combat. The two fiery red eyes peer out from the visor of the gore-covered armor. They bore into my soul, rending the bonds that protect and hold my Earthman moralities. I can feel the need to kill everything that stands against it, infecting me. I bolt upright in my bed, covered in sweat. I heard the artificial intelligence of my ship, the Legacy, addressing me. "Commander, I have awakened you because I sense your distress. The troubling manifestations of your human mind are the byproduct of the tremendous pressure you endured freeing Tria from her captors. In time, they will pass." Throwing off my cover, I sit on the edge of my bed, trying to erase the images from my brain. With the help of my crew, I would rein in the monster trying to possess me. But the beast would now reward my efforts with its revenge. It would take over my dreams and use them to display its deadly prowess. It would demonstrate the proper use of my training. It would give new meaning to the phrase, "Be all you can be." "Justice, how is Tria doing?" "Commander, her broken limbs are responding well to the nanites I have programmed to repair the fractures. When her bones mend, I shall begin the carbon fiber lamination process of the Ularan weaponization program." Shaking my head, I went to my shower. Standing under the hot water, I used my implants to reduce the temperature to the point it was brisk and cool. The Ularan weaponization program was the source of my horrific nightmares. To help ensure my survival, I had my ship's AI download the alien training and imprinting to my implants. The program was designed to make hardened soldiers out of the normally passive Ularan citizens. At the time of development, our galaxy was facing conquest by a race of biomachines. In a feat of mind-boggling achievement, the predatory race called the Prool made the intergalactic trip from Andromeda to the fringe of the Milky Way. The Prool's single-minded purpose was to conquer or destroy a galaxy and recover the resources necessary to expand their empire. They were indifferent to either outcome, so long as it accomplished their intended goals. Any species subjugated by the Prool would live out the rest of their short existence gathering resources, and supplying biological materials for the enemy of all races. Several of the most technologically advanced species in our galaxy formed an alliance and fought the Prool to a standstill. Recently discovered records speculate our galaxy banded together and kicked the Prool out of the Milky Way. Finding records or actual proof to verify this information is an ongoing quest of the few races who have access to the small amount of data available. Until we know for sure what happened, we can only contemplate the outcome. All of these events took place hundreds of years ago. What I know for sure was indoctrinating myself with alien technology without spending a significant amount of time studying it for possible side effects was not one of my better choices. Digressing was giving me a headache, so I concentrated on the future. Justice, what is our transition status? Commander, I have detected no serious faults in the dark matter collection matrix. In 82 minutes, I will have sufficient energy to transition back to Alpha Base. I will alert you when all systems are optimal. Roger that, Justice. I am going to the galley to pick up breakfast for Tria and I. Keep me posted if something unexpected comes up. I queried my implants and found everyone except Tria in their quarters sleeping. I don't know how I knew Tria was awake, but I did. After swinging by the galley, I went to the medbay. I steeled my emotions to contain the beast. It loves to rear its ugly head when I become angry. It's easy for me to get that way when I see Tria's beautiful face battered and bruised. 3 of her 4 arms were broken and in stasis cast. When I entered the room, Tria's restoration pod was open, and she was trying her best to give me a smile. Her effort quashes the beast's attempts at feeding on my anger. It scurries to some hidden, dark corner of my mind like a vampire fleeing the sunrise. I smiled back, and the beast faded from my thoughts. I had a feeling you might be awake. And possibly hungry. Her gorgeous emerald eyes sparkle at me when she speaks. Have you ever considered the possibility I might have summoned you, Nathan Myers? My smile broadens. I didn't know Chalt warriors had such powers. Are you revealing your people's secrets to a backward-thinking alien? Her laugh was like the musical notes of a favorite song. I would never grow tired of hearing it. I brought you a delicacy from Earth. Justice assured me it would not poison you. She smiled, because she had already tasted my adopted family's blueberry preserves. It was one of the few food items I had brought from Earth that Justice did not throw out the airlock. He found the bacteria count on everything else unsuitable for storage and not to his liking. He knew I would freak out, so the fruit preserves were the bone he threw me in compromise. I prepared 2 pieces of imitation wheat toast with the last of the jelly, leaving one whole and the other cut into small squares. I brought a cup of Justice's dishwater coffee and a glass of room-temperature water with a straw in it. As I leaned forward to place the meal tray on the side table of the pod, Tria reached up and placed her one good hand on my cheek. It was an intimate Chalt greeting, usually done with 2 of her 4 hands. The touch was electrifying. I swallowed down the knot that was forming in my throat. Reaching out with both of my hands, I returned the gesture. She looked a little disappointed, until I leaned in and planted an Earthman kiss on her lips. The warm smile and the sparkle in her eyes seemed to warm the whole medbay. My father says your Earth gesture of affection is unsanitary and will infect me with bacteriological contagions. I already knew she was, like me, impervious to disease. Rolling my eyes at her, I opened my mouth and let slip what was on my Earthboy mind. That's not the Earth gesture of affection he should worry about. As soon as I said it, I bit down on my tongue. My face turned crimson with heat. Myers, you idiot. Keep your mind out of the gutter. Her laughter was loud, and from the heart. It took the sting from the way I was berating myself. She locked me with those beautiful green eyes, and I suddenly felt feverish. A tingling sensation overcame me. Goosebumps covered my body. My legs felt weak. What the hell was going on? "Can you feel me, Nathan?" Looking at the beautiful, battered alien, I could not break eye contact with her. She had a look on her face I had never seen before. At first, it was shocked surprise, but then it changed to something else. I tried to speak, but it came out disjointed. I feel different. She pulled me close and whispered, "I embrace you with my aura. You are the first not of my species to experience Shaleen and embrace its touch. To most it is toxic." I would not admit it, but I was on the verge of falling to the floor because my legs felt like rubber. "I have been aware of your aura emissions since the time you freed me from Draen's prison. Females of my species sense those who radiate such energy. It is an extremely rare characteristic, and I am drawn to it. Your aura shines like starlight, and it caresses my spirit." Another wave hits me. I grip the edge of the med pod to keep from falling. Tria holds onto my arm, and my eyes open wide. I feel like I took the deepest breath of my life and let it out. "Can you feel me, Nathan?" "Yes." Justice must have been going through sensory overload because he broke the spell that was gripping me. "Commander." The sensations abruptly stopped. "Commander." "Yes, Justice, I hear you. Is there a problem?" "No, Commander. I need to consult with you." Justice did not sound like his normal self, and I had a sneaking suspicion why. "Justice, has charging the energy matrix caused a fault in your speech processing?" "No, Commander. Systems will be optimized for transition in 20 minutes. I have calculated all planetary movement around the local star of Alpha Base and plotted the target destination." "Wonderful, Justice. Is there anything else you feel the need to tell me?" "No, Commander. Yes, the lower rail cannon experienced a minor fluctuation in the number 3 guide rail during our last engagement. It might be an indication of a misalignment. Aiming errors of 0.1 inch are possible if left unchecked. It will require visual inspection by Engineer Kuntz to determine if I am correct." The way Justice was responding might indicate that more than the rail cannon needed looking into. I knew, while aboard the Legacy, the AI could interact with my implants and get a good dose of what was going on in my head. He may have gotten a bigger bite of Shaleen than he could chew. Tria sure rocked my socks with it. "If that is all, Justice, call me at T-2 minutes, please." "Yes, of course, Commander. I will—" "Justice! T-2, please." "Affirmative, Commander." Tria did not say a word, but her smile said all that was necessary. She reached out for one of the small pieces of jelly toast, and I batted her hand away. She gave me a questioning look. I took the toast and held it in front of her swollen lips until she opened her mouth. I popped it in. She closed her eyes, chewing slowly, savoring the sweet, fruity taste. Holding the cup of water until the straw touched her lips, she drank. She put her arm around me, and we finished our meal in silence. 2. Justice had regained his composure and alerted me we were T-2 minutes and counting. I checked the crew's status with my implants. They were all sleeping. There was no point in waking them. Our last mission was a real bitch, and we were all put through the ringer. I reached out and held Tria's hand. She looked up at me. I thought she was talking, but I did not hear her words. Even the Legacy's usual sounds were muted. I could not hear a single sound. I tried calling to Tria, but could hear nothing. Everything around me was shining, an almost blinding white. I looked back at Tria, and she vanished. Looking down at my feet, I faded away. My eyes refocused, and it was like nothing had happened. There was no discomfort of any kind. I was a little confused, thinking the transition had failed. My hearing returned, and Tria was telling me that, if our molecules scatter, she was glad I was the last being she would ever see. Justice confirmed my uncertainty. "Commander, our transition is complete, and we are 0.1 light-year from Alpha Base. I have contacted my subsystem, and all is normal. The Grawl are doing well, and are researching artifacts. Graf identified the containment vessel for what it was. The scientists discussed its examination, but had concerns for what it might contain. They left it untouched, and are concentrating on the design characteristics of the nanites you recovered. We will make our approach and landing after I sweep the star system." "Thank you, Justice. Please carry on." Knowing the Prool containment vessel had not been tampered with was a welcomed relief. I closed my eyes and thanked my maker. I now had a dedicated science and research team. It will be much easier to determine if discovered artifacts could be dangerous. I was considering adding a member of the science team to my crew roster. Having one on board might prevent me from making a mistake that could have galactic repercussions. I already had a candidate in mind. Tria looked up at me. "That was the most uneventful transition I have ever experienced." Tria's comment was an understatement. She may have knowledge of such things, but I was amazed by what just happened. We had just traversed over 300,000 light-years in the blink of an eye. Our previous excursions had taken days or weeks. This technology was a golden key, capable of opening the door to the entire galaxy, and possibly beyond. The potential was staggering. If we could somehow recover Justice's deleted star charts, we might have a map and the means to explore the rest of the galaxy. That was the most incredible thing this Earthman has ever experienced. Tria gave me another smile and said, "Go, Nathan, and make sure that all is well. If I have needs, I will summon you." I could not help but laugh on my way out of the medbay. I did not know if she was kidding me or not. Everything about the Chult was a mystery. Little by little, Tria was filling me in on the many things considered secret by her people. I went to the forward lift tubes and made a fast ascent to the bridge. As the huge security doors parted, I came face to face with the Grawl engineer, Kuntz. He was the first alien species I had come in contact with. He was a little over 4 feet tall, with a gray complexion and a large, bulbous head with large dark eyes. His race was responsible for the most reported sightings of aliens back on Earth. A lot of the facts I learned about his race were not flattering. His species was extremely intelligent, unscrupulous, and highly motivated to increase their technological expertise. The Grawl formula for success was designed to net them the power to do as they please, along with the considerable wealth that comes with that freedom. They did not care how they gained their tech, be it by begging, borrowing, or flat-out stealing. The Grawl claimed to be civilized because they demilitarized hundreds of years in the past. In reality, it was a smokescreen to hide the fact they hired mercenaries by the scores to protect their ill-gotten gains. The Grawl's favorite motto was, "We prefer to leave the dying to someone else." Kuntz may have started down that road, but something about me drastically changed his insights. He was now the complete opposite of your standard Grawl template. He has proven to be smart, selfless, and courageous. His goal to reform his race for the betterment of all made him a worthy addition to my crew. "Commander, the all-around technology for hyperspace transition is remarkable. I woke to find my material form fading from reality to another dimension. When my awareness returned, I was amazed to find we were not traveling in interdimensional space. Our reality returning to normal space-time in the star system of our base is an incredible accomplishment of engineering. The ability to manipulate space-time in such a manner was most unexpected." "Kuntz, I am just a primitive, backwards-thinking alien, so what just happened is beyond my comprehension. The people of my world believe what we just experienced to be impossible, and only the ramblings of fiction writers. The smile on a Groll's face is not a pretty sight, but I knew from experience what I was looking at, and returned the gesture. We heard loud, thumping footsteps behind us, and the last member of my crew entered the bridge. "You look rested, Commander. You must have slept as well as I did. Tell Justice to get the Matrix charged so we can get back to base and spend a few rotations with our feet on solid ground." Clutch Zuma is a Tybor troop master. He was a mercenary hired by nefarious criminals to protect them while they went about their illegal activities. He was a little over 5 feet tall and close to 4 feet wide. He had incredible body mass from being born on a world more than twice the size of Earth and 4 times the gravity. He easily weighed 600 or 700 pounds, none of it being fat. He tried to kill me once, and at the time, I was doing everything in my power to return the favor. If it were not for my crew, he may have completed the job. The battle was short and ugly. We killed 4 of his crew, and I had managed to wound and disarm him. Rather than finish him like he asked me to do, we talked about the criminals he worked for. The more he learned about them, the more he disliked what he had been suckered into doing. After a considerable amount of bullshitting, coercing, and flat-out bribing, I won the Tybor over to my side. Since that time, he has sworn his allegiance to me, and has proven it beyond a shadow of a doubt more than once. The only reservation I had about the Tybor was his nonchalant use of his warrior's scent. When excited, a Tybor can produce an odor that could send a herd of disturbed skunks scurrying for fresh air. I opened my mouth to tell him we had arrived at our base system, but Kuntz beat me to it. "Troop Master, if you were alert, you would have already noticed we have arrived at the star system of Alpha Base." Clutch gave the little Groll a sideways look, and I caught the faintest whiff of something really rotten. I backed up a couple of steps, hoping for fresher air. Kuntz was wishing he had phrased his words a little differently. The Tybor gave us a big, toothy smile, exposing a set of impressive gray choppers. It was a sight capable of making perfectly sound bladders defective. He reached out and shoved the little Groll, and let out a loud, croaking laugh. "Ha! Kuntz, you are throg-scatting me." When Kuntz regained his footing, he chose his next words with more care. "No, Troop Master. We have made our transition, and Justice is scanning the outer system for anomalous activity. We will be landing soon." Clutch turned around and looked at the huge, domed view screen that went from floor to ceiling, encompassing the entire bridge. The view was breathtaking, because it appeared you were standing in outer space. He looked back at us in awe. "I felt nothing. The sensation of transition has always awakened me in the past. This is indeed advanced technology. Is it possible to duplicate and install on our shuttles?" I was thinking the same thing, but knew the Groll had been trying for over 20 years without success. Kuntz once again answered before I could. "Unfortunately, Troop Master, Groll scientists and engineers tried for many solar rotations. We were unable to breach the Guardian design shield protecting the Ularan dead core. We found that any brute force method we could devise would destroy the device. Rather than render it useless, we directed our research to other areas of the ship." Kuntz promptly turned and walked off the bridge. He was part of the research team that worked on the Legacy after it was discovered. His failures were not something he cared to revisit. Clutch looked at me as we both came to the same conclusion. "Are you hungry, Commander? I could eat 2 Dorta sea snakes." Even though I had no idea what a Dorta sea snake looked like, my mind envisioned a picture of the troop master swallowing huge, eel-like critters. My light breakfast started to boil. I quickly pushed the thought from my mind. "No, Clutch. I have already eaten with Tria." "Is she doing well?" "Yes. She is much better now and should be out of the medbay within this rotation. That is great news, Commander. I look forward to seeing the Chalt warrior back on duty. If you will excuse me, I will go to the galley. My crew was aware that my relationship with Tria was changing into something other than a commander-crewmate affiliation. Sure, Clutch. I will catch up with you when we land. Once, when the Tybor was really hungry, I had seen him eat 20 to 30 pounds of synthesized nutrients. His eating habits at times were memorable. I went to my command chair and sat down. It was a habit of mine, when no one was around, to spin the chair in a circle, watching the stars go by. I knew it was childish, but it was so cool, taking in an entire star system in one revolution. Justice decided I had been screwing around enough, and broke up my revelry. Commander, if you are done practicing your primitive human pastime, I will give you my report. You sound kind of pissy today. Is there something you would like to talk about? Yes, Commander. I do not believe my observations of your interactions with Tria are in any way disruptive of your unique behavior while in her presence. I knew this was coming. The AI had somehow altered its original programming to be more like a human. Justice was soaking up every emotion I exhibited and adding it to his human catalog of interaction. He had one in particular he was hoping to catalog, and the thought irritated the shit out of me. His introduction to Shaleen had rattled the normally unflappable AI, and to tell the truth, it had that same effect on me. His curiosity about the new human-Chalt interaction was going to be unbearable. Justice, you spent more than a year on my planet. In that time, I am sure you properly interpreted the definition of privacy. The AI was silent. It was his way of displaying impatience or annoyance at my lack of cooperation. Sometime in the future, I would pay for my responses by being subjected to the AI's interpretation of human humor. It usually meant I would be on the receiving end of a childish prank. You said you had a report? Yes, Commander. The star system is secure, and I am making our approach to Alpha Base. The Grawl scientists are aware of our return and have gathered in the hangar to greet you. They have been working non-stop since we departed, and are very excited to show you the improvements they have made to Alpha Base. Thank you, Justice. That is great news. Can you give me an update on Tria's condition? I was wondering if her bone fractures were stable enough she could be released from the medbay. Yes, Commander. She has been insisting on her release since your visit early this morning. I have removed the rigid stasis casts and replaced them with less restraining protective devices. She has asked for a small delay in the next phase of the weaponization program. Oh, really? Did she say why? Yes, Commander. She wishes to spend time interacting with you. I felt the temperature rise in my cheeks. The expectant tone in Justice's voice left nothing to my imagination. 3. Justice dropped us out of orbit, and I watched our approach on the view dome. The moon our base was located on had just enough atmosphere to produce a fiery glow around the hull on our rapid descent. We were making a straight-in approach that appeared to be on a collision course with the side of a massive mountain range. Just when our demise seemed imminent, large entry doors rapidly opened in one of the mountains. The Legacy disappeared into the dark tunnel entrance, and the camouflaged doors quickly closed, leaving no evidence the site was anything other than a mountain. As the Legacy passed through the atmospheric retention field, bright lights lit the way to the enormous spacecraft parking area. I went to my cabin, put on a fresh, smart cloth uniform, and walked out the door. Tria was walking down the corridor toward her quarters. She gave me a mischievous look. Tria, it's good to see you up and getting around. I suddenly became flushed, and my legs weak. I stumbled against the wall. My eyes went wide when I looked back at her. I could hear her laughter, but she never turned around. She just kept going. Gathering my wits, I steadied myself. I took another look back to where she had disappeared. She peeked out her doorway. I turned and ran on wobbly legs to the drop tube that would take me down to the personnel boarding hatch. As I exited the tube, I gripped the side and shook my head. Kuntz was standing with Clutch, looking at what Justice was projecting on the bulkhead. It was an exterior view of the Legacy. I could see the Groll scientists gathered outside, waiting for us to exit. Kuntz looked up at me and saw I was a little disoriented. "Are you well, Commander? Do you need assistance?" I tried my best to stand upright and act as if nothing happened. "No, Kuntz, I stumbled exiting the tube. I am fine." "Are you sure, Commander? You do not look your normal pallor." I was glad when Tria's father stepped out the drop tube behind me so I could change the subject. I put my hand on his right shoulder, giving him a customary Chalt greeting. He looked puzzled. When he returned the greeting, his eyes momentarily widened. He quickly dropped his hand, and his face returned to neutral. I could only think the reaction that flashed across his face had something to do with Tria smacking me around with her shaleen. I thought about it a little more, and wondered if he could sense his daughter's aura on me. "It is good to see you again, Scholar Burler." "Likewise, Nathan Myers. I am eager to inspect the containment vessel. We are fortunate it has not been tampered with." "Of course, sir. This facility is at your disposal." The Chalt scholar nodded and stepped away to greet Kuntz, then Clutch. He must not approve of his daughter showing affection to a primitive alien. I thought I wouldn't know until he told me, and so far, he had given no indication of doing so. Tria stepped out of the tube, and I backed up a step. She had protective braces on 3 of her arms, and was still badly bruised. The look of mischief returned to her face, and she gave me a golden smile. The form-fitting smartcloth uniform accentuated her slim, graceful body. I swallowed and gave her a small shake of my head. She stepped forward and hooked her good arm in mine, and we walked to the exit hatch. Kuntz, Clutch, and Tria's father were waiting for us. As a group, we walked off the Legacy to a roar of applause from the gathered scientists. Zool, Graf, and Jaren were at the head of the greeting party. Zool turned to Graf and nodded. Graf held up his hands, and the Groll gathered around us ceased their applause. Zool turned back to us. "Nathan Myers, Justice has related to us the great battles and suffering you and your crew endured. We are overjoyed you have returned." I was about to address the crowd of scientists when Justice broadcast over the comm system. "Commander, 6 unknown vessels just transitioned into our star system at the exact coordinates the Legacy entered." We were all shocked by the broadcast, and a feeling of dread gripped me. I couldn't help but think Iger, the leader of the Murloc pirates, had somehow located our base. He would only be here for one thing: revenge. I snapped out of it and started issuing orders. "Tria, get your father aboard the Legacy now." I turned back to the Groll gathering. "Zool, I want the scientists to board the Legacy. I do not want panic. I want everybody aboard now. Kuntz, Clutch, get geared up. I don't know what is happening, but we cannot take the chance that Iger has found us." Tria appeared to be dragging her father up the boarding ramp. It sounded like they were arguing. Kuntz and Clutch were standing on either side of the hatch, barking orders and ushering the Groll inside the Legacy as fast as they could. Looking back out into the hangar, I saw several Groll stragglers attempting to get pieces of equipment or possibly personal items. I ran toward them, yelling out of frustration at their actions. "Leave everything and get aboard now!" I grabbed those closest and forcefully turned them around and pushed them towards the loading ramp. The rest saw my actions and knew they wanted no part of disagreeing with me. They turned around and ran to the ship. The floor seemed to jump up at me, and I fell to my knees. What the hell was that? A moonquake? Justice calmed me, and my blood turned to ice water. "Commander, the unknown vessels jumped directly into orbit above Alpha Base." Holy crap. Justice had once told me jumping a starship into a planet's gravity well was dangerous as hell, and foolhardy to boot. Whoever was up there did not seem to give a damn where they jumped to. The quake must have been the moon's gravity rebounding from the blow it just received. "Justice! Get the negation systems online and our energy cannons warmed up." "Commander, the emanations from our negation systems are undetectable. If I activate our weapons, the power sources have an energy signature that will give the unknown craft our exact position. The same will happen if I activate the shield dome." Whoever it was knew we were here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be overhead. I was going to say screw it and have Justice activate the shields and get the weapons online. I was violently thrown into a stack of machine support spars by a compression wave of hot air, followed by a deafening thunderclap. I groaned as I rolled over, trying to figure out what just happened. My eyes refocused, then grew to the size of quarters. Not 30 feet from me, I saw what looked like 20 columns of molten metal. My brain was still foggy from the blast, but my eyes were telling me I was looking at shiny, pulsating pillars of mercury. They were in a circle, with one at its center. The liquid metal appearance seemed to fall away, and in its place were armor-clad soldiers. I was shocked, stupid. The soldiers all had 4 arms. They were Chalt. The circle of troopers took a knee, and each pointed 2 different, wicked-looking combat rifles outward to every point on a compass. The soldiers were all clad in dark, cobalt-blue armor, with blacked-out helmets. The armor looked heavy and was definitely exoskeleton-assisted. They wore sidearms, fighting knives, and all had numerous devices adorning their armor that were either grenades or other death-dealing weapons. The one standing in the middle had blood-red armor trimmed in black and wore no helmet. She was definitely a Chalt warrior. She may have been pretty at one time, but not anymore. Her green eyes were similar to Tria's, but darker and foreboding. Her hair was streaked with gray and pulled back into a short ponytail. The bands holding it were ringed with spikes. She had a scar running from her left ear along the jawbone that ended at her chin. Cosmetic stuff like that was easy to fix and would have taken some of the ugh out of her ugly. She must have considered it a badge of honor. The armor she wore was not like the others. Hers was form-fitting, and it was easy to see she was powerfully built. Her muscle structure was more like a man's than a woman's. She had pistols on her hips, but what caught my attention was the set of long handles protruding up from both of her shoulders. They were ornate, and looked like they were wrapped with gold braid. If I didn't know any better, I would have guessed they were samurai swords from Earth's past. I stared, wondering why the Chalt were here and how they found this place. The gaze the warrior was giving me had the beast inside me stirring. I could feel my anger rising at the uninvited intrusion. The thought of her ships parked over my base, showing any of my potential enemies where I might be, angered me further. The beast was egging me on. "What are you doing here, and why are you trespassing on my base?" With utter contempt, the warrior spit out, "Silence, primitive fool! I have no need for your mindless nonsense. If you interfere with my mission, you will die, and I will destroy this place. Do you understand?" The bitch could have said anything else in the world, but she had to make it a point to call me primitive. I had been called that so many times I swore the next alien saying it without a really big smile on their face would get an ass-kicking. The beast was climbing out of the hole I thought I had buried him in. I reached down and picked up one of the support spars. It was a 3-inch diameter metal tube with adjustable clamps on each end. It was also about the same size as a Louisville Slugger. "You care to come over here and run that shit by me one more time?" Looking like a ball player at home plate, I stood there slapping the spar into the palm of my hand. The Chalt's eyes narrowed. Wait. Just wait for it. It won't be long now." In an unnatural burst of speed, the Chalt leaped over the troops in front of her. I came back with a spar, but before I could swing, she landed and unloaded a lightning bolt of a punch to my jaw. I took 2 steps back, reeling from the pain of the shot. Son of a bitch, that hurt. The Chalt stood in front of me, looking astonished. The beast loved it. My reflexes took control, and I spun around with the spar swinging low. The surprised Chalt tried jumping back, but I caught her on the thigh with it. The spar had an unnatural curve to it now. She went down with a grunt. 2 of her hands were going to the pistols. Tossing the spar, I dove on the Chalt, punching her in the side of the head. It was not my best effort, but still a hell of a shot. She lost interest in the sidearms, but did, however, make it a point to return the favor using all 4 hands. Her strength was incredible. She was definitely a brawler. She headbutted me and managed to split my lips open. I spit blood in her eye for the effort. She jerked me forward with 2 of her hands. I thought she was trying to wipe the spit on my uniform, but was proven wrong when I received a very painful bite. That was dirty pull. I would go for an ear if she gave me an opportunity. The Ularan soldier in me seemed to be enjoying the physical exercise. It was at this point I became aware of someone pulling me away and a stench that made me want to gag. Tria was yelling at us to stop. Scholar Burler was standing in front of the soldiers, waving his arms and yelling, "Hold your fire!" Clutch dragged me away from the Chalt warrior. I noticed Kuntz in his armor, his weapons pointed at the troops. Justice added his input as well. "Commander, Scholar Burler is saying the Chalt invading our compound are the containment team sent to recover the Prool. It would be advisable to cease hostilities. The Chalt are displaying very advanced technology, and it would be prudent to at least listen to what they have to say." Clutch released me, and I wiped the blood from my mouth. Tria was helping the grizzled old bitch to her feet, but the hag pushed her away. That did not sit well with me. I reached down and picked up the warped spar. "You push Tria again, and I will break this off in your ass. If you need that translated, my AI can spell it out for you." The old warrior looked like she could have chewed her way out of an airlock. In a blur of motion, she drew one of her weapons and pointed it in my face. Tria screamed and tried to step in front of me. I pulled her behind me. All of the port-side rail cannon hatches popped open on the Legacy, and the weapons swung around to point at the Chalt containment team. Clutch pulled Tria out of the line of fire. The odor in the air was asphyxiating. No one seemed to notice. I stood there, staring down the barrel of the Chalt's weapon. I reached up and casually placed my finger on one side of my nose and blew bloody snot between her feet. To my surprise, the corners of the warrior's mouth twitched upward. Then the expression disappeared. She was still trying to stare a hole through me, but holstered her weapon. I looked back at her. "Are we going to talk now, or do you want to go a couple more rounds?" The expression on the warrior's face softened, ever so slightly. 4. Scholar Burler turned away from the troopers, walked over, and stood between me and the Chalt commander. He looked at me. "Please, let's be civilized and talk this out. There are no enemies here." He turned and faced the Chalt. "As you can see, I am well in control of the situation. Nathan Myers rescued my daughter and I from Iger's forces. I will be able to lead this investigation without further assistance." The surprised look on the Chalt commander's face was on full display. She did not break eye contact with me. "Could you explain to me just how this simple-minded fool managed to survive an encounter with Iger?" Clutch had let go of Tria, and she was now at my side. The Chalt team leader gave her a sideways glance, insinuating disapproval. Tria hooked her arms in mine. Her actions elicited a frown from the warrior. I leaned forward into the old Chalt's face. "I did what should have been done long ago by the gutless advanced races. Soldiers like you in particular. I kicked their asses." Tria pulled me back. I smiled at the old commander. Her face darkened with rage. Tria stepped in front of me. "Do not incite her, Nathan. She is Kala Mordi." "I don't give a crap what her name is. If she was the badass she makes herself out to be, she should have put an end to Drayan and Iger a long time ago. Where I come from, that makes her all mouth and no ass." I looked over Tria's shoulder. The old commander's face was a steely-eyed mask of anger. "I hope you are picking up what I'm putting down." Tria pulled me a couple of steps away. "Nathan, Kala Mordi is not her name. It is a title given to Operative Sail Narlin a great many years ago. It means deadliest of all." That wiped the silly smirk off my face. I now grudgingly looked at the operative with newfound respect. I did not know how old Sail was, but my jaw still felt like she hit me with a hammer. "Tria, what the hell are they doing here, and how did they find us?" There was an expression on Tria's face I had seldom seen. It looked like hurt. She turned and looked at her father. It was sinking in now. No one knew of this place until I brought Tria's father here. I gave him a withering stare, and his eyes went wide. Tria pulled me back around. "No, Nathan. It is not as it seems. There are things that cannot be revealed. Please, listen before you pass judgment." The beast was a monkey on my back, and at the moment it was biding its time by sticking me in the guts with a sharp stick. I know Tria would not betray my trust, but I needed some straight answers from someone, and I needed them now. I looked at Operative Nolan. "How did you find this place?" The old warrior's eyes narrowed. I could tell no one has ever been up in her grill before, and I was just getting started. "I owe you no answers, human. That information is on a restricted, need-to-know basis, and until you make it on that list, your simple mind doesn't need to know." Now the beast was kicking me in the balls. Man, was I ever getting pissed. That would be the last time the gnarly old bat would call me simple-minded. Tria was pulling on my arm and shaking her head no. I could feel the venom coming, and I needed to let it out before the beast did. "You and your troops have 10 minutes to get off my base and clear my orbitals. The clock is running. If you don't get your old wrinkled ass in gear, I will shoot them down." The operative was dumbstruck at my outburst, and her hands went to her pistols. I leaned into her face. "Go ahead and draw your weapons. You think you have seen the worst of me? You have no idea what I am capable of doing." My hearing was zoning in and out. I could hear the beast that is my rage laughing out loud. Then Tria yelling out, "No, Nathan!" The old warrior lost her look of anger. Her mouth opened in surprise, and she took a step backwards. The beast was coming, and she somehow knew it. I could hear Tria's father yelling. He was telling Sail Nolan that I went into Drayan's outpost, and now there was only dust. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to regain my self-control. I could see the aura Tria said I possessed. It was visible to me. It was no longer the bright, shining starlight she told me about. It was turning a vile, inky black. It was fangs and claws with 2 hellish red eyes. It was the horror from my dreams, and it was reaching out for Sail Nolan. The operative must have sensed the Uluran demon inside of me. She drew her pistols, and then her swords as she continued to back up. I was trying to close the lid on Pandora's box, but my will to do so was ebbing. The beast was yelling out, "You may be called Kala Mordi, but I am Kala Mordi." I became aware I was being held in a tight embrace. My eyes came back to focus on my surroundings. Tria was holding me with fear in her eyes. The pained expression on her face beat down the will of the beast. I closed my arms around her, and all thoughts of anger were gone. The Uluran monster inside me was forced back into its prison. Looking around, I noticed everyone had given me a wide berth. I held Tria tight and kissed her lightly on the cheek. The beast was gone. She let go of me and turned away. She marched up to her father and in a not-so-kind voice let him know how things were going to be. "There will be no more secrets. You must be truthful, so we can move forward for the good of all, or you can leave and never come back to this place." Her father was speechless. I looked over to where Sail Nalan had retreated, and her soldiers had formed a barricade. They again appeared to be shimmering columns of molten metal. The old warrior put her weapons away. Her troops became visible once again. They parted, and the operative approached us. She quickly regained her composure. I let the smallest of smiles cross my face when the old warrior stopped 10 feet from me. "That was one of your smarter choices." "I cannot fathom why your maker would infect your aura with such a demon. But it is not a gift. Keep your hellish curse away from me, human, or you will suffer the consequences." Tria looked up at me, hoping the operative's threat would not incite the beast once more. I was forcing the Uluran devil back into its cage, but its wretched mirth was grating. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly, the beast fading with it. Sail Nalan was watching me carefully. She still had 2 of her hands on her pistols. She looked at Tria's father. "Perhaps some things need to be addressed by the truth. Not all things, but some things. Scholar Burler, your daughter is bound by an oath, but you are exempt from such things. Let the human know what is necessary. If I decide that it is not, I will let you know." Tria's father had a look of relief on his face. Tria came back to my side and held onto my arm. I gave a sharp whistle that made everyone jump and stare at me. Looking at Clutch and Kuntz, I held a finger up and twirled it over my head, then called out, "Bring the scientists!" That garnered me a frown from the operative, but I didn't care. I turned to her and said, "These are my people, and what is said will go no further." Sail Nalan nodded to Tria's father, and he shook his head in agreement. The Grawl scientists made their way from the Legacy and gathered around me. One by one, they all touched my hands and then stood quietly behind me. Tria's father looked impressed. Sail Nalan had a look of disbelief. I looked at the operative. "How did you find this place?" She crossed both sets of arms and nodded in Scholar Burler's direction. I again drew in a breath and let it out. Tria squeezed my arm a little tighter. Turning to her father, I gave him a questioning look. "My people are familiar with dead-core technology. We have a similar jump drive." The scholar was talking to me, but was keeping eye contact with the operative. He continued, "The Chalt military has the ability to monitor certain exotic distortion waves." The look on the operative's face became stern. My patience was growing thin, and I stepped in front of the operative so the scholar was forced to look at me. He hesitated. The operative stepped from behind me, looking angered. I ignored her. "As you were saying, Scholar Burler?" He continued, "There has not been a transition signature of an Uluran-designed jump drive for over 200 years. The phenomenon was recorded, and your entrance and exit locations plotted. It took little time to decipher the telemetry. Some of the information coincided with data I supplied to my superiors during my daughter's visit. Parallels were drawn and connected to the data. The containment teams were dispatched to investigate and assess the situation." I chewed on the information for a few moments. "I take it all data on our discoveries was going to be disclosed to your superiors?" The scholar cleared his throat. "Yes." "Was Sail Nalan ordered to seize the storage vessel if it contained a Pruel?" The operative blurted, "Do not answer that question." I gave the old warrior an evil smile. "You just did, Sail Nalan." The operative grimaced at the silly mistake. I turned my gaze back to the scholar. How did the containment team make their insertion? The scholar started to answer. You had no Sale Nolan yelled out, Silence! I whirled to face the old operative. Her stare was full of spite. Mine had turned noxious. I said out loud, Justice! Justice broadcast for all to hear. Shield dome active, Commander. Sale turned her malice on Scholar Burler. You fool! Tria had all she could stomach. This madness must stop. We are solving nothing. The fruitless display of authority is mindless stupidity. You will not find the answers you seek if you continue on this path. If you will not cooperate, then leave. You sicken us with your arrogance. Your recklessness helps no one. The old warhorse had a look on her face that said the last meal she had eaten was spoiled. The humans' questions are self-serving and will settle nothing. We did not come here to reveal military secrets to a primate. The look on Tria's face said she was the one now running out of patience. You will address him as Mr. Myers, or you will not address him at all. Do you understand what I say, Sale Nolan, or do we need to discuss it in private, elsewhere? The look on the operative's face was surprise, then anger. You soil your ancestry by taking up with this. Tria was in the old Chalt's face in the blink of an eye. Go ahead, operative. Say it. I dare you. They stood, eye to eye. There was an emanation coming from Tria I had only felt in combat. Her intentions were deadly. The Grawl standing behind us were moving back with looks of apprehension on their faces. They wondered if the conflict would start anew. The operative blinked, then stepped back. Her next words were dripping with contempt. Fine. But Mr. Myers will address me as senior operative. Tria's father came forward and made it a point to address me as Tria instructed. Please, Mr. Myers, let us examine the stasis vessel to determine the nature of what it might contain. I have conditions that will be met or there will be no cooperation. Scholar Burler looked at Sale Nolan, then back at me. What do you require? You will have your troops board your vessels and leave this star system. I have made countless enemies seeking revenge for their losses. Your ships located over my base of operations could lead to the detection of this facility. Scholar Burler tried to speak. Mr. Myers, our military vessels have... The senior operative cut him off mid-sentence. All but my flagship shall relocate to another star system. My ship will remain to patrol the outer regions of the system. The look she was giving Tria's father translated to, Hold your tongue. It was enough for me to surmise they had cloaking and negation capability on their warships. The senior operative extended her arm toward her troops, palm up. Her troopers formed a small circle. She stared at me. Justice? Disable the shield for 20 seconds. Affirmative, Commander. Shield is now down. T-minus 20 seconds and counting. The operative curled her fingers upward. There was a flash and a thunderclap of air rushing in to fill the void they had once occupied. I would love to get my hands on that tech. The Grawl scientists started talking among themselves at the display of advanced tech. Every possible hypothesis was being discussed, and the additional noise was distracting. Before the containment team made their sudden appearance, I was going to greet the Grawl. I was also going to ask them about the large structure that had been erected in the back of the hangar. There was now a building with an immense airlock on the side of it. The collection of artifacts that used to be stored in various places in the hangar area was nowhere to be seen. I had to assume they now occupied the new structure. A quick analysis with my implants estimated the square footage of the new building at over 50,000 square feet. The Grawl had been very busy while the crew and I were gone. Turning my back to the scholar and the operative, I motioned to Zool, and he separated from the scientists and stood before me.
How can I be of service, Nathan Myers?
I smiled at the little Groll. He was one of the managing scientists I had rescued from the research station. Apparently, he was voted back into a leadership position by his peers. Zool, I need a quick debrief on the new building structure. I also want you and Graf to accompany Tria and I when we show the Chult our discoveries. The Groll scientist nodded, then turned, holding up his hand with 2 fingers extended. It reminded me of an old Earth sign of peace. Graf came forward, and they quietly conversed. Graf turned and held up 3 fingers, and Jaren joined him. The Groll had established their chain of command in my absence. I wondered if their lack of implant use was because there was no central processing unit to channel the signals. At some point, we would address the issue. They spoke for a moment in low tones. Then Jaren turned away and addressed the rest of the scientists. Zool and Graf stood at my side as Jaren and the rest of the Groll moved to the personnel lifts that take you to the common areas. 5. I looked back at the operative, and it was obvious she was annoyed by the delay. The scholar had a questioning look on his face. Taking Tria by the hand, I led her and the Groll several steps away. Zool, we don't have time for a full debrief on all of your current research. I would, however, like to be up to speed on the new building.
Yes, of course. After much discussion, we determined it would be wise to construct a structure to protect us from the possibility of explosive decompression. This facility is hundreds of years old. The field in the entry tunnel retains the atmosphere in this area, and, if the outer doors were open and the field failed, anyone not wearing a cloak suit would perish. We will address the redundancy issue with a retention field in the near future.
The expressions on my face alerted the Groll scientist to the fact I needed a much shorter version of the briefing. Tria squeezed my arm to calm my impatience.
My apologies, Nathan Myers. The lower escape tunnel that leads to a remote hangar was filled with a huge supply of prefabricated building materials. We used a quantity of the materials with Justice's help to construct the building. We have built individual labs and storage areas for the artifacts. The compartmentalized storage areas will limit the possibility of accidental contamination of the entire base by foreign contagions or rogue nanites.
I had forgotten all about the escape tunnel. I never had a chance to investigate it because of the non-stop issues we had been encountering. Glancing over my shoulder at the angry looks, I turned back to the Groll. In a low voice, I said, "We are not going to give our guests a guided tour. Take us directly to the containment vessel. Are there any artifacts not behind closed doors they can easily see?"
Yes. The mineral blocks we have identified as having little value, and the unknown spacecraft. They are just inside the large airlock doors. They can be moved when enclosed storage, but it will take time to do so.
I didn't like giving the operative a free look at anything we had recovered. I was still really pissed at the intrusion. "No, Zool. Take us to the containment vessel and do not stop. I will usher them along if they hesitate." The Groll gave me a quick nod.
"As you wish."
We walked back to the scholar and the operative. Tria's father looked relieved, and the operative agitated. Walking to the building, Zool approached a much smaller airlock on the opposite side. There was a security sensor next to the door that was biometrically coded to the Groll scientists. He looked over his shoulder at me. I held up a finger, and he paused. "Justice? Are the orbitals clear of spacecraft?" "Yes, Commander. The senior operative's flagship is currently at the outer edge of this system. The other vessels have transitioned to unknown destinations. I have taken note of their unique drive signatures and the similarities to our own transition distortion waves. I will now be able to track the Chult vessels." I smiled at the operative, and her face darkened. I could tell she was on the verge of another tantrum. I nodded to Zool, and he placed his hand on the security scanner. The outer door slid open, and we went inside. We were swept with several sanitizing beams of light. The inner door opened to an area of about 10,000 square feet, according to my implants. It was brightly lit, and sitting in front of the big atmosphere lock was the 6 spacecrafts. They were black, cylindrical mirrors sitting on short, stubby supports. They looked like missiles. Zool kept going, but Tria's father and the operative were frozen in place. They had looks of astonishment on their faces. I almost collided with the operative. "Please follow Zool. You did not trespass on my base to study my artifact collection." The comment netted me a small frown from the senior operative, but the amazement never left her face. Tria's father looked like he was stupefied. The scholar finally found his voice. "Mr. Myers, I have never heard of anyone possessing an intact dagger. You have 6. Dagger. They had a name for them. It was a fitting moniker for the sharply pointed ships. It was not the reason the operative was here, so I wanted to move on to settle the question of what was in the containment vessel once and for all. Please move along, Scholar Burler. I am well aware of the number of artifacts in my possession." Tria's father tore his eyes away from the daggers and followed Zool and Graf down the long corridor lined with oversized doorways. When we stopped at the end, I was impressed with what was there. It was a large cubicle made of a dark gray material that resembled concrete. I wanted to ask where it came from, but did not want to give away the fact I did not know in front of the operative. The large door on the front was familiar. I had blown up a few just like it. It was a vault door, similar to those found at the Grawl research facility I had destroyed. I was thoroughly impressed with the work the Grawl had done while I was away. I looked at Zool, giving him a small smile and a nod. He returned the gesture, making all turn to look at me. My face returned to neutral before they could catch the gesture. I waved the scientist on, and he placed his hand on the security scanner on the side of the door. Zool stood aside, and Graf placed his hand on the scanner, then called to Justice. "Justice, please verify our identities." There was a metallic clunk, and the door started sliding open. The Grawl did not know it yet, but they all earned 1,000,000 credits each. The security measures were first class, as was the building design and construction. The more I thought about it, I decided their insight would net them 2,000,000 credits each. It was a small fraction of my recent windfalls and the least I could do. Tria's father and the operative entered the room. I stood back as they carefully inspected the containment chamber. The scholar reached down to the back of one of the panels. He pulled a lever, and the displays came alive. They had our attention now. This thing was hundreds of years old, and still had an active power source. The 2 Grawl scientists hastily pushed past me. They stood in awe as they watched the Chalt scholar at work. He was checking readouts running down a small display. His face was looking grimmer by the minute, and I did not know what to make of it. He touched a small, round, glowing ball on the side of the large tanks. It turned translucent, and then clear. My eyes grew large. Good God! What kind of horror were we seeing? The large, capsule-shaped body had 6 metallic legs, each ending with oversized, serrated ice picks for feet. It had 6 long metal arms, 2 of which had 6 spiked fingers. The other 4 had machine devices that looked like mining and grappling tools. They might even be weapons for all I knew. The capsule itself looked heavily armored. It had several protrusions on the domed top, and a couple of tubes extending from it on thick, flexible braided cables. The Chalt scholar was rattled. "Mr. Myers, you have another first. You have a functioning Prool hunter in your possession. Your discoveries are incredible, and may be the most important to this galaxy in more than 100 solar rotations." Justice calmed me. "Commander, An unknown signal just emanated from your location. I was unable to block or jam it. I believe it was broadcast from a device on the senior operative. Justice, get the weapons online and prepare for defensive action. The senior operative surprised the crap out of me. That will not be necessary, Nathan Myers. I did send a signal, but it was to inform my flagship that the Prool has been verified. I have no intention of seizing the containment vessel. Your security is good, and it is about to become impenetrable. The more the vessel is handled, the more likely something catastrophic could happen. I will need to consult with my superiors for the best course of action. I did not know if I could trust the operative or not, so I turned to Tria. Can I trust her word, or do I tell them to leave? Tria looked the old warrior in the eyes. They stared at each other for almost 30 seconds. Yes, we can trust her, Nathan. She tells the truth. She looked at her father. I expect the same from you. The hurt on his face was obvious, but he just nodded and remained silent. He turned around and started shutting down the containment vessel systems. I looked at Sail Nolan. What now? Once the containment vessel was completely shut down, she turned away from the container. I am going to order this star system blockaded. My ships will return to increased security. A small fleet will join them shortly. All will cloak and take up strategic locations in and out of this system. When all are in place, your base and this star system will appear deserted once again. When I have made contact with my superiors, I will advise you of their intentions. I thought about it for another moment. If your superiors wish to stick to their original plan of seizing the containment vessel, then what? The senior operative stood silently, looking at me. Her face betrayed nothing. She looked at Tria's father, then turned back to me. Nathan Myers, I now believe you are not the primitive fool I thought you were. I am sure you know the danger the Prool pose to this galaxy. Why would you want the responsibility of securing such a threat? It was a reasonable question, and she was right. If something happened and the Prool hunter escaped, it would be on me. I needed to think carefully about what my response should be. I looked at Tria, and she quietly whispered to me, You will know what to do. Perhaps we should discuss our options privately with the crew and the scientists. I was beginning to believe I would not know what to do without this beautiful alien at my side. I gave her a small peck on the cheek, and she gave me a smile that made my temperature go up a few degrees. She put both of her hands on my cheeks and planted a kiss square on my lips. Turning away, I caught the hint of a frown on the operative's face that quickly disappeared. The old witch had to face the fact one of her own had taken up with a primitive alien from a backwards-thinking world. Justice calmed my implants. Commander, the senior operative starship has moved to our location. It is now 1,000 feet above us. The 5 other Chalt vessels have encircled this star system. I approached Sail Nolan and Patriarch Burler. I must ask you to leave the artifact containment building until we have decided what we are going to do. They did not like it, but they walked out of the cube. I nodded to Zool, and he locked the vault door. We walked out of the building, and as we passed by the daggers, our Chalt guests could not keep their eyes off of them. Graf locked the personnel hatch, and I faced the operative once more. Regardless of the quality of your ship's negation and cloaking systems, I do not want your flagship parked over my base. If you insist on remaining, you are to move to a large crevasse south of here. It is large enough for your ship, and I won't be as pissy about you hanging around. As a convenience, I will drop my base's shield for an additional 20 seconds. Justice broadcasted out loud. Shield down, Commander. T-minus 20 seconds and counting. The operative turned her back on me and stalked off. When she was about 40 feet away, there was a flash and a gunshot-like report, and she was gone. That was a freaking awesome trick. One of these days, I would figure out a way to get my grubby Earthboy mitts on the tech. I called to Justice. Justice? Keep the shield up and the reactors hot on the weapons. I want them to ask nicely before they can come back. Affirmative, Commander. Tria once again locked her arms in mine, and I waved Zool and Graf over to join us. Kuntz had shed his combat gear and joined Clutch at my side. Tria's father had a questioning look on his face that turned to resignation. He sat down on the long bench against the wall of the artifact building. We went down to the common areas and were met with another roar of applause. I could tell the scientists were worried about what might happen after my confrontation with the Chalt operative. I waved to the Grawl, and they all followed Tria and I to the large, open cafeteria. Holding up my hands, they quieted to a soft murmur. Please, sit. We have much to discuss. I need your input to help me determine my next steps. Tria went to the counter and brought back a carafe of water and placed it at our table. I took a quick drink to clear my throat and addressed the crowd sitting around me. The Chalt want the containment vessel because it holds a functioning Prool. I don't know if it would be wise for us to study the biomachine or not. What I do know is we cannot let it break containment. If for some reason this should happen and it escapes, we will be responsible. I do not want to contemplate the consequences. I would like you to think about it and tell me what the best course of action is. Please take your time and discuss it. I must also tell you, when the Chalt came here uninvited, it was their intention to seize the containment vessel. If you tell me we should keep the Prool, we may be forced to fight off a Chalt assault. Please consider all options before you present them to Zool for my consideration. Thank you. The cafeteria erupted into a loud chatter. They were all talking at once. I was considering getting something to eat, but the noise was annoying. I really wanted peace and quiet. I left Kuntz, Clutch, and the rest in at the table, and decided I would eat aboard the Legacy. Making my way to the lifts, each Grawl I passed quieted and put their hands out so I would touch it. My family was growing. Glancing back, I saw Tria behind me, and she was getting the same treatment. I waited in front of the lift until she joined me. Her smile could melt butter at 20 feet. We stepped in the lift, holding hands. When we came to the top, we stepped out together, coming face to face with her father. He started to say something, and I cut him off. Scholar Burler, there is no need to explain yourself to me. You have your duty, and I have mine. I can only hope what you and your superiors decide to do does not come into conflict with my immediate goals. I have committed what some might perceive as atrocities to protect your daughter, you and the Grawl you have met here. If Operative Nolan attempts to go against me and those I protect, I can assure you it will be a bloodbath of epic proportions. The scholar's eyes widened, and his mouth opened. I turned my back on him, and, without hesitation, Tria did the same. We were walking toward the Legacy when I caught a whiff of something very unpleasant. I looked over my shoulder and saw Tria's father in a running retreat. Kuntz had a grimace on his face. The Tybor troopmaster had a huge, toothy smile on his. Justice addressed us. Commander, the Chalt flagship has taken cover in the crevasse. I have detected several microbursts of energy from that location. They are displaying very unique properties. They are leaving minute distortion waves similar to spacecraft transition waves. If I had not been directing the base's scanners at that exact location, I would have failed to detect them. Just having the Chalt close by was revealing a treasure trove of new intelligence on their military capabilities. My guess was they had a deep space communication system. It might even be the same properties as our jump drives. Instantaneous communication across millions of light years was priceless tech. I looked at Tria, and I could tell she knew what I was thinking. She gave me an almost imperceptible nod. I turned away from her and cleared my throat, getting my crewmates' attention. Kuntz, Clutch, Any thoughts on the energy spikes? Clutch shrugged his wide shoulders. Commander, I am a troop master, not a scientist. My job is to break scat and take titles. If I were to guess, I would say it was some form of comms traffic. Kuntz chimed in. Many races, including mine, have been trying to get access to Chalt tech or intelligence for a great many years. Even though Tria will not comment on the subject, her race is one of the most accomplished and advanced in the galaxy. To believe the recorded microbursts would be anything other than a very sophisticated communication device would be foolish. They obviously have real-time comms capable of reaching their home worlds. It is very likely they are clarifying orders that will determine if they will attack our base or negotiate some sort of compromise. The little Groll rarely bullshitted. I was sure he had just laid out the most likely scenario. The look on the Groll's face was grim, and it worried me. He clenched his hands behind his back and began pacing. When he finally stopped in front of me, the look was even grimmer. Commander, if the Chalt bring the full weight of their military to bear, we will not survive the assault. I turned to Tria, and she looked me in the eyes. If my people determine there is even the smallest probability we could release the Prool and let it escape, they will destroy this moon. Sail Nalin would only need her fleet to do so. There is the very real possibility we would receive no warning. 6. The stark reality of our predicament was starting to sink in. All my bluster and bullheadedness were now on the back burner. We would have to give up the containment vessel or face the consequences. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but the alternative was unthinkable. Zool walked into the galley, and he did not look happy. I waved him to our table, and he sat down.
Nathan Myers, we have come to a consensus. All believe hostilities with the Chalt will end with the loss of our lives. If that comes to pass, everything you have fought for and those brought to judgment for the good of all will have been for nothing. Your Maker did not bring you here for this fruitless cause. There is still much to do, and countless races that have no one to stand for them. If we perish now, evil will win, and nothing will change. Justice was listening. He decided that it was his turn, and we needed to hear what he thought. Commander, I have an idea. I was jolted out of my morose state of mind. I'm sorry, Justice, I failed to ask your opinion. It was an error on my part because you are in this situation as well. Please, let's hear what you have to say. Commander, the Chalt obviously have some of the best tech currently available. Would it not make sense to discuss a trade? If not for the Prool containment vessel, perhaps one of the daggers. Holy shit. Why didn't I come to that conclusion? The Earth Boy idiot was more worried about having to give rather than what I could gain. Justice, give me a short-range comm channel I can reach Sail Nalin on. Everybody was all smiles now. Comm channel open, Commander. Senior Operative, I would like to talk with you and clarify our position. The operative came on immediately. Mindless primate! It was you that was worried about your security. Now you broadcast on an unsecured comm channel. I cut her off before she could get me really pissed again. The shield will be down for 3 minutes. Please come alone. Justice killed the channel. He alerted me that the Chalt flagship was 15 seconds out. We went to the down tube and made our descent to the personnel hatch. We walked off the Legacy and heard the loud report of the compression wave. The operative was doing the shiny liquid metal thing again. I was pretty sure it was a shield of some sort. It fell away, and Sail had her hands on her weapons and was looking around cautiously. She came alone, even though she thought it was a trick or a trap. I had to give it to the old warrior. She had a set of nads. She marched over to us with a look of rage on her face.
I shut her down with one sentence. I would like to discuss turning the Prool over to you. The angry Chalt stopped like a set of new disc brakes. She suddenly squinted at me. This had better not be some kind of human trick. I have little patience for any more of your scat. Justice was broadcasting to my implants so no one could hear him. Commander, I am picking up a continuous transmission signal coming from the operative. I believe our discussions are being relayed to her ship and then onto her home world. It would be wise to choose your words carefully. Justice was correct. I did not wish to present a less than stable and confident picture to the operative's superiors. The outcome could be disastrous for us all. I need to make sure the Chalt understand where I am coming from before they pass judgment on me. There will be no tricks, Senior Operative. Your invasion of our base was unexpected and unwelcome. Your troops pointing their weapons at innocent people and your arrogant threats were the reason I responded in the manner I did. I protect all who live here. What would your people do if I were to go to their homes and act the way you have? Oh, I just remembered. You have a Union blockade to prevent such throg scat. The operative's attitude did a 180. She either realized I was playing it up for the microphone, or she in fact was remorseful for the brute force entrance. Mr. Myers, I apologize for the intrusion. I was ordered to take every precaution because we had no intelligence on what we would find when we arrived. Our disagreement was regrettable. Now I was wondering if the old warhorse was ordered to come back and play nice. Apparently the Chalt know all about catching flies with honey. We are prepared to offer you a very generous finder's fee and an additional bonus for our intrusion. Her offer confirmed my suspicions. She was ordered to play nice. I was relieved to know they did not want a conflict. I would still tread lightly because I could tell the senior operative was not on board with this tactic. My superiors have instructed me to award you 25 billion credits. The operative was stunned when we all stood stone-faced, giving her no recognition of the offer. Turning my head to the side, I talked over my shoulder. Do we need any more credits? My crew and the Groll scientist were shaking their heads, negative. The numerous criminals we have brought to judgment offered up their ill-gotten gains in hopes I would spare their lives. They died destitute. The reaction from the operative was a look of newfound respect. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, and she gave me a nod of approval. We have no need for credits. But we do need new tech. While the advanced races turn their backs to the rampant crime and injustice going on before their very eyes, we do not. We need advanced technology to give us an edge over our enemies. The corruption we have uncovered involves a great many races. If we can stop even a small percentage, it will impact the lives of many. If your people were to join our cause, we would make a much greater difference. Sale Nolan's eye blinked, then got wider. I must discuss these matters with my superiors. I need to return to my ship. I will contact you before I return. I wasn't sure what the strange looks meant, but I had the feeling she had been recalled. Justice, deactivate the shield. I believe security is no longer an issue. My comment netted me another minute smile. The operative turned away. This time, she walked a considerable distance before disappearing in a report that left no ringing in my ears. Justice again confirmed what was on my mind. Commander, the transmission signal halted several seconds before the operative said she needed to discuss our request. I speculate she was recalled to determine if they will offer us technology. Those were my thoughts as well. Whether or not they will do so remains the question. There was always the possibility they would offer more credits and then tell us to go buy what we need. I doubt we would be able to find a deep space comm system or a transporter. We would have to wait and see what happened. I was not alone in this. so I decided to call another meeting to decide what we would ask for if given a choice. We headed back to the common area and the Gruul scientists. As I entered the room, I had everyone's attention. I am sorry we have to continue playing games, but now there is the small possibility we may be offered new tech. I would like all of you to choose 5 items and list them in priority of acquisition. List the items from most important to would like to have. Submit the list to Zool. If the opportunity arises, I will present it to the Chult. The chatter and noise started all over again. I went to the lift, waiting for Tria, Kuntz, and Clutch. When they joined me, we made our way back to the Legacy. Once aboard, we retired to our cabins. I had just taken a shower and climbed into bed when the door to my cabin opened and Tria came in. Justice took it upon himself to give Tria unfettered access to my personal space. She had a blanket wrapped around her. As she walked across my room, she let it fall from her shoulders to the floor. She was only wearing braces on 3 of her forearms. My mouth went dry, and my heart started racing. I cringed when an extruded appendage carefully set a carafe of water and 2 glasses on the small table next to my bed. "Justice!" The appendage disappeared as if it had been cleaved off. Tria smiled at me. I suddenly felt feverish and covered in goosebumps. My breathing became shallow and fast. "Can you feel me, Nathan?" "Yes." She slid into bed with me, and I was trembling. She embraced me with all of her arms. I kissed her. "Commander, Sail Nalin is en route to this location and will arrive in 5 minutes." "Are you freaking kidding me?" "No, Commander. I can assure you I am as upset about this turn of events as you are." "Justice, not one more word." I heard Tria giggle. She got up and ran to my bathroom. I quickly dressed and told her I would see her later. Again, I heard her laugh. Then she said, "Perhaps, Nathan Myers." I rolled my eyes and started swearing in sentences. A cold shower might save me considerable embarrassment. I thought about who I was going to see, and it quickly became unnecessary. I didn't think I had been more than 5 minutes. I must have been mistaken, because the operative stood with all of her arms crossed. She had a look of impatience written all over her less than attractive face. As I approached the operative, the expression on her face changed from annoyance to shock, then surprise. Her expression finally settled to a frown. I suspected she sensed Tria's aura, or Shaleen, or both, on me. I was not here seeking her approval, and really didn't give a shit what the senior operative thought about my relationship with Tria. My opinion of the operative was that she needed to get laid and lighten up. If she was to get her battle scars fixed and ditch the guns and swords, she just might find someone crazy enough to try. I have no idea what Tria Burler sees in you or your race. Her injuries must have affected her mind. If the operative was trying to get a rise out of me, it was working. I really did not wish to go down this road again. I closed my eyes and took a deep, cleansing breath. I stepped right up into her personal space and looked her in the eyes. "I know you're not delusional, senior operative. I also know you can sense what she sees in me and my race. Obviously, the truth does not sit well with you. I am sorry it is difficult for you to grasp the fact my race and I will eventually be the cure for the sickness spreading throughout the galaxy. With or without your help, what I have told you will come to pass." The look on the operative's face was once again full of anger and spite. The old bitch was so used to no one giving her shit, she was on the verge of another meltdown. I started thinking if I could push her in that direction. Maybe upper management might replace her with someone who had more tolerance and less bigotry. "Look, senior operative, I thought we had already established which of us has the bigger penis, so could you please just get on with it?" At first, she looked puzzled. Then someone or something must have spoon-fed her the translation. The look on her face turned deadly. I gave her my best, Earthboy smile and readied myself for what would surely come next. Her response shocked me. Her homely face softened, and she let out a barking laugh. "Your fearless overconfidence will one day get you eviscerated, you mindless primate." Easing my stance, I now felt like the pissing contests were finally over with. "Old witch, I am glad you have finally come to your senses." The briefest look of confusion crossed her face, then vanished with another harsh laugh. "For reasons I cannot begin to understand, my people now consider it wise to bargain with you and your followers." I gave her another Earthboy smile. "You may now call me Nathan. All my friends do." She looked at me for a moment, and she smiled, the kind of smile one might see on a cat's face while it's looking at a mouse pinned under its claws. "You may call me Senior Operative because no one dares to do otherwise." It was my turn to laugh, and I let the comment go. "Your meeting was brief. Can I take that as a sign your superiors have decided to share technology with us?" Her look of neutrality gave me no hint as to what might be on her mind. It dawned on me she came to bargain, and not just give tech away. "We know the Prul Hunter is of no use to you." Before I could get mad and tell her to screw off, she quickly held up two of her hands and continued. "We do know there is a possibility that information gleaned from the biomachine could unlock secrets to the galaxy of its origin. Do not misconstrue my statements. We place great value on these possibilities. However, it might not be the value you have determined it to be." Looking over the operative's shoulder, I saw Zool trying to catch my attention. Focusing back on the operative, I excused myself and walked over to Zool. The words now coming from the operative were not endearments. Zool handed me a small note, and I examined it as he retreated to the down tube. I smiled because the first two items on the list were the same I wished for: the deep space comm system and the transporter. Next was all information the Chalt might possess on the unknown spacecraft. That was indeed a noteworthy consideration. The one after that was another very good choice: updated star charts. I might have bumped that one up to third, but the Grawl were much smarter than I was, so I had to agree. The last was interesting, and another good choice: any Ularan weapons that could be fitted to the legacy. The Grawl were thinking of my safety as much as I thought about theirs. I turned back to the very annoyed operative. "As you were saying, Sail Nolan?" I could tell she was ready to spit more venom for my use of her given name. Surprisingly, it was well watered down. "Are all humans mindless fools such as you?" "We have our fair share. Most are politicians and government officials, but hey, that means we might get lucky and find one who will take you for a mate." The glare my comment garnered softened to a small smile. "Human, in all my years as a soldier, I have never met an alien such as you. All but my bitterest enemies grovel in my presence. Most willingly bend to my authority. I am actively questioning my sanity and find no reasonable explanation why I feel compelled to like an offensive beast such as you. I find your audacious levity and reckless insubordination refreshing. That being said, if you ever spout scat like that in front of my people, I will cut your tongue out." I smiled and blew her a kiss. "Old witch." Her eyebrows went up, and her eyes pinched shut. She shook her head and laughed. "Rancid beast." I was glad we finally understood each other, and I would attempt to drop the theatrics. Attempt was the key word. "Justice, please tell Zool, Graf, and Tria's father to meet me in the artifact building." "Affirmative, Commander." I was confident I would not be denied access to my own artifacts. I walked up and put my hand on the security scanner. The airlock opened, and the operative and I entered the decontamination chamber together. Once the process was complete, we entered the warehouse, and the operative made a beeline to the daggers. She looked at me. "Have you determined what these are?" I decided to be honest with her. "We know they are spacecraft, probably fighters of some sort. We have had very little time to study them due to past events." The careful scrutiny and the way she looked at the small starship told me she knew much more. I hinted to her that this was just the tip of the iceberg. We have discovered several very interesting artifacts where we recovered the daggers. She nodded and turned to me, her curiosity aroused. "May I examine what you have recovered?" I saw Zool, Graf, and the scholar approaching. Just coming out of the decontamination chamber behind them was Tria, Kuntz, and Clutch. I waved them over, and we headed toward the hallway, giving us access to the stored artifacts. 7. I had Zool open the first large doorway we came to. The scholar and the operative entered while the rest of us stood just outside. The 699 and 2762 that filled the room was interesting, but not enough to get more than a cursory inspection. The thin sheets of material we had yet to identify were getting careful scrutiny from the scholar. The scholar turned back to me. The blank looks on our faces must have tipped him off we did not have a clue what it was. "The material is Artifact 481. You have enough to shield a small starship. It is a highly sought-after commodity because it is impervious to most forms of radiation. Due to its light weight and rugged durability, the more advanced races desire it for the fabrication of body armor." I gave Zool a nod at the door across the hall. The strange look on his droll face radiated apprehension. He approached me and politely asked to speak with me in private. Facing the scholar and the operative, I asked to be excused. "Could you please give us a moment? I will not be long, and we will continue the tour." Zool took my hand and walked me clear of our guest. When he thought we were out of earshot, he pulled me down so he could whisper to me,
"Nathan Myers, we have not had time to discuss our current research. The room you wish to show the child is one of the new research labs. It has been set up and designed to study the nanites you discovered. The microscopic robots are of an amazing design. They are made from an unknown material that makes them exceptionally resilient. My point is, unless they have been programmed to disassemble themselves, they will continue to do their programmed tasks indefinitely. They are capable of an extraordinary range of uses." "Okay, Zool. Why are you concerned if the operative or the scholar sees them?" "Commander, 15 of the storage receptacles are full of nanites that have no designated programming. The other 15 have been programmed as weapons. Our research has shown that it takes a trigger code to activate them. Once activated, they will devour whatever they are unleashed upon. They can disassemble a starship or a biological. They will not stop until a self-destruct command or a dormant command is given. They attack at the molecular level. Targets literally dissolve. I fear if the child should let this information pass on to the Galactic Union, we will be in direct conflict with their laws. Possession of weaponized nanites is considered illegal and leaves all of us subject to severe censure and possible internment."
"Thank you, Zool. I see I should have spent my spare time getting a full debrief from you. Is there anything we can show them that will not endanger our security?"
"Yes, Nathan Myers. We have a large collection of encapsulated minerals or metals we have yet to identify."
I looked at the group in the hallway, and all were getting fidgety, wondering what we were discussing. I jerked my head in their direction, and we rejoined the group in the hallway. "My crew and I have been away for an extended period of time. We have just returned, and I have failed to ask for a full debrief on our recent discoveries. It has come to my attention that some of our artifacts will require a non-disclosure agreement before we can give you access. I cannot at the present time believe you can give me an absolute guarantee of secrecy. Please follow Zool, and he will give you access to the balance of our discoveries we can show you without reservations." The frowns I was getting told me the scholar and operative's curiosity was killing them. They now wondered what I was hiding from them. Zool walked down the hall to the second door on the left side. He touched the security scanner, and it opened. The scholar went in to investigate, but the operative walked up to me. In a move that surprised me, she took me by the arm and walked me down the hall to the large open storage area. All eyes were on us. Tria, in particular, was watching intently. All of the things I could possibly think to say to the operative right at the moment would piss her off. I was not a human known for keeping my mouth shut when prudence suggested I should. The stern looks on the operative's face likewise implied I should refrain from blessing her with what might be considered intelligent conversation. For reasons unknown, I picked unintelligent conversation instead. When the operative swung me around to face her, I startled her by putting my finger to her lips. Her eyebrows shot up, and her eyes went wide. I know you can't help it, but you really need to control yourself. Tria is all the child female I am going to be able to handle at one time. The punch was short and sharp. It was delivered perfectly to my solar plexus with her lower right hand. I don't think anyone behind me even saw it. I know I didn't. It instantly quieted the balance of my snide remarks. The strike was so unexpected, it expertly evacuated the air from my lungs, along with a small quantity of spit that landed on her cheek. She calmly leaned forward and cleaned it off with the collar of my uniform. She straightened my collar out and pressed it neatly back in place. I finally dragged enough air into my lungs to halt my wheezing gasps. The lukewarm smile on her face let me know she was enjoying my discomfort. "You simple-minded primate! It is difficult for me to understand why you find the need to make light of serious situations. You need to listen to what I have to say without further comment. If you want cutting-edge tech from my people, you have to be more forthcoming with your discoveries. I have been given considerable leeway in what can be offered. Show me what you have hidden, and I will decide whether or not I will disclose to my superiors the nature of the artifact." My breathing had returned to normal, and the operative had my attention. I was thinking about the list in my pocket. "Justice? Is the operative still transmitting?" "No, Commander. I find it interesting her transmission ceased when you entered the artifact building." She was startled we knew about the transmission signal. She was starting to understand just how unique of an AI Justice was. I gave her a quizzical look. "Okay, but only you. I find the scholar's divided loyalties unsettling. Where I come from, loyalty to family is everything." "Your priorities are another reason I find myself liking you, human. It will not matter what the scholar says about your discoveries. Now that he has verified the Prul Hunter, he has demanded an immediate evacuation back to the home worlds. I find his lack of courage distasteful. He has formally requested me to reinstate Tria's service. If I were to do so, she would be sent home for retraining. He has shown little gratitude for you rescuing him and his daughter." I looked back to where the scholar now stood. My anger for his request was growing. Sail Nalin put her hand on my shoulder, and I turned back to face her. She could see I was about to explode. "Do not worry, Nathan Myers. I have denied his request. He does not know it yet, but he will be permanently assigned to the science department on my flagship." I found my respect for the Chult warrior was growing with each passing moment. What I thought was bias and bigotry may have been more along the lines of misunderstanding something not considered normal for her species. It was easy to like the operative. She was direct and forthcoming. While she was not exactly a fountain of information, I could not blame her for holding her cards close. I let my anger subside. "Is Tria aware of her father's intentions?" "No, Nathan Myers. I do not believe he has the spine to tell his daughter. I have no intention of doing so. It would solve nothing and only increase an already tense situation." Letting the frown fall from my face, I looked the operative in the eyes and truly felt I was seeing the real Chult hiding behind a warrior's facade. I liked what I saw, and knew I was in the company of a kindred spirit. We were close enough together, I leaned forward and gave her a peck on the cheek. The shock on her face quickly subsided into a warm smile I had never seen before. "Do not attempt to work your guiles on me, human. I still cannot fathom what Tria sees in a mindless, backward specimen such as you." "Which primate?" We turned back to the waiting group. All stood in shocked silence. As we got closer, I nodded to Zool and pointed to the nanite lab door. The alarmed expression on his face subsided, and he quickly complied. Tria came to my side and held my hand.
"That was interesting."
I leaned in and kissed her. She smiled. Looking up at the ceiling and shaking my head, I commented, "You have no idea." Zool put his hand on the security scanner, then stood back looking at me.
"Nathan Myers, it will require multiple verifications."
Reaching down, I placed my hand on the device. Justice called out, "Identity verified." The door slid open, revealing an enclosed chamber, the first of 3. It was cramped inside with the size of our group. We were swept with multiple beams of light. Zool lifted his arms above him and turned in a circle. All copied his actions. We stepped into the next chamber and the following one, repeating the process in each. When the final vault-style door opened with a hiss of positive pressure, we entered a brightly lit laboratory. The walls, floor, and ceiling were coated in a thick coat of a clear, plastic-like substance. It reminded me of the billet encapsulation containers. I realized the lab was air and moisture-tight. The precautions the Groll scientists had taken to ensure that no nanites could escape were remarkable. I made another adjustment to all of the scientists' bonuses. It would now total 4 million credits each. 15 of the nanite vessels were against one wall, and 15 were against the other. In between was a large assortment of equipment and workstations. The number of analytical devices the Groll took from their former research labs was impressive. I knew we had filled the cargo bay and all available spaces with crates and equipment, but I never knew the extent of our acquisitions. Apparently, the Groll had absconded with all the necessary devices and supplies for complete laboratories. 5 million credits and counting. Tria's father looked at several displays and devices. The look on his face was turning more incredulous by the minute. He turned to me. "You are in possession of weaponized nanites. This is a serious breach of Galactic Union laws. This is a criminal offense that must be reported." It did not take the operative but a second to shut that crap down. "Silence! This is now a Chult-sanctioned research lab, and you are bound by our laws of secrecy. Do you understand, Scholar Burler?" The scholar recoiled from the implications of her statement. He nodded to the operative. Looking at her, I raised an eyebrow. At some point, I would need a clarification on her designation. Her withering stare never left the scholar. "What was in the other storage room, Scholar Burler?" The scholar swiftly answered, "A large quantity of contanium, cobalium, and trimelium." It was the operative's turn to raise her eyebrows. "Inform our scientists what those elements were once used for." The scholar swallowed and addressed us. "Our research has revealed they are the building blocks used to manufacture the shielding for Guardian and Sentinel exotic matter star drives. The material contains all emissions. Some theorize that, when cloaked, Guardian-designed military spacecraft are undetectable. It was further speculated it was the latest technology incorporated into their warships just before their mass disappearance. The elements are extremely rare and are considered priceless. No race we know of has knowledge of where these materials originated from." This was amazing information. It also told me the legacy must have been put in storage before the upgrades were installed on the Guardian fleet. The legacy, even with our negation systems, was detectable by powerful, close-range sensors of modern design. There was the possibility that could change in the near future. It sounded like the scholar was going to continue, but was cut off by the operative. "That will be all for now, Scholar Burler. Go wait outside for extraction." A small smile crossed the Chalt scholar's face. He hurried to the exit chambers. He had no idea he was going to get his morning meal watered down with a generous amount of piss. Tria looked puzzled, and I gave her good arm a little squeeze and a small shake of my head. She looped her arms in mine, and we looked to the operative. "May I ask what you meant by stating this is now a Chalt lab?" "It means exactly that, Nathan Myers. You are now officially a sanctioned Chalt covert research facility." The frown on my face was getting darker by the minute. The warrior held up all of her hands to silence the protest forming on my lips. "And as such, will be immune to any and all Galactic Union inquiries and interference. They will be informed a research lab exists in the general location of the Fringe. It will fall under our military jurisdiction. We will surrender a small amount of dated tech and information connected to the supposed operations of this facility. You will be able to operate as you have, with no scrutiny from the Union." Sail Nolan was one smooth operator. She managed to kill several big birds with one small stone, the biggest being the transfer of our base to the new designation of Sovereign Chalt territory. The transfer from mine to theirs had better come with a shitload of perks if they expect me to let them come and go as they please. "We want your deep space communications capability." The operative eyed me. "It is a little early in the game to be demanding military secrets, Nathan Myers." "I am not demanding anything. I am trading you one of the galaxy's greatest discoveries for tech I am sure you are working on upgrading or replacing. Look me in the eye and tell me you don't have the most current innovations in the works." "Nathan Myers, what you ask for is the most current innovation. I told you I have leeway and will now exercise that option under certain conditions. The first being you are sworn to secrecy involving all aspects of the devices. You cannot talk about it or brag about it or even insinuate you have one. This means no one is allowed access to the interdimensional signal transmitters, or ISTs for short. As far as anyone else is concerned, there is no such thing as an IST. Since my race owns this tech, everything you broadcast will be monitored by us. I am warning you now. If there is something you do not want us to hear, do not use the device. For all of our benefits, do not place the device in your private cabin for any reason." The operative made it a point to give me the stink eye along with her last statement. I think she just might have exhibited a sense of humor. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. I wanted more, because I was convinced the Chalt had it to give. "The ISTs are a good start, but we need an apple-for-apples trade." The operative gave me a perplexing look that turned incredulous. "You want us to also supply you with fruit?" I laughed at the confusion I had sown. The operative did not think it was funny. "It is an old saying from the planet of my birth. It means, we're going to need a little more than ISTs." The operative did not think that was funny either. She balled up her lower right fist and smacked it into the opposite. "I have already warned you about making light of a serious situation, Nathan Myers. We want the transporter capability as well." She was stunned at my request. It might have been a little too much to ask for. I was going to throw in a dagger, but she cut me off. "That will never come to pass, human. Transporter technology is our most closely guarded secret. None have ever lived to speak of it. It is only used on extremely dangerous insertions. There are never survivors from such an assault. You are most fortunate events turned out as they have, or everyone here would have died." I could tell she was serious. Her stare was boring right through me. I wasn't going to give up that easily. All right. How about something not as valuable as your virginity? The operative looked up at the ceiling, shaking her head. Her face softened. Mindless primate. If you continue your madness, I will gladly beat the moronic chatter out of you. We would like to update our star charts. She looked undecided, then gave me a less than enthusiastic answer. Perhaps, with some modifications, we could supply you with recent data to upgrade your existing logs. My generosity is at an end. There will be no more charitable donations. I could tell my crew and the scientists had grown weary of our back-and-forth heated discussions. Zool was giving me a questioning look, and I already knew why. The secure storage room in the back of the lab had yet to be opened. It had to be where the Grawl stockpiled the 800 6-foot rods we decided were missiles. They were not with the other artifacts. It was not hard for me to surmise why the Grawl scientists housed them close by. They had to be the delivery system for the weaponized nanites. I put my hands up, getting everyone's attention. You should all get something to eat, and some rest. I will debrief you when the operative and I have finalized our arrangements. I put both of my hands on Tria's cheeks. With an annoyed look, she batted them away and planted a wet one on me that made my knees knock. The operative grimaced and stepped away. I will see you later, and we will have a meal together. She gave me an alarming smile. My legs felt a little rubbery, and I got goosebumps. Tria! She disappeared with the crew and scientists into the Legacy. I turned back to try and complete my next request, but was having difficulty gathering my thoughts. Sail Nolan was staring intently at me. She looked baffled. That's when I felt it. It was kind of numbing at first. Then it flared into a burning sensation. It was all I could do to keep from groaning out loud. The operative was reaching out to me with her Shaleen. This was not a caress. It was a weapon. I was willing to bet she had never used it for anything else. The burning sensation was getting worse. I was not going to give her the pleasure of knowing it was getting to me. Forcing myself to stand up straight and put a cryptic look on my face, I walked to where she waited. She looked astonished. The pain and discomfort suddenly ceased. Thank my Maker. I really did not think I could take much more. You don't look well, Senior Operative. Do you need to rest before we continue? She was studying me. No, you fool, I am fine. As I said before, you have run out of free requests. 8. I stood, looking intently at the operative. I was wondering if I should first offer the rare elements or go right to the daggers. We already had good weapons on the Legacy. Tria telling me they were only fair compared to the originals made me want the real McCoys. On the other hand, the other item on our list might possibly end up being a completely new weapons system if we could unlock its secrets. It was time to test the waters. Senior Operative, I am very interested in bringing the Legacy back to its full capabilities. I am willing to trade some of our other discoveries to acquire those assets. The look on the operative's face never changed. She obviously knew I would eventually start scratching at that door. I could tell she was trying to decide if she should open it or not. My people and I are not in the business of arming rebels and vigilantes. The comment caught me off guard, and to tell you the truth, it kind of pissed me off. I had to think carefully about my response. Depending on whose eyes you were looking through, you could easily hang one, if not both monikers around my neck. I gave her a steely stare. I find it hard to believe that is what you truly think we are. Common sense suggests if that was your true opinion, you would not be giving us IST systems. The operative smiled. Once again you prove to me you are capable of intelligent thoughts. That, however, does not imply I no longer think you are 3 swings out of a tree. I was finding it interesting she had not said a single word about the weaponized nanites. I was now wondering if the Chalt had nanite weapons and were hiding them from the Galactic Union. Perhaps a test was in order to gauge her true feelings. I made my way to the storeroom and placed my hand on the scanner. Sail Nalin had followed me and now stood with both sets of arms crossed, not quite knowing what to expect next. With a clack, the door opened. Stacked floor to ceiling was the whole stash of missile tubes. The operative's looks went from curiosity to consternation. She stepped into the room and carefully inspected one of the tubes. She was astonished by our find. "The odds of finding intact daggers is minuscule. The odds of finding them with complete armament are astronomical. You may now possess enough leverage to acquire additional, restricted military resources. Transporter technology will definitely not be one of the items available." Now we were getting somewhere. I held something the Chalt wanted bad enough to admit it. Thinking back, I remembered my experiences dealing with the Zanes and the Elor. It would be wise to think carefully about what I said or implied. I thought the whole idea of leverage was to pry heavy obstacles from one's path. She smiled at my analogy. "Human, one can use leverage for any number of useful things. For instance, you could use leverage to remove your cranium from the orifice you so freely spread your endless supply of scat from." Ouch, that burned. Touché, old witch. I could not help it. I now find myself really liking the grizzled old warrior. "Do you have Uluran weapons we can install on the Legacy?" I could tell she was also considering very carefully what she would disclose and what she wouldn't. "We have reversed engineered the point defense beam weapons. We have those systems installed on our warships. It would be a simple matter to supply a limited number to arm your ship. The number 10 comes to mind. What else is your small intellect fretting over?" I had to admit the old warhorse was shrewd. She was by no means naive enough to think the first small gesture that came out of her mouth would suffice. "What about the anomaly weapon?" The operative narrowed her eyes at me. I could practically see the cogs turning. She was wondering if Tria had breached her oath of silence, or if the AI revealed the nature of the weapons. I am sure the operative was privy to any briefings involving intelligence gathered by Tria's father. With a vow of secrecy, I presumed he questioned Tria at length about the Legacy. She had no idea her father was turning over every scrap of intel to his superiors. Since he had very limited contact with justice, she could only guess at how I knew about the weapons. She lost the faraway look in her eyes. "We have salvaged one such weapon. It was a long time ago, and we have had little luck getting it to function properly. We did not recover the weapon's original power source. Apparently, due to the nature of its design, we were unable to duplicate its full capability. It also requires considerable input from an AI we have been unable to replicate as well." Just because the Chalt could not get it to work did not mean I no longer wanted it. I know this might sound vaguely familiar, but I have to say it. I realize the weapon is of no use to you. The operative cracked a small smile that changed to a look of curiosity. "Scholar Burler's information indicates you are not in possession of the original power source required to operate the weapon." I smiled back like a cat that swallowed her favorite goldfish. "I am sure you have noticed by now, we are very lucky when it comes to finding things no one else seems able to." She nodded in agreement. "Yes, I find it very interesting you are able to do so quite frequently. Is there any additional data I should know about?" I loved the fact Tria's father had no knowledge of our Guardian transponder. I would let the Chalt speculate all they wanted to. It was going to be one secret we were not telling anyone. Once you get to know me better, I think you will come to realize humans are the luckiest species in the galaxy. She made an unflattering noise with her mouth. "I will only agree that you are indeed lucky I have not killed you yet. I place considerable emphasis on the word 'yet.'" She was such a sweetheart. It was time to lay my cards on the table. I am willing to give you a dagger, along with 50 missiles and the nanites to make them operational. In exchange, I want access to Ularan weapons that can be fitted to my starship. I want all information you have on the daggers, including equipment you have recovered to make them functional. I also want 4 armor suits like the one you are wearing. They are much lighter than our full combat rigs. Throw in some of those fancy rifles your troops enjoy pointing at me as well. I could tell she was keeping a running tally. The changing expressions on her face said I was nearing the end of her patience and goodwill.
Is there anything else, you thieving beggar?
I was only halfway through my list. Believe me, you are getting the better end of the stick. Her look of bewilderment told me to stop using Earth euphemisms. Her eyes suddenly rolled. Stop your moronic rewordings. She did not say we were done, so I carried on. I want 4 of those assault shields you were using when you dropped into our base. She held up 2 of her hands.
The weapons and shields are out of the question. The assault shields are as classified as our transporter technology. The weapons we manufacture would only function in Tria's hands. Tria still has her weapon ID chip. They are implanted in all military personnel. The DNA identifier encoded into the weapon's micro-AI will not allow use in the hands of another race. I was serious when I said the Chult people are not in the business of arming others. If the weapon was to fall into hostile hands, Chult military personnel have the ability to detonate their weapon's power source. At maximum yield, the discharge could easily down an assault shuttle.
Oh well. The weapons we currently use have proven to be just as effective as the fancier beam rifles. The energy beam weapon on our combat suits and the recoded Tybor capacitive discharge pistols all had a detectable energy signal. The highly modified Earth-based weapons did not. Justice seemed to enjoy tinkering with the designs, and his knockoffs were much deadlier than the original. Kuntz had recently commented he could not locate the .44 pistol we had modified for him. The evil robot was no doubt fiddling with it. Until whatever he was doing was perfected, he would not unveil the fruit of his machinations. The operative must have thought I was thinking too hard. She interrupted my train of thought.
Nathan Myers, my people have been on a high state of alert since the Prul containment vessel was revealed. We are now standing down. The Union thought our preparations were a sign of war. My government has not revealed the nature of our mobilizations. My briefing has relieved anxieties, and the Chult leadership has called for an immediate return to standard readiness. A statement was issued to all concerned parties. The Chult race just exercised our first of what might be many large-scale rapid response drills. That being said, we will not completely stand down until we are in control of the containment vessel. I was wondering how many races were soiling their combat armor, trying to determine who was going to be the target of the Chult juggernaut. The operative was now showing more than casual inferences she was getting annoyed. I needed to make damn sure I was getting better than just a good trade. I am not going to give away some of the greatest discoveries in the galaxy for a handful of trinkets from your second-hand store. Sail Nolan again shook her head and slapped one of her hands over her eyes. She turned away from me and took a couple of steps away. She promptly turned and came back standing very close to me. What makes you think my people want anything to do with weaponized nanites?
Sail Nolan, you may think of me as a primitive primate, which I might just be, but I am far from stupid. It occurred to me your race possesses such weapons. It is also not a leap of faith for me to determine they are not nearly as advanced as the Guardian artifacts. The operative gave me a Cheshire cat smile. She reached up and placed her hands on my cheeks. My eyes bugged out, thinking she might be giving me an intimate Chult gesture of affection. The thought came to a screeching halt when she reddened my face with several less-than-gentle slaps.
My, you have excellent perception for a primate.
You old witch. She laughed again. Were it not for the harsh edge, I would have found it pleasant.
Fine. I grow weary of this brinkmanship. You no longer have to bargain with me.
I will take on the responsibility of properly reimbursing you for your discoveries." She looped her arms in mine, and we headed to the exit chambers. She did not say anything until we were finally outside of the Artifacts building. The first thing we both noticed was my Hangar Queen shuttle being unloaded from the Legacy's hangar. My crew failed to heed my advice of R&R. It was quite apparent it had been partially disassembled. The operative looked at it, and then cocked an eye at me. "Not one of your better discoveries." She saw the disdain on my face and laughed. "Or is it possibly one of your better investments?" Extra smart-ass aliens had a way of getting under my skin. Sail Nolan, I find your observations about as refreshing as the Fusra pus virus. She gave me a serious look, then burst out in a deep belly laugh that made me do the same. Yeah, that's what I got for trusting a Quorum warlord to not screw me. I should have killed the Throg, but managed to still the beast inside of me before I did. The operative's smile instantly disappeared at the mention of my inner devil. She looked at me solemnly and gave me a small nod. Justice broadcast for all to hear. "Commander, 12 Chalt military vessels have arrived in our star system." Sail Nolan turned to me. "My fleet has arrived, and I wish to take control of the Prool containment vessel. Will you allow me to return it to my homeworlds?" "Senior Operative, I like you a hell of a lot better than I did several hours ago. But I do not love you enough to let you walk out of here with my artifacts. We need to make some kind of deal. I need assurances that would make me feel like I wasn't going to get screwed again." "Nathan Myers, you shall receive Poera for Poera, and it will not involve fornication." With that comment, the operative stepped close to me. It was a very awkward attempt to pucker up. She did it anyway, and planted a loud, smacking kiss on my cheek. She had the strangest look on her face when she stepped back. "I will need Tria to thoroughly explain why I felt the need to do that." I did not get it either. A handful of hours ago, she was going to kill me, and the feeling was mutual. "How do you want to load the containment vessel?" The operative looked like she was momentarily looking at some distant object. She had to be transmitting on a communication device of some kind. I would ask Justice what he thought later. "I have dispatched 3 shuttles. They will need access." 3 shuttles? I was suddenly nervous. Why 3 when you only needed 1 to haul the containment vessel? She was reading my expression. "Have no fear, Nathan Myers. Nothing is amiss." "I am going to need just a little bit of clarification before I open my base to your shuttles. On my world, trust is not given, it is earned." She thought about the Earth saying, and shook her head in agreement. "The first shuttle is for the team that will handle and remove the containment vessel. The other 2 are my tech and science teams. They are to install and set up several pieces of equipment you have acquired while running amok in the galaxy." I was mystified by her comment. There was only one way to find out. "Justice, open the outer doors for our guest." "Affirmative, Commander. Entry tunnel doors opening." I could see my crew turn and look down the tunnel. The entry lights flashed on after the first shuttle breached the atmospheric retention field. They were like mirrors. They were reflecting the bright lights off the surface of their hulls. The first one set down for a smooth landing. It was difficult to make out the ship's lines because it reflected its surroundings so perfectly. There was no noise, save for the light clunk of the landing pads touching down. The mirrored surface faded to a gloss black. The shuttle was beautiful. It had smooth flowing lines and swept-back wings for atmospheric flight. The star drives were integrated into the wings and tucked against the hull. There were no weapons evident, but I knew that was not the case. They were hidden somewhere within the hull and wings. 2 of them were larger than the Tybor assault shuttle we once owned. The Tybor shuttle could be described as a truck. These were sports cars. The third was a lot bigger and boxy-looking. It had to be a freight hauler of some kind. It spun around and landed with a large rear door facing us. The big door came down, making a ramp. A team of a dozen white-suited chalt exited the hauler. They had a fair-sized gravity sled moving between them. They came to a halt in front of us. I waved to my crew and caught their attention. I held up a single finger, and Zul separated from the group and hurried over to me. Zul, I'm going to need a team to secure a quantity of nanites. We are going to give our new benefactors 50 missiles and the proper amount of nanites to arm them. Give them some from the weaponized batch. When you have completed that task, have the large atmosphere door opened on the artifact building. The chalt will be taking a dagger with them. Zul nodded and set off to assemble a team of scientists for the tasks at hand. The operative was over by the freight hauler conversing with several of the white-clad chalt. She waved me over. I might as well ham this up a little and eat crow in hopes it might net me something extra. Yes, Senior Operative. How can I be of service? I thought she was going to fall over, she looked so surprised. I kept my face neutral and waited to hear what she had to say. She cleared her throat and settled her emotions. When your crew's duties permit, they will need to report to my senior tech specialist, Marc. He will run a few tests and also measure you and your crew for the recon armor fitting process. I am available now, Senior Operative. She rolled her eyes at me and told the tech to carry on. The tech's name seemed vaguely familiar, but I could not place from where. I let the thought pass. I followed the chalt inside the freight hauler. He led me to a pressure door, and when it opened, we entered into a lab. He had me stand against a grid on a wall, and a beam of light swept me from all directions. Next, he sat me in a large chair, and a dome lowered over my head. He started asking me questions. I am going to test you for exotic emission sensitivity. If you feel discomfort, inform me immediately. I nodded, and he started running his finger over a small datapad. A bright light flared inside the dome. I see you have implants. I cannot identify the design, so if at any time you experience headaches, let me know. The brightness of the light was apparent even with my eyes closed. This guy was using it to look in my head. I reached down and covered my boys. I started hearing a noise like waves washing up on the beach. It gradually got louder, then stopped. Next, I heard a ringing in my ears. It gradually increased until it was a shrill, ear-splitting whistle. I held my hands up, and it ceased. I heard him comment to me. Excellent. You showed no side effects or interference complications. Please remain calm and do not move. You will feel a small amount of discomfort when I install the backscatter data device. It was always my experience when a doctor said those words, it was a code. When deciphered, it meant, where am I going to put this 6-inch needle where it will hurt the most? 9. I walked off the shuttle, grimacing. I rubbed the spot behind my ear between my jawbone and skull. Pulling my hand back, I was sure I would see blood. There was nothing. I was amazed the tech could drill a hole in the side of my head and not spill a drop of blood. Clutch came up to me. Commander, I was nearby and thought I heard you scream out. Is there a problem? I looked back at the tech. He had his arms crossed and was shaking his head. Clutch looked at him, then me. I scowled at the tech. No, Clutch. You need to get fitted for our new lightweight armor. Head up the ramp and Dr. Jekyll will fix you right up. A baffling look crossed the Tybor's face. He walked up the ramp. Looking across the parking area, I saw the big door on the artifact building open. The science team came out with the containment vessel strapped to the gravity sled. It was slowly moving across the parking area to the big, boxy freight hauler. Tria and Kuntz were walking in my direction, and I met them halfway. Taking Tria's hand, I smiled. I told them they needed to see the tech on the freighter. Tria gave me a peck on the cheek and released my hand. They wandered over and stood by the loading ramp of the freighter. The containment team secured the Proul storage tank and moved back to the artifact building for the dagger. There was a loud commotion, and the crew of the freight hauler started jumping out of hatches. They were running in all directions. I saw Tech Mork on his hands and knees, retching on the deck. Plotch came stomping down the ramp, rubbing the side of his wide, bullet-shaped head. The look on his homely face said it all. I knew it was time to find something else to do, far away from the Tybor troopmaster. Giving the Tybor a wide berth, I made it a point to catch some fresh air and get close enough to Mork where he could hear me. You will clean that up before you leave, or the troopmaster will be paying you another visit. I quickly moved off to find some atmosphere with a neutral bouquet. Spying the operative, I moved in her direction. She was talking to Zool. As I approached, she frowned at me. Your crew members' theatrics are not a welcome distraction, and I will tolerate no further delays. I looked around to ensure none of her people were within earshot. Or what? You will attempt to put your potty mouth on my face again and drag me off to fornicate? I will file a formal protest with your superiors if that is your intentions. I gave her my best Earth Boy smile. Her face darkened, and she shouldered me aside. She stalked off to turn her ire on the crew balking at securing the dagger. Rancid beast. I gave her a curt salute. Old witch. Zool stood with his mouth gaping. I shrugged my shoulders. Zool, have one of the other scientists finish up here. I want you, Graf, and Jaren to report to the Chalt freight hauler. You will be fitted with a new Chalt data link. Let me know if there are any complications. The little Grawl nodded and hurried to delegate the remainder of his tasks. Justice calmed me. Commander, the Chalt technicians have delivered several IST units along with a dedicated power source. There are 7 backscatter transceiver units along with a central processor as well. I have reserved a storage area to install the equipment after I have thoroughly examined each device. I have written a new protocol program that will be capable of completely isolating individual pieces or all of the equipment. In the unlikely event the new equipment interferes with shipboard operations, I can disable their capabilities. Thank you, Justice. Your foresight is greatly appreciated. I can assume there were several more gifts left of us? Yes, Commander. There are 4 recon armor crates and a single Chalt assault rifle. There is a huge assortment of Chalt military supplies and munitions that will have to be catalogued. Because of the immense quantity, I recommend getting a number of Grawl scientists to start doing so as soon as possible. I have 10 large crates containing point defense weapons. I have been informed they are reverse-engineered replicas of Uluran designs. I have 2 very large storage crates designated as the anomaly weapon that was originally installed as the Legacy's main battery. It lacks the necessary power source to make it functional. Wow. Sael Nolan was not bullshitting me when she said I would receive a fair trade. There was an immense machine of some sort being offloaded out of a side door on the freight hauler. Sael Nolan was supervising the work and pointed in my direction. A tech came running over and stopped in front of me. Mr. Myers, where would you like your replicator placed? My mouth dropped open. I was not up on the latest alien tech, but knew a replicator could manufacture almost anything. With the right programming and the necessary materials, it had an almost unlimited capability. I pointed to the far wall, away from the tunnel entrance. He nodded and went back to work. I told Justice to fill me in later after he had a chance to survey everything. I saw Tria coming down the back ramp of the hauler. She had a frown on her pretty face and was rubbing the side of her head. I no longer felt the discomfort of the device insertion. It did not take me but a second to think of a way to make Tria forget about the irritation. I walked up to her and, without saying a word, planted an Earthman kiss on her lips. She smiled and whispered, Please, I would like another. I obliged her. I heard the operative yell out, What are you fools staring at? Get back to work! I glanced about. noticing my display of unknown mannerisms had brought a screeching halt to the loading and unloading operations. Now, everyone seemed to double their efforts. Tria looped her arms in mine. We were going to take a look at the munitions crates. They were stacked 12 high and 20 deep and 20 across. The operative intercepted us. "Must you act like a primate in front of my subordinates? It is disruptive behavior and will cause further delays in our—" I stepped up to her and kissed her on the cheek. Her eyes shot open, and she was speechless. Tria put her hand over her mouth and turned away to keep from laughing out loud. The operative stalked off, screaming, "I thought I told you to get back to work!" Tria turned back to me. "Nathan, you must stop inciting her. She has been generous beyond belief. I wonder how much of this exchange was actually sanctioned by her superiors." I laughed and said, "I don't think the description of what it does to her can be defined as inciting." Tria gave me a puzzling look. She leaned in close and whispered to me, "You will have no need for another." My legs became rubber, and my breath caught in my throat. I had goosebumps head to toe. She was holding me upright. The feeling left as quickly as it came. Tria smiled at me and walked in the direction of the legacy. Looking around, I turned and followed her. My crewmates and the Grawl scientists were just leaving the artifacts building, and Zool was closing the doors. Looking to the freight hauler, I saw the gravity sled with its load of missiles and containers of nanites disappear inside. Looking back at Tria, she gave me another smile that sent my temperature soaring. I could not help but think all was right. Then, it was not. It started with the shuttle crews running back to the ships. I looked at the operative, and she was rapidly moving to where I stood. She stopped and yelled at the crews heading for the far shuttle. "Get aboard the freight hauler! We are leaving number 2. It is defective!" The crews stopped and looked back at her in confusion. With a wave of her arm, they turned and ran to the hauler. She ran up to me. "We have a problem, Nathan Myers. A Quill scavenger fleet has exited hyperspace in an adjoining star system. We still do not have complete numbers, but it appears to be a large number of vessels. There could be great danger if they find their way to this system." I was shocked by the operative's urgency. Who or what are Quill? The Quill are an advanced predatory race that ravages the fringe. They infest all worlds they find and strip them of all resources. They are very formidable and have excellent weapons and good defensive systems. They are a race of crits, or in your language, insects. They have a carapace that serves as their armor and also protects them from the void. Unless you know their weaknesses, you would not want to face them in battle. It is their custom to swarm when engaged in combat and overwhelm any foe not capable of repelling them. If they do not incur heavy enough losses to deter them, they will fight until they win. All who fall are stored for consumption. All recovered tech is developed for their own use. The operative was issuing orders to no one. I realized she was verbally using her data link. I was trying to digest everything she had just told me. What the crap? This was my bastion, my safety harbor, my fortress of solitude. Now an unknown was knocking at my door? I felt the beast stir. I yelled at Sail Nalin as she headed for the remaining shuttle. "Can we help repair your shuttle?" She yelled back as she hit the boarding ramp. "You mindless beast! There is nothing wrong with the shuttle. It is your final payment for services rendered. The 2 you see are prototypes, and the production model is much larger and a different profile. Take care of it, and it will take care of you." With that, she boarded the shuttle. I watched the door rapidly close, and I called to Justice. "Justice! Open the tunnel doors." "Already open, Commander. I overheard your discussion. My subsystem is in the process of terminating all unnecessary power feeds and shutting down non-essential equipment." "Is the Legacy combat capable?" "Yes, Commander. 91% of capability. Replacing our diminished supply of rail cannon munitions would bring us back to 100%. We are currently at 66% of maximum loadout." "Roger that, Justice. Square everything away and prepare for defensive actions. Recall the crew and let the scientists know that if hostilities break out in this system, they are to take refuge in the AI spaces. If the worst comes to pass, you know it must be done, correct?
Yes, Commander. If escape for personnel is not possible, I am to terminate this facility.
Yes. Let's hope that will not come to pass. Are you working on the IST and backscatter transceivers?
Yes, Commander. I hope to test the equipment in approximately 40 minutes.
Is my battle armor back to proper working order?
Affirmative, Commander. The departed Chalt spacecraft have rejoined the mothership, and 3 of the operatives' warships have encircled it. They are rapidly moving across this star system. I speculate they will make a transition once they are on the far side of our most distant gas giant. Sail Nolan's flagship and the remaining warship have jumped out of this system. It will take time for me to analyze the minute distortion waves left in the dark energy wake of their transitions. I do not think it will be necessary to track the operative. When she disclosed the location of hostile forces as being in an adjoining star system, I used this base's sensor arrays to locate the distortion waves of the Quill spacecraft as they transitioned into the star system. The craft exhibit a very unique star drive signature. They are using an unknown pulse drive. I sense them as vibrations. The count is currently 86 separate signatures. Sail Nolan had 14 ships at her disposal, and the opposition? 86. She was going to be in deep shit if she did not get backup. I remembered her saying they were going to stand down all forces that had been at a high state of readiness for an extended period of time. She also stated the Quill had good weaponry. Regardless of how superior the Chalt warships might be, they could still get their shields overloaded by the sheer number of hostile ships firing on them. Justice, prepare to get underway. I want you to plot a jump that will put us just outside the star system. We will go full stealth and find a spot to observe the Quill ships. Affirmative, Commander. The crew is aboard, and the Legacy is ready for departure. I saw Zool come around the side of the artifact building, and he looked worried. I ran up to him and told him he was in charge till I got back. He nodded and said they would shut down all unnecessary emissions in case the hostiles jumped to our star system. He touched my hand and said, "Come back to us, Nathan Myers. We still have much to accomplish, and we cannot do it without you." I leaned down and gave the Grawl my best smile and a quick embrace. "I will, Zool, because I cannot accomplish my goals without your help." A Grawl's smile was not a pretty thing. I had grown to accept the look, and to me it was just fine. I turned and ran to the Legacy. Tria was standing on the ramp, waiting for me. Just inside the hatch, I could see Kuntz and Clutch. As soon as I hit the ramp, Tria grabbed my hand, and we ran through the hatch. I greeted my crewmates, then yelled to Justice, "Let's roll!" We went to the ready room, walking past our new recon armor. I was not about to take unknown equipment into battle. Going to my Zane battle armor crate, I entered the access code, and it opened. The diagnostic screen on the door of the crate was all green go codes. I went to the weapons rack and did a quick inspection of my highly modified shotgun. Our weapons were spotless and ready to go. The magazine pouches in the bins under the weapons were all full. I don't know why I bothered to look. I should know by now not to expect anything less. I went out the door with my crew following. We went up tube and then to the bridge. We took our seats, and everyone's attitude changed to all business. Justice took us out of the tunnel at an insane velocity. 1 second we were in the parking area, the next we were in space. I looked up at the full 360-degree dome-shaped view screen. "Tria, is there any additional data on the Quill you can share with us?" "No, Commander. I have never encountered the species on any of my tours of duty." "Kuntz, Clutch, anything you can add?" They both gave me blank stares. Kuntz finally said, "Commander, due to the nature of the facilities we were sequestered on, we would have little knowledge of current events. At no time was I briefed on predatory race incursions." Clutch just nodded his agreement and turned back to his hangar bay checklist. My Earthboy curiosity was insatiable. I wondered what could make a hard-ass like Sail Nolan get her panties in such a wad. "Justice,
Do you have the target system's coordinates plotted? Yes, Commander. I am ready to jump on your order. Standard transition time will be 7 minutes 22 seconds. I will begin matrix charging when we arrive at our destination. Dead core options will be available in approximately 60 minutes. All weapons are ready in all aspects. Roger that, Justice. Jump us to the target area. The domed view screen turned to a single white spot, then coalesced to the dark, shimmering waves of interdimensional space. I was feeling the small shots of adrenaline that came with the thoughts of possible combat. The beast inside me stirred. He drank in the stimulant, and I could feel his need for more. Tria must have sensed the change to my aura. She got up and stood by my side, placing her hand on my shoulder. The beast slithered back into the shadows of its cage. I noticed she no longer wore her support braces. I gave her a small smile when my hand wandered to more pleasant thoughts. She returned the gesture, then returned to her chair at the comm station. The beast and its prison were nowhere to be found. Justice gave me a sit rep on the equipment Sale gave us. Commander, after careful study and analysis, I have connected the IST unit and the backscatter transceiver to their power sources. When power was established to the IST device, I became aware of 2 additional active transmitters. One could only be aboard the shuttle Sale Nolan left behind at Alpha Base, since the balance of the units given to us is aboard this ship. The other is in the distant star system we are now approaching. I speculate it is aboard the operative's flagship. I also surmise she is now aware we are on our way. I have designed and installed fail-safe power disruptor switches to the new devices. I have taken the liberty of temporarily disabling them. However, I will re-establish their power supplies on your order. Go ahead and turn them back on. There is no point in hiding if the operative knows we are coming. If her IST is active, she obviously does not think it can be detected by the Quill. Why she would think that, I have no idea. We were able to detect the signal. She should not assume others cannot. What is the nature of the backscatter devices she has buried in our heads? The device transmits a signal that closely matches the background noise emanated by the universe. It is almost impossible to sort out the data-laden signal from the countless emissions that make up the cacophony surrounding it. Kuntz must have seen me roll my eyes at the explanation Justice just gave me. Commander, I think what Justice is stating is we now have a form of relatively secure comms between our implanted devices. I suspect they have a much shorter range than the IST device. It remains to be seen what the actual range of both devices will be, and what shielding may disrupt them. Kuhn's clarification is an accurate depiction, Commander. Now that you are aboard the Legacy, I have been able to scan the device. It appears to have grown microscopic leaders that have made their way into your tympanic membrane and several locations along your cerebral cortex. They have also established a connection with your existing implant array. I assume you will have individual data channels for each crew member and a group link for joint communication as well. It would be careless to dismiss the possibility you now have the capability of linking with a senior operative. If that is indeed the case, it leads to further speculation the operative can monitor your comms while using the device. I had mixed feelings about the possibility of Big Mother listening to our transmissions. It seemed harmless enough at the moment, but one never knows. A big smile crossed my face. The operative just got a new code name. Justice, are you sure you can shut it down if we need to? Yes, Commander. Unless the device is capable of remote activation, we can close down the signals by disrupting its power source. Exit transition in 30 seconds. 10. Our return to normal space-time revealed a star system with 2 small, Mercury-sized rocky planets. They were orbiting well out in the system, away from the massive red giant that was the central star. In between the planets and the red giant was a huge asteroid field encircling the waning star. There were several dust-filled bands closer to the star that would one day be absorbed or obliterated when the red giant finally collapsed. The outer reaches of the asteroid field stretched until it was fairly close to the small, rocky planets. 43 red boxes appeared around one of the planets, then the other. Justice magnified the observation screen as much as possible. The ships were big, but not huge like the half-mile-long Chalt warships. The Quill ships reminded me of oblong pine cones. Each segment had a forward-swept barb pointing to the narrow end. We could not count from this distance, but it looked like there were at least 100 segments. The ships were equidistant around the planet and at a low altitude above the surface. Whatever they were doing on the surface was creating a plume of debris that obscured the narrow end of the alien ships. If I was to guess, I would say they were mining something they thought was valuable. Justice had chosen his entry coordinates so we would be a safe distance from the asteroids and as close to the local star as possible. There was a very low probability the Quill had their sensors pointed directly at the star. We dove headlong into the rocky debris field and were weaving our way closer to the hostile ships. The 14 Chalt warships were nowhere to be found. "Justice, have you located the wake disruptions from the Chalt ships?" "Negative, Commander. It would be sound military doctrine to covertly observe from within the asteroid field, as we are doing. There is a great deal of movement within the bands of the field. It effectively erases all detectable traces of their travel." Justice continued working his way through the asteroid field, using all available clearings. We were getting closer, but still a considerable distance from the Quill ships. My curiosity was getting the better of me. I was wondering about the star chart upgrades the operative said she might give us. "Justice, did you receive upgraded astrogation data?" "Commander, the updated information came in the form of a data cube. The cube is of an unknown design and is capable of uploading vast quantities of data in microseconds. For security reasons, I did not allow it access to my central data cores. When the Overseer became aware of my concerns, it volunteered to be downloaded into the data cube. I first downloaded its awareness to a data transfer device of my design. I created several robust firewalls within the transfer module. The Overseer helped me establish the validity of the data chokes. Several tests were made to verify my apparatus was capable of containing any rogue programs or codes. Only then did I allow the Overseer to be transferred into the Chalt data device. It is elated, knowing that it is able to help us. The task could take an extended period of time to complete. The Overseer is going through each individual line of code and all encrypted data. If the Overseer finds questionable processes, it will alert me immediately. The Overseer also informed me it has found several files included in the cube that pertain to the daggers. I will be monitoring my transfer module for any determinations and will alert you when I can transfer the updated information." Justice was 1,000 steps ahead of me. I never would have thought about the possibility of intrusive programs collecting sensitive information. I did not think the Chalt would do harm to the Legacy or directly endanger my crew. However, I was pretty sure they would take any and all information they could get their tech-hungry hands on. Justice broke my train of thought. "Commander, the backscatter link has increased energy consumption. I believe inbound message traffic is a certainty." Justice had hardly completed his statement when Sale Nolan started talking inside my head. "Nathan Myers, why are you in my zone of operations? You are needlessly exposing your crew to what might prove to be a very dangerous situation." "Last time I checked, it was determined you are not my boss or my commander. Besides, Mother, I did not wish to see anything happen to you after all of the nice gifts you gave me." A less than pleasant noise came over the link. It was followed by more than a few awkward moments of silence. I had the feeling the operative might have relocated to a place she could freely say what was on her mind. "You throg! I have never taken a mate. If I did choose to make such an unfortunate mistake and produce offspring, I would self-terminate before I would let the likes of you escape my loins." I had to give it to her. She was now the queen of comebacks. "Now, Mother, is that any way to talk to your only alien child?" "Nathan, cease your mindless chatter. We are preparing to strike the quill now that all have engaged their umbilical tubes. Do not move from your current position. I do not want you in our battle space. We make numerous pre-programmed transitions, and a collision is possible." There was nothing else to say. "Acknowledged, Mother. We will be standing by." When she said nothing more, I assumed the transmission was over. I looked over at Tria, and she was smiling. Kuntz and Klatch seemed oblivious to the conversation. They were hiding it well, or considered it private. Either way, I had no further comments pertaining to the exchange. I ceded to her authority, and that was that. "Justice. Hold position, but continue passive scan." "Acknowledged, Commander." I would have liked a better seat to the upcoming battle. There were more than just a few asteroids in our direct line of sight. Justice would only move the Legacy when it became evident a piece of debris would cross our exact location. "Commander, I detected 14 separate transitions originating from the edge of the asteroid field. I am now detecting exit distortion waves very close to the hostile targets." "Justice, move us as close to the edge of the asteroid field as you can without leaving. I am really interested in seeing how the operative takes care of business." "Commander, asteroid movement in the outer band of the field is significant. To move farther would require continuous maneuvering to avoid collisions. I will illustrate sensor feed information to generate an interpretation of actual events." The bridge view dome temporarily blacked out, and then we saw outlines of the planets along with the hostile targets in red boxes. The blue oblong boxes of the Chalt warships had non-stop green lines blinking between them and the Quill target boxes. I noticed all the Quill target boxes blinking, insinuating strikes. The Chalt could only engage so many targets at one time. It had to be missile strikes. I pondered the reality of what I was seeing. Justice took the guesswork out of the equation. "Commander, data suggests the Chalt launched a time-on-target assault. The attack coincided with stealth missile strikes. I detected no missile launches. I now surmise the length of time it took for the Chalt to engage the Quill was in fact a predetermined delay to allow the cloaked missiles to reach their targets. Without knowing when or how the missiles were launched, I can only speculate as to whether or not they transversed the entire distance. There is a possibility they have an interdimensional capability, and I failed to detect the diminutive transitions. Regardless of my hypothesis, 61 of the Quill ships have been destroyed outright or have crashed to the surface of the planets. 7 are still under power and have severed the large tubes extending to the planet's surface. The remaining 18 targets are heavily damaged and have no active emissions from their star drives. They are, however, launching hundreds of missiles. I have detected strikes on the shields of Chalt ships. The strikes indicate the Quill missiles are 200 megaton fusion weapons. They rapidly deplete the Chalt shields and force them to jump to another location to renew their attacks. As I watched, 11 more hostile ships disappeared from the screen. The operative was kicking the shit out of the Quill. I figured she must have had a damn good reason for doing so. It did not look like there would be any survivors. "Commander, I am detecting transition wave distortions I cannot identify. The distortions have increased in intensity. I now have an unknown number of Quill ships entering the star system. I am now detecting a separate exit transition that matches the profile of the Quill previously detected. The first transition propagation has ceased. I have 16 Quill spacecrafts closing with Chalt warships. They are exchanging heavy fire. The second exit is complete, and another 16 Quill ships are attacking the Chalt from a second vector. I was on the edge of my command chair, gripping the arms till my fingers hurt. A Chalt warship came out of hyperspace directly in front of the second assault wave. It came under withering fire, and then we saw the star-bright flashes of nuclear hellfire envelop the ship. It disappeared from the screen. Oh, shit! I did not know if this was a Quill response, tactic, or a coincidence. It no longer mattered. "Justice! Attack the second wave, now!" The dome became a dizzying blur of movement as Justice rapidly extracted us from the asteroid field. We made a very short jump, that suddenly filled the view dome with the bizarre pulsing star drives of the Quill ships. Now that we were close, I could see a faint, violet glow around the spiked, organic-looking vessels. Justice poured fire from our main weapons directly into the drive nozzles of the first ship we encountered. He was pumping out full-yield antimatter missiles 2 at a time, every 15 seconds. The first target's shields failed, and it blew apart, sending huge pieces of its thorny hull into the other ships in the tight formation. The shields on 3 failed from the collisions. Our missiles flew into the unprotected star drives unimpeded. The rear ends of the ships blew outward in massive clouds of tinsel-like debris. One detonated, momentarily blacking out the view screen. The other 2 were spinning end over end, spewing their contents as they started their endless journey into the void. The shields on the front of the Legacy were glowing almost as much as the red giant behind us. We turned away and made a jump to keep our shields from falling. "Commander, our shields are at 28% and regenerating. We are fortunate the Quill formation could not target us with their nuclear arsenal. The Quill ships have separated and no longer face such constraints. For reasons unknown, the Quill have made no inter-system transitions. They prefer instead to make swarm attacks on individual targets. I have detected the loss of another Chalt warship. The Chalt tactics now comprise of jumping in and out of interdimensional space. They are making hit-and-run attacks, then jumping away to avoid the nuclear missiles. We shall copy their tactics." Not knowing if Sail Nolan's flagship was one of the ships destroyed was eating at me. I mourned the thousands of Chalt lives that were lost. I said a prayer to my Maker in hopes he might shelter their spirits. There was now a total of 12 Chalt warships still fighting, 13 counting the Legacy. I was not a huge fan of that particular number. The Chalt had thinned the Quill numbers considerably, and we now faced 21 remaining Quill ships. The hostiles gathered in loose formations of 7 ships each. They were attempting to chase down the Chalt warships when they came out of hyperspace. The Chalt would quickly jump away and re-engage from another trajectory. Justice was making it a point to introduce our weapons fire into the star drive nozzles of any Quill ship formation, turning away in pursuit of a Chalt warship. The discharge from their star drives had no shielding. Shooting the ships right in the ass quickly turned to the target of choice. It was the Quill's Achilles' heel. The crazed maneuvers of the hostile ships had our missiles chasing them around the already cluttered battle zone. We were wasting more and more of our finite supply of the Ylor-designed armaments. 1 out of 5 was destroyed due to collisions with debris. We came out of hyperspace and blundered into the detonation of a mega-nuke. Our shields dropped to a dangerously low 17%. The Legacy shook violently as the shock wave and hard radiation washed over our hull. Justice once again snap-jumped us out toward the asteroid field. I wanted to call out on my backscatter link, but knew if the operative was still alive, she would not appreciate the distraction. 2 more Quill ships disappeared from our screen. Justice turned us back to the fray, and a Chalt warship exited hyperspace in close proximity to us. Justice made a crazy sharp turn away from them. As we moved away, Justice momentarily froze the view screen. I looked on in horror at the devastation we saw. Several decks were open to space, and there was a hellish glow coming from just forward of the engineering spaces. The ship was mortally wounded and trailing atmosphere and debris, some of which were bodies of the Chalt crew. I looked over to Tria. Her eyes were closed, and she was slowly shaking her head. A surviving 3-ship formation of Quill was turning back in our direction. They were going after the badly damaged Chalt ship. One of the Quill ships was streaming a thick, smoke-like trail behind it. The 2 ships on either side of it were using their shields to try and protect it. Looking at my crew, I saw grim faces. "Justice, we can't let them re-engage the damaged Chalt ship. We have to stop them. Ram the Quill ships if you have to, but don't let them destroy that ship." The crew was staring at me wide-eyed. Then all 3 nodded in agreement. Justice turned the Legacy. We were now driving right at the oncoming Quill ships. He accelerated to maximum and poured all of our rail cannons and energy beams into the oncoming hostiles. The intense fire was a wedge forcing the two lead ships apart. Justice called out, "Brace for impact." The view dome was obscured by our shield flare. The point defense weapons of the lead Quill ships had us lit up like a Christmas tree. I could have sworn I saw a huge explosion in front of us just before I was ripped from my seat. I came to lying on the deck. Tria was staring down at me. My head was throbbing. Clutch was helping Kuntz to his feet. My crew was able to brace against their control boards. I did not have one, so I was thrown into the consoles between Kuntz and Clutch. I could taste blood in my mouth. Tria smiled at me, and the pain from the prominent knot on my head instantly went away. "Nathan, it would have been wise to secure your combat harness before you ordered Justice to ram the Quill." I could see a thin layer of smoke in the air. Tria helped me to my feet. What the hell happened? Clutch looked around at me and gave me a toothy smile.
"Justice put enough fire into the crits that the trailing ship exploded. It caused enough damage to the lead ships that their shields faltered. He then detonated an antimatter missile between them. We collided with the debris field. Justice is working on the damage now."
"Justice, how bad is the damage?" "The starboard side of the ship suffered a hull breach on Deck 2. I have sealed those spaces. The cargo bay door is partially sprung and leaking atmosphere. We lost both starboard rail cannons. I managed to reset the shield emitters and have partial coverage of the damaged areas. The view dome is resetting as well. The battle is still ongoing, and the Chalt have lost an additional warship. The ship we were protecting is now maneuvering under power and has taken refuge in the asteroid field. The three-ship formation we attacked has left two ships intact, and they are both drifting. Our main weapons are now back online. I recommend we do not give the Quill time to repair their battle damage." I gave Tria a quick hug, and she returned to her station. Kuntz and Clutch both gave me an Earthman thumbs up. The view dome flickered and came back online. I could see the Chalt were still mixing it up with the two remaining Quill formations. The number of red hostile indicators was 12. The enemy formation gathered, then split up into equal groups of 4. Whoever was commanding the Quill still thought they could win this. If they had additional ships on the way, there was a good chance they would. I could only see 8 blue boxes maneuvering wildly and jumping in and out of hyperspace. Several ships on both sides had sustained damage and were leaking contaminants into the void. Justice got us moving again. We made a hard turn that lined us up on the first Quill ship drifting closest to us. "Don't wait for me, Justice. Give them a shot of everything." The Quill ship blew apart in a spectacular flash of debris. The other ship managed enough power to get their aft point defense weapons working. Justice turned hard to port, using our best shields to bear the brunt of the attack. He thanked them with a non-stop stream of rail cannon fire. The fire hose line of munitions blew a row of the spiny segments off the ship and into space. The enemy ship's short-range weapons promptly failed. We stared wide-eyed at the alien ship when Justice magnified the view screen. The exterior of the ship was crawling with Quill. They were swarming like ants in their attempts to repair the ship. We got our first good look at the crits. They resembled praying mantises with thick black bodies. It was the only glimpse we would get. Justice sent them all to hell with a barrage from our main weapons. The Quill bodies registered as small sparks on our forward shields as we plowed through the debris field, searching for more targets. 11. I heard a small beep I had never noticed before. My link came alive.
"Your suicidal tactics have me questioning your sanity. You have done well, Nathan Myers. You saved many lives, but the battle goes poorly. My people have recalled our warship crews, and a strike force should be here within the hour. You should jump clear before you sustain further damage."
"Now, Mother, you must remember the fruit does not fall far from its tree. Besides, we only came here to dump some obsolete ordnance. We have yet to complete the task." I heard a bark of a laugh and a small beep, and then the link went dead. I personally did not think the battle was going that poorly. It was, at one time, 118 against 14. 2 more bright flashes brought the enemy ship count down even farther. It was now 10 hostiles against 8 friendlies, 9 when you counted the legacy. Justice called to us. "Commander, after your last backscatter communication, I was able to pinpoint its source. I have placed an identifier on the senior operative's flagship. Our supply of expendable munitions is down to minimum capacities. We have 22 antimatter missiles and 311 projectiles for the rail cannons. I have fault warnings on one of our Galactic Union beam weapons and will only use it as a last resort." "Roger that, Justice. I don't see any point in saving anything for later. Take us back around, and let's stomp some more bugs." Justice zeroed in on a Quill straggler like a shark following a blood trail and jumped us in close. The Quill ship made an attempt to turn into us. The ship's point defense had our shields flaring bright with fire. We had a close-up view of the wounded vessel. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of Quill clinging to the outside of the ship. Most were firing some type of handheld weapon at the Legacy. Justice was giving some of the denser concentrations of bug troops precise, single-round shots from our remaining rail cannons. It looked like the Quill crews were amassing around the star drives, trying to protect them. I guess Justice must have thought we were too close to show them why it did not matter. He was making a turn to put some distance between us when a blinding flash whited out the view screen. The Legacy was violently thrown aside by a massive detonation. I was glad we had belted ourselves into our seats. The view screen flickered and came back to life. The universe was doing crazy corkscrew rotations that Justice quickly corrected. "Justice! What the hell was that?" "Commander, I postulate it was a trap. The debris field behind the damaged ship had a Quill nuclear missile hidden in the detritus. When I turned away, they detonated the warhead, trying to destroy us before we could escape the blast zone. It will no longer be necessary to expend munitions on the target." The view dome zoomed in on the Quill ship. The star drive nozzles the Quill crew was trying to protect were no longer visible. The rear of the ship was bent to one side. The whole mess was spinning like a boomerang on a course that looked like it would end in the massive, red central star. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a Chalt warship with a flag above the blue box surrounding it. It had just appeared at the edge of the asteroid field. It blinked once and disappeared again. To my horror, it reappeared directly in the path of a Quill 3-ship formation. It collided with at least 2 of the 3 ships, and all were now drifting without active shields registering on my view screen. The 3rd Quill ship turned back around and was moving directly at Sail Nolan's flagship. "Justice! Jump us in there now!" The jump only registered as a blink of an eye. As we exited hyperspace, one of the drifting Quill ships was in very close proximity to us. Justice did not hesitate to give them a double tap with our main weapons. The unshielded ship broke in half, vomiting its crew and equipment out into the void. We were making another hard turn to try and line up with a ship closing on the operative's flagship. My eyes went wide when the Quill vessel rapidly closed the distance with the drifting Chalt ship. If they attacked with nuclear missiles, the flagship would be destroyed. I was mystified when the Quill ship failed to open fire. I was stunned to disbelief when the Quill ship's central spine shot out like a harpoon and buried itself into the side of Sail Nolan's flagship. There was a long tube connected to the spine. The bugs were using it to reel their ship down to the damaged Chalt warship. I could not believe what I had just witnessed. Oh, shit. "Justice! We need to do something, and we need to do it now." "Commander, the flagship might be destroyed if I engage with our main weapon systems." I looked up wild-eyed at where the rest of the Chalt warships were. The 5 remaining friendlies were fully engaged with the last 6 Quill ships. It was a knife fight to the death. Justice took us through withering defensive fire that was rapidly degrading our shields. He all but parked on the rear of the Quill ship. He put at least 100 of our remaining rail cannon rounds right between the drive nozzles of the enemy ship. The rear of the ship blew outward, sending several large pieces of hull through our badly depleted shields. The impacts shook us violently. The control boards in front of my crewmates were covered in red warning lights. The point defense weapons were no longer pounding away at us. The Quill ship was starting to drift, but the umbilical tube was holding it secure. A bright flash shook the Legacy violently. We were being targeted, and Justice started zigzagging to shake any missiles that might be pursuing us. We made another sweeping loop and headed back to the operative-stricken warship. Justice took us into point-blank range and gave the tube a burst with the rail cannon. It blew apart, spewing Quill troops. The Quill had been boarding the Chult ship. I threw my combat harness off and yelled to my teammates, "Armor up! We're going in heavy!" Without hesitation, my crew headed for the ready room. As we came out of the down tube, I could see a glaring red light. It was on the access control panel that controlled the large hatch, allowing entry into the hangar. Normally, the door was always open, and the atmosphere retention field was operating around the clock. The light indicated the field was not functioning, and the hangar doors were not sealed. The void was now waiting for us on the other side of the hatch. We made a left into the ready room. Justice had our Zane battle armor crates open and waiting for us. We stripped down and quickly put on our suit liners. I stepped up into my armor, and it closed tightly around me. Looking at my HUD, I verified that my munitions backpack was at maximum capacity. Justice had selected 150 rounds of high explosive and another 150 of anti-personnel ammunitions. He was not going to give me any chance at killing myself or my crewmates. The loadout did not include a single round of antimatter munitions. I went to my weapons locker and started arming myself with the tools of my newfound profession. Reaching out, I pulled my double-barreled assault shotgun from its rack. I picked up a 12-round magazine of explosive buckshot, slapping it in place on one side of the weapon. Reaching into another bin, I grabbed a mag of explosive penetrator slugs for the other side. On a shelf were several loose rounds. I loaded each barrel to bring the weapon to full capacity. I swung the weapon over my shoulder, clipping it to the mag lock on my munitions backpack. Pulling the handle grip of my Tybor fighting knife, I made sure it was secure in my lower leg scabbard. I could feel the beast stirring. He was invading my subconscious thoughts. It yearned for combat and was willing me to do the same. My crewmates had been quiet and calm throughout the chaos of the last several hours. Now, there was tension in the air, and I already knew why. The last time I was in armed conflict, I had given myself over to the Ularon soldier lurking inside me. The remorseless monster cared only for battle and the deaths of all who stood against it. It was indifferent to survival and oblivious to civilized rules of engagement. With the help of my crewmates, I would use all of my willpower to leash the beast and bend it to my will. Although I abhorred the manifestation's bloodthirsty ambitions, it was still a weapon that had served me well. My crew was checking their loadouts and making sure all mag pouches and weapons were secure. They, in turn, did the same to each other. Tria walked up to me and smiled. The beast scurried to a dark place in the corner of my mind. She tugged on my kit, then stepped in front of me. She placed her hands on both sides of my helmet, and I did the same to hers.
Nathan, you must use caution. There will be many friendlies engaged in combat. Do not let the other who resides in you strike indiscriminately.
I nodded to her and tried to smile, but it was a gesture she knew to be false. Her helmet blacked out. The Halloween horror Justice had stenciled on each of our armor suits appeared on her visor. The AI fully embraced the concept of psychological warfare. Our enemies would cringe when they witnessed the morbid specters confronting them. Looking at my crewmates, I knew my next request would not be met with enthusiasm. I need a volunteer to take the assault shuttle and clear the hull of Quill troops. If reinforcements attempt to board behind us, I want you to dissuade them from doing so. Tria stepped to my side, leaving Clutch and Kuntz eyeing each other. When Kuntz turned to say something to me, Clutch gave the Grawl a generous shove with his elbow. The troopmaster had a huge, toothy smile on his face and quickly stepped to my other side. The look on Kuntz's face was less than amused. His helmet blacked out to the ghoulish jack-o'-lantern Justice had adorned the helmet with. It replaced the pissed-off look on the little Grawl's face that was not much better. We walked out into the big corridor and stood just in front of the hangar access hatch. Justice secured the pressure doors behind us and closed off the lift tubes. I got a rapid pressure drop warning in my HUD, and then the hatch opened with a small burp of atmosphere. We no longer had to wonder why the hangar could not retain atmosphere. Sticking through the hull just to the side of the hangar doors was a giant spine from a quill ship. Justice had not informed us just how close our engagement had actually been. Apparently, our last scrape with the quill was literally that. We were fortunate the Legacy had hangar doors on both sides of the ship. After running out of colorful comments, Kuntz ran to the shuttle and boarded. In very short order, the landing pads retracted, and Justice spit the shuttle into the void with the tow beam. The Legacy may have been dangerously low on expendable munitions. The assault shuttle was not. It had never seen combat and had a full loadout. Kuntz had 40,000 projectiles for the smaller railguns that were designed for close support. He also had 24 Corum-designed anti-ship missiles and 2 medium-sized galactic energy beam weapons. The shuttle had 4 additional point defense beam weapons for close-in engagements. We paid extra for shield and weapons upgrades that had not been tested in combat yet. We would find out the hard way if we got ripped off on those purchases. The reality of the situation was bleak. The shuttle would normally be used for close support in friendly-dominated areas of operation, and that was not the case now. Tria, Clutch, and I boosted out of the hangar bay and immediately saw 2 flashes from each side of our assault shuttle. Kuntz was targeting the Quill ship that was drifting uncomfortably close to our position. The 2 Corum anti-ship missiles impacted the heavily damaged rear of the Quill ship. What was left of the star drive nozzles on the enemy ship erupted in bright, flak-laden clouds of debris. The ship started an end-over-end spin that was rapidly putting distance between us and the target. We flew low over the hull of the operative's flagship. Our target was the severed umbilical tube. We would attempt to flank any Quill forces that had managed to board before Justice intervened. There were Quill crawling on the hull in several places. Kuntz was now maneuvering in close and picking them off with short bursts from his railguns. If the operative was still alive, she was going to have to forgive us for any additional damage we were inflicting on the once beautiful starship. We took positions on each side of the Quill's umbilical tube. My first peek inside was shocking. The Quill had used their casualties to block the end of the tube. It was an unmoving mass of broken and dismembered bug bodies. The uncertainty I was feeling quickly vanished as the beast inside of me started wresting control of my emotions. I linked with Tria and Clutch. "Take cover on the hull!" Without hesitation, they both moved well below me and sheltered behind what was probably a shield emitter. I backed off an acceptable distance from my HUD warning to go from red to yellow. I fired a beam shot into the end of the tube. It blew outward like the petals on a flower. The beast was egging me on, and I gave it another shot. This time, a large section of the tube flared out and tumbled away from the truncated tube. I could now see down into the large hollow spine embedded in the Chult ship. I felt contact on my back and turned to see Tria and Clutch taking up station on either side of me. They had their forearm-mounted weapon muzzles pointed down into the darkness. Clutch bulled his way in front of me. Tria wrapped her arms around mine, pulling my beam weapon down so it was not being pointed at Clutch's back. I willed the Uluran soldier to quiet its grating cackle. We followed Clutch into the depths of the spine. There was light at the end of the more than 90-foot-long spine. There were Quill troops moving to block the now open breach. Clutch would have none of it, and sent several HE rounds to welcome them. We were peppered with shrapnel and Quill body parts. Clutch did not seem to notice, and kept advancing on our only entrance. I was fixated on what was in front of us, and was surprised by a flash from just behind me. Looking up in my HUD, I saw Quill body parts twirling rapidly out of the spine into the void. Tria slapped me twice on my shoulder, and I continued moving forward. We were nearing the end of the spine. Clutch sent a few more gifts through the breach to any Quill that might have felt they were somehow left out from our surprise party. I could see body parts scattering everywhere, and I cringed. noticing not all were Quill. Since there were no signs of an active battle, I could only hope the Chult were already deceased. Clutch held up a fist. Tria and I waited until the troopmaster took a quick peek out the end of the spine. He waved us forward and disappeared into the Chult ship. We had no way of knowing how many Quill had boarded. All signs indicated it was probably a shitload. When my feet hit the deck, I knew we had gravity. It was a positive sign the spine had not pierced into any vital engineering spaces. Since the ship's atmosphere was not shrieking past us to the void, we also knew there was an intact pressure door somewhere ahead of us. Clutch was kneeling at a blown-out hatch peeking out into a corridor. The specially designed valves on Clutch's armor were actively venting his warrior's scent. The twin orifices just below his munitions backpack were sending steamy streams of his stench out into the void. I tried to link with the operative and was getting nothing in return. I surveyed my surroundings and was shaken by the grisly scene. It was not because we were standing almost knee-deep in body parts, but because of what I saw just across the big machine-filled room. Stacked up like cordwood, filling one whole side of the chamber, was the bodies of both Chult and Quill troopers. Several of the Chult troops' bodies had been ripped apart. Exposed flesh on several of the cadavers was steaming and blistering in places. There was a yellowish-brown viscous fluid splattered on the open wounds, and it appeared to be some kind of corrosive substance. I did not know what to make of it, and assumed it was the result of Quill weapons fire. Tria pulled me away from the morbid pile. She cleared her visor. The horror on her face turned to steely-eyed determination. She nodded in Clutch's direction. We pulled our shotguns from our backpacks and went to where the troopmaster was kneeling. Clutch linked with me.
"Commander, there are at least 20 Quill troops at both ends of this corridor. It appears they are guarding access to the spine. The hatches they are covering are far enough from our location. I do not know if stealth will conceal our presence long enough to surprise them. It might not be wise to attack with explosives. They may be guarding the airlocks to these spaces."
Clutch was politely warning me not to let my inner beast do anything stupid that might further cause damage to the Chult vessel. We had our needle guns. The compact rail weapons were usually less destructive to the inside of a starship than the rest of our armament. I looked back at the wall of corpses. Walking over to it, I chose a spot that was laden with an abundance of bug bodies. I gave them a shot of hypervelocity needles. The impact knocked several of the dead Quill off the pile and showered the room with reflected fragments. The heavily ridged carapace deflected most of the projectiles. Upon closer inspection, I discovered the ball-type joints on the bug carcasses were bristled like cactus from the needles embedded in the pivot point. It was a small weakness, but a weakness nonetheless. Linking with Tria and Clutch, I relayed my plan to them. "Tria, Clutch and I are going to step out into the passage and empty our needle guns into the troops at each end of the corridor. When we come back through the hatch, we will get clear. I want you to wait until a Quill soldier shows up. When they do, I want you to put a burst of HE into the passageway. Make sure to angle your fire so it will not reach the pressure doors at the end of the corridor." She gave me a thumbs up and stepped toward the back wall. She turned and pointed to the hall. Clutch and I jumped out the doorway and sprayed 9,000 needles each into the unsuspecting Quill. I wanted to gape at the awesome display of sparks and fragmenting needles engulfing the enemy troops. Several fell to the floor prone, and the rest went into a frenzy, flailing at everything around them. I had never unloaded a full magazine of needles before. I waved my arm in small circles for just under a minute before the coffee cup-sized magazine went dry. I was jerked from behind by Clutch, pulling me back through the door. The beast was cheering me on, and there was a good chance I was about to blow the shit out of everything before Clutch intervened. My plan must have been old news to Tria. When the first crit made it to the hatch, Tria expertly dropped her aim to the floor and bounced a burst of high-explosive rounds off the floor, up the wall, toward the ceiling in the corridor. The detonations knocked us all sprawling to the floor. Tria was up in a flash before Clutch and I could regain our footing. The corridor wall I was facing was now bulged inward. She charged into the hallway and put some rounds of buckshot in one direction, then spun, doing the same in the opposite direction. She leaped back into the room with us, and I jumped up to repeat her actions. I made it to the hatch and collided with Clutch as he bulled his way to the corridor. I was knocked to the side, face first into the doorframe, and found myself once more back on the floor. I could feel the rippling vibrations of explosive buckshot just outside of the doorway. Tria reached down and helped me back to my feet. Clutch walked calmly back through the doorway, replacing his spent magazines. He gave me a big, toothy smile.
All clear, Commander.
I made it a point to clear my visor so he could plainly see the displeasure on my face. He was becoming immune to the expression. I tried to link with the operative again, and got nothing. I had grown to really like Sail Nolan, but now feared she may have been killed in the Quill incursion. The Ularan inside of me screamed out for revenge. I was going to throw it a bone. 12. Tria, where do these passages lead to? She looked at me, and I could tell she was deep in thought. I have never served on this class of vessel. Judging by our entry point, I would say down the corridor to our right would have to be the engineering spaces. To our left, the lifts to the bridge and command spaces. This is where we will find Sail Nolan. Looking over at Clutch, I blacked out my helmet. Clutch, go left. Let's move out. Clutch went out the door and left, weapon up and ready. Tria slapped me on the shoulder and gave me a push. She was going to cover our rear whether I liked it or not. I headed out the door with her right behind me. Clutch was kneeling down in the hallway, holding one of the Quill weapons. I stopped next to him, and Tria stood ready for any surprise visitors. What have you got, Clutch?
Commander, the Crit's weapon is fed by this pack strapped to its thorax. I am mystified by the tube that connects the weapon to its proboscis.
Clutch pulled his fighting knife and hacked at the tube twice before it parted. The yellow-brown fluid we had seen burning the flesh on the chalked corpses squirted out of the tube onto the floor. The coating on the deck plating started to boil up. Just when you think aliens could not get any weirder, you see shit like this. The freaking Crit was producing some kind of acid in its body and injecting it into its weapon. The projectiles in the weapon were obviously being coated in the corrosive substance. We had yet to be shot at because we were killing the bugs before they had a chance to. We could not count on that luck holding for much longer. I hoped Zane battle armor could hold up to corrosives as well as it did against projectiles. Clutch wiped the acid from his blade on the creature's body, and we again moved down the passageway. We had not encountered any resistance and reached the large pressure door unimpeded. It would be foolish to think the atmospheric lock would not have a number of troops protecting the strategic choke point. We stacked at the door, and Tria hit the access control. The door opened, and 2 Quill soldiers were inside, facing away from us. The troopmaster did not hesitate. He ran forward, jumping onto the first Crit's back. As the Crit fell into his companion, Clutch shoved his shotgun against the creature's head and blew it in half. His momentum carried him over the first bug, and he leaped feet first into the head of the second that had stumbled and fell to the floor. The Crit's head fractured under Clutch's weight. He jumped up and completed the kill with a landing that crushed the bug's skull. Clutch did not look back when he called to Tria and I.
Their carapace does not protect their skull well. We should target this weakness.
The troopmaster was in the zone, and his combat focus was laser-precise. Any resistance would be met with maximum force. He was not giving my inner demon any chance at wanton destruction. We again stacked with Clutch low, me over his shoulder and Tria over mine. She hit the door control, and atmosphere pressurized the chamber, and the door opened. The passage was full of Quill soldiers. They were in the process of stacking the dead from both sides. We poured a fusillade of fire into them. Clutch went left, I went right, and Tria sent a stream of non-stop anti-personnel rounds into the bugs. She dove to the floor beside me. I hoped the bugs had sensitive olfactory receptors. Clutch's armor was venting overtime. Clutch yelled out, "Take cover! HE out!" I rolled on top of Tria as Clutch took a chapter from the Chalt's playbook. He bounced a burst of high-explosive rounds off the ceiling into the rear of the Quill troops. The staccato blasts bounced us off the floor. Quill soldiers were blown on top of us, and several were still alive. Tria was pinned under me, but not for long. I was jerked from the floor by one of the bugs. It promptly spits a generous amount of the acid crap they used in their weapons down the front of me. The crit had 2 interlocking mandibles that opened and clamped down on my shoulder. Even through the armor, I could feel the pressure increasing. I could feel the Uluran soldier take charge as servo warning lights started flashing in my visor. My fear subsided, and calm determination took its place. A small smile formed on my lips. I smashed my fist into the bug's large, egg-shaped eye, fracturing the clear, hard covering protecting it. I struck savagely at the covering until it collapsed. The crit released its grip on me. I reached out and grabbed one of the mandibles, wrenching at it with everything I had. It ripped from the bug's head, slinging acid and dark red, almost black fluid with it. The creature was letting out loud, screeching chirps that sounded a lot like a cricket. The bug's lower thorax exploded, and I fell backwards to the floor. Looking up, I saw Tria was against the wall with her shotgun up and making precision shots on anything that moved. The explosive penetrator slugs were devastatingly effective. I groped around until I came up with my shotgun. I looked for Clutch and saw he was on the floor struggling with 2 of the bugs. One of the bugs had its mandibles clamped securely onto one of his tree trunk legs. Using my shotgun for a bat, I hit the creature in the eye, collapsing its protective cover. When the crit gave up trying to tear Clutch's leg off, I gave it 2 more powerful butt strokes with the shotgun. As the bug fell back, I locked my arm around the pivot point of its neck and jerked 3 times before it partially separated from its body. I was going to attempt to pull the remaining Quill off Clutch when his fighting knife suddenly jutted from the back of the bug's head. It disappeared and reappeared 3 more times. Clutch used his legs to shove the crit aside. The Tybor gave me a sardonic look.
The crit should have kept his mouth shut.
We were boxed in by a veritable wall of bug bodies. The bulkhead just above and behind us was taking a non-stop barrage of what looked like tracer bullets, splattering fragments and burning acid in all directions. Bullets might not have been the right definition. One of the Quill bodies lying at the top of the mound of corpses tumbled down at our feet. One side of it had hundreds of smoking spikes protruding from its body. In an oxygen atmosphere, the Quill weapons accelerated the spikes to a velocity high enough to illuminate the acid clinging to them. Tria yelled to us, "Explosives out!" She bounced a burst of HE off both sides of the ceiling above us. I should have just taken a seat on the floor, because that's where I ended up. It was once again raining Quill and their body parts. We needed to move before we were buried alive. The Quill fire hitting our barricade and the wall behind us tapered off drastically. Since we were all on the floor now anyway, I pointed the muzzle of my launcher at the ceiling and fired 9 single shots of high explosive at different angles. The return fire ceased with the 3rd round, but the beast inside of me was a trigger-happy son of a bitch. Tria and Clutch had yelled, "Cease fire!" more than once before I finally did. I had not heard from Justice since he dropped us off, and was pretty sure my comms could not penetrate the ship. I activated my link and got Kuntz, who said he was still busy picking the Quill off of the hull. He said Justice and the now 5 remaining Chalt warships had heavily damaged the last Quill vessels. The Quill had attempted to jump out of the system, but he said Justice and the Chalt had given them no quarter. The enemy ships were so damaged they could no longer transition. The Quill fled into the asteroid field, trying to escape. Justice was covering Kuntz while the Chalt warships chased down the last of the Quill. I tried once more to link with Sail Nolan, but still got nothing. Tria pulled me to my feet, and Clutch climbed up on the morbid barricade. He stood up and jumped to the other side. We quickly scurried to the top and over. Clutch was nudging a Quill body here and there, and twice jumped on the heads of survivors. The room was complete devastation. There was not a single intact body or piece of equipment. Everything was smoking from acid or explosives. There were 4 lift tubes at the end of the room. All were clogged with quill bodies and a few chalt mixed in. All the chalt crew casualties we saw did not have body armor. The Crit's surprise entry tactic left no time for troops to assemble and repel their incursion. My guess was the lifts were either shut down or disabled by the spine when it hit the ship. The bugs looked like they had formed a living ladder and were attempting to climb the tubes. Every exit was an ambush point the Chalt were using to their advantage. By the look of the finely ground enemy body parts, I would say the Chalt took great pleasure in throwing explosives into the tubes. Now that it was quiet, we could hear the thudding vibrations of a pitched battle somewhere above us. Our choices were simple. We go back and fight our way to the lifts in the engineering spaces, or attempt to clear one of the tubes and go up to the command deck. I was shocked at the number of quill bodies we were looking at. What stunned me even more was the thought of how many must have boarded in the short time it took us to attack their ship and disable the umbilical. Clutch must have decided he was not willing to give up the ground we had covered. He waded into the edge of a lift tube and started throwing the quill bodies clear of the opening. Tria joined him, and I could think of nothing better. We hurled the bodies out of the way, only to have more fall in their place. After about 15 minutes, Clutch could crawl inside the tube. He climbed upward, out of sight. He linked Tria and me.
"Commander, it is possible to climb around the corpses and boost to the next deck. There is no sign of hostiles. I will wait until you join me."
This time, Tria happened to be in front of me. I gave her a couple of good swats on the butt and pushed her forward. She crawled in and disappeared up the tube. Several quill bodies collapsed back down into the opening, and I spent additional time clearing them. Clutch got impatient and let me know about it.
"Commander, I must caution you against taking a sleep period during combat. It is considered foolhardy behavior by the more advanced races."
For reasons unknown to me, of all the Earth mannerisms adopted by my crew, levity and sarcasm seem to have made it to the top of their lists before all others. Not necessarily in that order. I did know, however, when a troop master points out something he may have concerns about, it was wise to listen. I also knew he expected a timely and respectful response. "On my way, troop master." Climbing the dismembered bodies, I engaged my gravity drive and went up to the next deck. Tria and Clutch had taken defensive positions at the opening. They were standing knee-deep in bug corpses. Whatever the Crits had attempted to do on this deck must have been met by armored troops. There were no Chalt among the dead. The room had 3 large pressure doors. All were battered, but still sealed. I suspected what lay in wait on the other side of those doors would be very unhealthy for any who opened them before this siege was over. The sounds of battle were louder now. I was going to step back to the tube and go up, but jumped back when I was surprised by a couple of quill bodies flashing by on the way to the bottom of the tube. Clutch took this as his opening to once again bump me aside, and up he went. I quickly followed, with Tria right behind me. Clutch reached the top and immediately opened fire. I came out of the tube and was met with a barrage of glowing spikes. I was knocked to the floor by the continuous bombardment. The loud, splattering impact sounded like gravel falling on sheet metal. Tria did not make the same mistake I did. She peeked up over the edge of the tube and put her arm out and unloaded anti-personnel rounds into the mass of quill filling the corridor. The attention I had been getting slacked off enough for me to roll behind a pile of dead quill soldiers. The Uluran in me took over, and I emptied an entire magazine of buckshot into the soldiers. Clutch was reloading, and Tria came out of the tube and jumped to the floor beside me. The beast barely noticed and decided we were in enough cover to start pumping out high-explosive munitions dangerously close. My teammates went prone and covered their heads. Quill body parts and shrapnel started raining down on us. I could just barely hear Clutch yelling at me to increase my range. The explosions were so sharp and jarring that my vision was blurring. Tria reached out and grabbed my arm with 2 of hers and forced it toward the ceiling, increasing the arc of my salvo. The concussive blasts eased to the point Clutch got up on a knee and poured rounds of buckshot head-high into the crowd of bugs. Tria linked with me and cleared her visor so I could see her face. "Nathan, cease fire and conserve your munitions. We may need it for what lies ahead." I quit firing and shook my head to clear my thoughts. Her look of concern and calm demeanor brought me back to reality. The beast shambled away to some dark corner of my mind. Tria reached out and wiped the bug juice from my visor, and I cleared it so she could see that I was indeed back. She smiled, then got up on her knees and sent hellfire into the ranks of frenzied bugs. I got up beside her, and we emptied several magazines of explosive buckshot into everything that moved. We quit firing, because the pile of dead quill was so large we could not directly engage the living. Tria bounced a few HE rounds off the ceiling and behind the mound. Body parts rained down once more. There was at least 100 feet of no man's land in front of us. The carnage was horrific, and the damage to the passageway probably unrepairable. Clutch made his way across the minefield of shattered bodies. Tria and I quickly followed. He climbed the back of the pile, but hastily rolled off when glowing spikes started ripping the prone cadavers to pieces. Clutch did not like what he saw on the other side of our only cover.
"Commander, I believe we have their attention now. A considerable number are moving this way."
To reinforce his statement, the volume of enemy fire intensified. Our barricade was being ground down to the consistency of sludge. Like it or not, it was going to be retreat or expend our dwindling supply of HE munitions. The beast laughed at my indecision. My arm came up, and I unloaded a wicked long burst of 40 high-explosive rounds, walking them up the middle of the passageway. My team joined me with slow, selective fire. Hatches along the passage were blasted open, and piping on the walls and ceiling was ripped asunder. The overhead lighting the length of the corridor went dark. The crits changed their minds about charging us. They instead turned away. The respite from their assault encouraged the Uluran in me to press the attack. The low-light targeting system of my HUD made a surreal picture of the mass of moving targets. I pulled my shotgun up and started putting explosive penetrator slugs into the backs of the retreating quill. The beast was in control, and I started pursuing my prey. Tria yelled out to stop, but I felt compelled to do otherwise. Tria and Clutch had no choice but to follow. I emptied an entire magazine of needles into the faltering ranks, frenzying the crazed bugs even more. The results were gratifying, and I sent another barrage of needles into them, only stopping long enough to reload my empty weapons. Tria and Clutch were being judicious with their munitions. The beast chose reckless abandon. My 6 magazines of needles were expended first. The HE and finally my anti-personnel rounds ran dry. I had 4 magazines of buckshot and 7 of the penetrator slugs left in my weapons and pouches. Each time I wanted to unleash my beam weapon, moments of clarity reigned in the suicidal thoughts. I believe it had more to do with not wanting to harm my crewmates and less to do with self-preservation. Kuntz group-linked us. "Commander, a Chalt task force has entered the system. They are splitting up to pursue the remaining Quill ships and commencing rescue operations. 2 are en route to our location. I will make them aware we have friendly forces aboard the operative's flagship." I could hear Tria acknowledge Kuntz's transmission, but the Uluran devil wanted nothing to do with a possible cessation of hostilities. The front of my armor had been shot-peened so thoroughly, my bestial caricature was no longer visible. I was covered from head to toe in the steaming, bug-excreted acid. My armor was ripped open in several places. My suit liner was working hard to stop the corrosive effects of the acid. I could feel it burning my skin in several places. It remained to be seen how well the nanolamination of my epidermis could cope with the injuries. My shotgun had taken so many hits it was now only usable as a club. I drew my fighting knife and drove myself headlong into the bug ranks. My crewmates quit firing into the melee and drew their knives and struggled to my sides. The bugs could no longer shoot at us, so they swelled in on us instead. For reasons unknown, the crits seemed to be focusing their ire on me. It was as if they could hear the beast calling to them, egging them on. We fought back to back, smashing and slashing all comers. My Zane armor was being pummeled like never before. The acid was destroying its structural integrity. Many of the blows I was taking would have broken normal bones. My carbon fiber-reinforced skeletal system shrugged off the non-stop assault. The pain, however, was almost blinding at times. The beast was in the zone, and the smile on my face ached from the prolonged expression. The death and destruction from my dreams was here, and it was real. The world around me came back to a coherent focus. Clutch had his huge arms wrapped around me, attempting to pin my arms. Tria put her hands on my helmet, yelling at me repeatedly, "Stop, Nathan! We have killed them all!" Clutch released his grip on me and stood at my side. Looking at my crewmates, I saw they had been brutalized, but fared much better than I. It took me a moment to realize I was on the verge of attacking Chalt soldiers. The friendlies backed away from me. They had seen how I had slaughtered everything in my path, and feared I might not be done. Now that the battle was over, emergency lighting was restored. I stood for a moment, staring at the death around me. There was a wall of carnage encircling us. The mixture of bugs and Chalt lying dead was horrifying. I cleared my visor, and Tria's look of concern finally eased. A feeling of dread filled me. Did I harm any of your people? No, Nathan. No, Nathan. These soldiers had already fallen to the quill. I closed my eyes tight and clenched my teeth. Tria looped her arms in mine, standing close at my side. The beast was appeased and disappeared to some dark corner of my mind. It left me to worry about my actions, and did not care for the remorse I was feeling. I alone would take the blame for any fratricide caused by my wanton destruction. The ranks of Chalt troops gathered around us, and Sail Nalin limped forward. Her armor looked as bad as mine. She was still holding both of her swords, the pulsating glow from the blades still smoking from quill blood and gore. She slid them into their scabbards. Her helmet was fractured and open on the side. She stopped in front of me and pulled it loose from her head and let it fall to the floor. The side of her face was badly burned by acid. She did not seem to notice. She placed her hand on the side of my helmet. I have never seen such a sight in combat. Your aura blinded the crits that enveloped you. Then it turned as black as the starless void. You slaughtered all who touched you. She let her hand fall from my helmet, and she took a step back. She made fists with two of her hands and placed them across her chest, giving me a slight bow as she did so. The remaining Chalt troops did the same. The three of you did what many could not. We were cut off from reinforcements, and our numbers were quickly dwindling. You honor those who have fallen, and I thank you for all you saved. The Chalt people will remember you, Nathan Myers. We were interrupted by a flood of armored Chalt troops coming out of the lift tube. We turned to face them as they rapidly approached our position. Several stopped here and there to kill surviving quill they encountered. A troop leader marched up to us. Kalamordi, you have survived once more. For this we are thankful. Sail Nalin fixed the younger female warrior with a stare. No one is to address me by that name ever again. Do you understand? The troop leader was shocked and stood rigid. Yes, Senior Operative. Sail Nalin looked around to make sure all understood. Then she turned back to the young warrior. Did you secure the engineering spaces? The team leader quickly replied, Yes, Senior Operative. The ship is now secure, and teams are sweeping all accessible passages for hideaways. Engineering teams are trying to restore power to the main lifts and communication equipment. We are also trying to gain access to all personnel trapped in the lower decks and compartments. A salvage team is surveying the quill spine and will determine how best to remove it. What of my fleet? Senior Operative, rescue operations are ongoing.
We have accounted for 8 warships. 5 are capable of combat, but have sustained heavy damage. 3 will have to be taken in tow. They are drifting in the asteroid field and are in danger of further damage. On your order, I will pull picket ships from security patrols to help extricate them from the asteroid belt."
The senior operative did not take the news well. She stood with her head bent and her eyes closed. She finally looked up at the younger operative.
"Pull the additional ships from picket duty, and take the damaged ships in tow. Call up 2 emergency medical ships and 2 mobile shipyards. I want them here as soon as possible. There is an Ularan warship close by. What is its status?"
"Unknown, senior operative. It appears to have significant damage. The AI of the vessel has warned off our boarding shuttles. We have taken a Quorum-designed shuttle in restrictive tow. It is also damaged, and the pilot refuses aid.
Release the shuttle at once and steer clear of the Ularan warship. It will be approaching to recover personnel. No one is to interfere with its passage or impede its progress in any way. I want decontamination teams to immediately board and set up for Class C contingencies. Priority will be given to these 3 soldiers. All will show them the utmost respect, and no one is to hinder them for any reason. Any who disobey my orders will be spaced."
The young warrior's eyes went wide, and she turned away. She started issuing orders. A good portion of her troops rapidly disappeared down the transport tube. The rest lined the corridor on both sides, standing at attention. Sail Nolan turned back to us.
"I must check on the status of my wounded. If you need anything, let my subordinates know. If it is within my power, it will be yours."
The senior operative called to her junior counterpart.
"I am designating your vessel as my flagship."
With that comment, the operative limped away. 13. I took Tria by one of her hands and put my other on Clutch's broad shoulder. The pain of combat eased with the reassuring contact. We looked at the junior operative. She waved one of her subordinates over.
"You are to escort these soldiers to the decontamination area. They are to be treated as senior operatives."
The soldier nodded and led us to the transport tube. It was still inoperative. The chalt told us to go down one deck because the engineers were working to remove the spine from the lower one. We were forced to use a service ladder. Our armor was so badly damaged, our gravity drives no longer functioned. We had been on the lower deck once before, and it was closed up tight. Now the doors were open, and we were led on a considerable walk through the chalt warship. The junior operative was yelling,
"Make a hole!"
whenever the passages became crowded. Everyone gave us a wide berth, with the exception of one. Tria's father stood staring. The shocked expression on his face turned to tears as we shuffled by. We finally arrived at a large hangar area. There had to be at least 40 shuttles lined up in rows on each side of the immense hangar opening. They were taking off 2 at a time, disappearing into the void on rescue missions. Just behind the shuttles were much larger, boxy-looking spacecraft with multiple appendages. They had to be maintenance tugs. There were crews boarding them and preparing for launch. I was not sure if the Legacy would require their services. I linked with Kuntz. "Kuntz, I heard a report the shuttle was damaged. Are you injured?"
He came right back to me. "No, Commander, but I will not be able to recover you. The personnel hatch is damaged, and the outer door is not functioning. The cargo hold is also a no-go. The cargo ramp is jammed in the upright position."
"Okay, Kuntz. I will get back with you as soon as we are decontaminated."
"Roger that, Commander."
"Justice, have you got a copy?"
"Yes, Commander. I am awaiting orders."
"Justice, can you safely get Kuntz aboard? He is stuck in the shuttle, and all of the exits are jammed."
"Yes, Commander. We have been in constant communication. I have been tracking his location since the chalt released the shuttle. I will recover Kuntz and stand by for further orders."
"Okay, Justice. When I get clearance, I will need you to maneuver in front of the Chalt hangar door. Our armor is wrecked, and coordinated flight is no longer possible. I am going to talk to the flight master and see if they can give us a 30-second window so you can collect us.
Roger, Commander. I will close with your position and prepare to evacuate all Legacy personnel.
Our guide had departed after consulting with a male Chalt in a light atmospheric suit. The suit had Medbay Tech stenciled on it. The med tech pointed us to walk through decontamination chambers. I approached the tech so he could hear me over the din of the hangar bay operations. His eyes widened, and he started backing away frantically, pointing at the decontamination chamber. I finally nodded and walked to the multi-chambered setup. I waved Tria and Clutch through, then followed. One of the chambers sprayed a mist that brought the burn of the acid in many lacerations to an immediate halt. When we exited, I walked up to the medtech. He was much more cordial now that I was not covered in bug acid. Someone must have briefed him on our status, because now he stood at attention waiting to hear what I had to say. I need you to contact the flight master and have him cease launching spacecraft for 30 seconds. My ship will move in close to evacuate us. The tech got a distant look on his face, and then looked back at me. Say the word, Senior Operative, and it shall be done. Several more techs stepped forward and started slapping plate-sized patches on the rends in our armor. When they were satisfied with their work, they retreated to a safe distance to assist others. I waved to my crewmates, and we headed for the big open hangar door. I called out to the tech. When we reach the hangar door, give the flight master the go-ahead. Give us 30 seconds, and you can resume rescue operations. The tech nodded and stood waiting for our departure. I called to Justice. Justice, are you ready?
Roger, Commander. I will be picking you up in 20 seconds.
We stood at the hangar door, and I waved to the tech. A red band appeared around the hangar opening. We shuffled forward when the Legacy filled the opening, and jumped. The three of us had not covered more than a few feet before we were pulled aboard with the tow beam, and Justice quickly cleared the area. The first thing we noticed when our feet hit the Legacy's deck was our once pristine shuttle was all but trashed. The rear of the shuttle was caved in all the way to the boarding hatch. The port side missile pod and cowling were missing as well. We were not the only ones going through hell. Justice extruded two large arms from the overhead of the hangar, and they extended down onto the shuttle. They embedded themselves into the cracks and rents that were now abundant on the shuttle's hull. The arms seemed to swell, and the bulge flowed downward into the shuttle. With a loud bang, the wrecked boarding hatch fell to the deck. Kuntz appeared in the opening and jumped down to meet us. He looked no worse for wear and tear, and his armor suit did not have a scratch on it. He surveyed the extent of the damage to the shuttle. He turned to me and gave me an Earthman shrug of his shoulders.
Commander, I think there is a good possibility we now have enough spare parts to make our second quorum shuttle void-worthy.
While that was a noteworthy observation, I really wanted to hear the story behind the shuttle's demise. Kuntz, did you decide to ram the crits rather than shoot them? He took my comments for the sarcastic humor it was and gave me a less than attractive smile.
Perhaps it would be a story better told over food rations.
I could not argue with his philosophy. Now that I was fresh out of adrenaline, I was starving. There was still another issue that had me wondering. When we left the hangar to start our mission, the tip of a massive spine ripped from a Quill ship was sticking through the side of the Legacy's hull. The spine was gone, and a sheet of hull alloy now covered the hole. I could see Justice patching the hull, but not extricating the spine. Justice, how did you manage to remove the spine?
Commander, I found the irritation of the Quill protrusion unsettling. There was a number of crits still active in the ship fragment. A large number of them made their way to the exterior of the Legacy and were attempting to board. I enlisted the aid of Kuntz, and we successfully remedied the situation.
I was more than a little puzzled when Justice was not more forthcoming. Kuntz once again suggested we go eat, and he disappeared into the ready room. Tria, Clutch, and I looked at each other, then went to the ready room to stow our badly battered armor. I hoped the repair system on the storage crates could cope with the extent of damage inflicted on the suits. This was by far the worst shape they had ever been in. I stepped up into my armor crate, and the suit balked at fully releasing me. I was forced to physically start pushing my way out of the suit opening. The effort caused me more than a little discomfort. I could tell by Clutch's colorful croaking he was experiencing similar problems. I felt 4 arms wrap around me. Tria gave me a good yank, and I finally pulled free. I turned to her and planted a kiss on her lips for her effort. All thoughts of any pain I was experiencing were quickly forgotten. She would not release me until I gave her another. The racket coming from Clutch was becoming dangerous, and the scent in the ready room took a turn for the worse. I would have thought Kuntz might assist Clutch, but the Grawl was nowhere to be found. Apparently, he was famished. Tria and I took as deep a breath of the tainted air as we could tolerate, and grabbed onto the Tybor. We jerked several times, but had to retreat to the corridor to gulp down enough fresh air to continue. Our second attempt did the trick, and the Tybor plopped to the deck. We ran to the outer passage in hopes our suit liners did not ingest additional quantities of the rank atmosphere permeating the ready room. I shuddered to think what it would be like if our liners permanently smelled like that. Justice came to our aid when I heard the atmosphere scrubber fan taking on a new sound of urgency. Clutch came out of the ready room and nodded to us, then stalked off toward the lift tubes. He was battered and bruised, but pretended it did not bother him. I called to him before he stepped into the lift. "Report to the med bay and have Justice look you over." I went back into the ready room and sat down, pulling off my suit liner. The extent of my physical damage becoming obvious. I was a mess. Like it or not, we would all be making a trip to the med bay. The extra volume of air being cleansed felt chilly to my naked body. That was, right up until Tria sat inches from me and peeled off her suit liner. The temperature instantly climbed to what I would swear was more than 100 degrees. She was bruised and had acid burns on her arms and legs. I knew the wounds were painful because mine were. The smile she gave me said otherwise. My body started responding as any young man's would. There would be no covering my embarrassment. Just when I thought my predicament could not get any worse, an extruded arm came down from the overhead with a carafe of water and 2 glasses. I jumped up from the bench. "Justice!" The arm dissolved so fast the small pitcher and glasses crashed to the deck. Tria was giggling as I stowed my liner in my locker. I grabbed a smartcloth uniform and quickly placed it against my body. It made an awkward attempt to properly conform to my body. I made my way out of the ready room as fast as my battered body would allow me. I cursed the evil robot and his single-minded indiscretion. I could still hear Tria laughing behind me. When I stepped off the lift on the command deck, I went straight to my cabin and a very invigorating cold shower. Most all of my body aches and pain receded to a dull roar. I could not be sure, but it could have been Justice manipulating my implants to block my discomfort. His motivations for doing so were suspect. I dried off and put my uniform back on and went down to the med bay. Tria was there, and Justice was applying spray dressings to her wounds. Her uniform was on a table next to her. I was now more concerned for her health than her nakedness. She was ignoring the extruded arms as they worked on her. She reached out for me, and I took her hand. Justice had to throw in his 2 cents worth. "Commander, in order for me to treat your wounds, it will be necessary for you to remove your uniform." "Justice? I will wait until you have finished treating Tria." After a short pause, Justice pressed 2 small injectors on 2 of her arms. He then finished spraying nanite dressings on the rest of her wounds. She got up with a small flinch and put her smartcloth back on. She gave me a kiss and said, "I will see you in the galley for a meal after I get cleaned up." I nodded, and told her I would see her there. When she left the room, I removed my uniform and sat down. When Justice started cleaning my wounds, the touch of his appendages was like ice, and I reeled from the touch. "What the hell, Justice? I know your hands were not that cold when you treated Tria." "My apologies, Commander. I had to check to ensure the hull patch in the hangar was still intact." My irritation at his comment was heading for the angry side of my bullshit meter. He sensed I was not in the mood to be trifled with. His appendages were now warm, and he cleaned and sprayed my wounds in a professional manner. I was feeling much better, and could see the nanite spray was starting the process of repairing the burns on my skin. Justice told me I could get dressed, and when I leaned over to pick up my uniform, he did me a dirty one. Instead of giving me my nanite booster shots in my arms, as he had done to Tria, he decided my ass was a good target. Normally, you barely felt the injectors. That was not the case this time, and I squalled like a stuck hog. "Are you out of your evil robot mind? If you want to kill me, just get it over with." Putting on my smart cloth, I stormed out of the med bay, rubbing my butt cheeks. Each step I took had me wondering if going to the galley was a smart idea. I really did not care to eat while standing. Maybe Justice would poison me next and put me out of my misery. I grimaced and went to the galley. No matter how pissy Justice got, Tria had a way of taking the sting out of it. I rubbed my ass once more and hoped she could literally do just that. Entering the galley, I thought I would see Kuntz, but that was not the case. Clutch was the only one here, and he was busily piling a tray with food. The tray looked more like a construction project than a meal. Clutch was planning on being here for a while. I patiently waited for him to find a seat. As a rule, we all secretly did not sit next to him when he ate. It was a messy affair and included noises not beneficial to good digestion. If you waited for him to sit down, you could politely sit somewhere else. It never seemed to bother him, and he never asked us to join him. If you were already sitting down and eating, he, more often than not, would sit right next to you. Like it or not, you were going to get the whole show, and you did not want to get him talking. Tria walked through the big archway. I smiled and went to meet her. She had a frown on her pretty face. "What's the matter, Tria? Are you well?"
"Yes, Nathan, I am fine. It is Kuntz that I am worried about. He is out in the corridor pacing. When I asked what was wrong, he only muttered and gave me a vague answer that made no sense." Glancing toward the corridor, I looked back at her, puzzled. "What did he say?" "He said it was Justice's idea, and he was only trying to help." Looking back out to the passageway, I took Tria by the hand and walked out of the galley. Kuntz was just down the corridor, and when he saw me, he turned and started walking the other way. Now I was really starting to smell something rotten, and it had nothing to do with Clutch. "Kuntz, hold up! I want to talk to you." The little Grawl stopped and slowly turned around. The look on his face suggested he was not in a talkative mood. "Okay, Kuntz, spit it out. You've been acting strange ever since you stepped out of the shuttle." "Commander, I was only trying to help. I did not think it would lead to major complications with the shuttle. Justice suggested I help him remove the spine from the hull. I did not anticipate how difficult it would be to dislodge it from the legacy."
I closed my eyes and shook my head. It was clear now what happened to the shuttle. Combat damage was not the reason the shuttle was wrecked. It was probably not Justice's fault either, but my ass was sore enough to go ahead and credit him for it anyway. Kuntz was blaming himself for what may prove to be the loss of both Quorum shuttles. If we could not salvage the parts to get the other shuttle operational, we would be back to having a single shuttle. Regardless of the outcome, we would have to get up to speed on our new shuttle anyway. I put my hand on the Grawl's shoulder. "Kuntz, I am not worried whether we lost the Quorum shuttle or not. When we get back to base, we will work on learning the flight systems for the Chalt shuttle." Tria quickly added,
I think you will find the flight controls on the new shuttle to be intuitive and simple. We will need to train on the weapon systems, but the rest will require very little instruction. The onboard AI will adjust very quickly to our learning parameters.
I knew for a fact Justice was allergic to other artificial intelligences. He was well known for booting AIs out the airlock within minutes of coming into contact with them. I would not be surprised if the Chalt intelligence had already found itself on a shelf in some dark corner on Alpha Base. The look of relief on Kunt's face was obvious. The shitstorm we had just weathered, and the shuttle getting trashed, needed to be in my rearview mirror. Looking at Tria and Kuntz, I smiled. Clutch has his tray loaded, and has probably chosen his seat by now. They both gave me a knowing look, and we headed back to the galley. 14. After a well-deserved meal, we retired to our cabins. Justice informed me the hull repair system had patched enough damage we could now safely jump back to Alpha Base. I felt our transition, but the discomfort was so negligible compared to my other body aches and pains, it almost went unnoticed. I sat on the edge of my bed wondering if Tria would visit me. It was every bit of 2 minutes before my cabin door opened. Tria came in with a blanket wrapped around her and dropped it by the door. Her beautiful body was covered in bruises. Looking down at my own body, I also had numerous large grape-colored splotches. Most of our acid burns had scabbed over, and in another day or so would be gone. The nanite injections quickly healed the superficial stuff, but took longer on the heavier tissue damage. I had set a small pitcher of water and 2 glasses on my bedside table. I had hopes that Justice would find something else to do, rather than intrude in my cabin with meaningless tasks. Tria poured each of us a glass, and we both drank it down. She slid into my bed and put her arms around me. The fatigue of the last 24 hours swept over me, and we quickly fell into a deep sleep. I am sure that was the last thing Justice expected or wanted to happen. While we slept, Justice brought us back to Alpha Base. He put us down in the hangar and had the decency to let us sleep. I did not know it at the time, but he almost had to put down a Grawl rebellion. When Zool and the scientists saw the condition of the Legacy, they freaked out. They crowded around the ship and demanded to be allowed aboard to care for us. The AI finally convinced the Grawl we were doing well and would exit when we awoke. As a group, they sat patiently outside the Legacy and waited for us. We slept for 12 hours straight. Kuntz was the first to wake and relayed the story of our battles. Once assured we would recover, the scientists went back to their normal duties. I woke up alone and sat up wondering if Tria had gone back to her cabin. I heard the shower in my bathroom, and a smile crossed my face. I walked into the steam-filled room, and my legs turned to rubber, and I staggered to the sink. The feeling passed, and I heard a mischievous laugh, and Tria stepped out of the misty water.
"Do you feel me, Nathan?"
Yes. The look in her eyes was alluring. She reached out and pulled me into the shower. She embraced me hard enough to remind me I had been tenderized by a bunch of crits. I suspected what was going to happen might hurt. No pain, no gain. Commander, a Chalt warship designated as Sail Nalin's flagship just entered our star system. It moved into a low orbit and has dropped below the horizon of our moon. I suspect it now occupies the crevasse you have designated for loitering. I closed my eyes and shook my head. This was unbelievable. Tria took it a lot better than I did. She whispered, "Justice, cold water, please." The shock of the water made me yell out. I used my implants to bring up the temperature enough that I could catch my breath. Tria did not seem to notice. She stepped out into the dry, warm air from the dryer. I reached for her, but she just wagged a finger at me.
"We should not keep the senior operative waiting. I believe she will be here shortly. She is known for her punctuality."
I was going to start bitching, but my backscatter link beeped.
"Nathan Myers, I need to speak with you."
It is a matter of urgency." It was all I could do to keep from telling her I was not available until tomorrow. Tria went by me and swatted me on the ass. I almost squalled out loud. I had failed to inform her Justice chose a much different target for my nanite booster shots than for hers. The pain brought my thoughts back from Tria's slender physique to the business at hand. "We will be expecting you, Senior Operative." "Commander, outer doors are opening and a Chalt shuttle is making its approach." "Thank you, Justice." If I did not know better, I would say Justice was as disappointed as I was. I looked around for Tria, but she must have gone to her cabin. I quickly dressed and made my way to the boarding hatch. As I exited, I was met with loud shouts of joy from the gathered Grawl scientists. Their ranks parted, and they held their hands out to me. I touched each as I passed. Many stood to stare at my appearance. I looked like shit, but felt surprisingly good. I thanked and assured them I would make a full recovery. I told them the operative would arrive momentarily, and they dispersed. I suspected they still did not trust Sail Nolan. The second prototype Chalt shuttle landed next to its duplicate, and Sail Nolan quickly disembarked. She did not look happy. That had me worried. She did not greet me, and came right to the point. "Have you accessed the data cube I gave you?" I was caught off guard by the question and her look of consternation. I was also surprised her face no longer sported the disfiguring scar. She now looked much younger. "We're studying it. Is there a problem, Senior Operative?" "Yes, Nathan Myers. Information has come to light the device might be much more than it appears to be. Can we speak in private?" I looked at several Grawl that were lingering close by, and was going to shoo them away. I thought better of it, because this was their home now, and no place for enigmas. "Please tell me what you want to say. There is nothing I wish to hide from anyone here." She closed her eyes, drew in a breath, and slowly let it out. She was still not used to anyone questioning her authority. Tria, Clutch, and Kuntz walked up to us and stood with quizzical looks on their faces. She finally came to the point. "The device was designed to covertly data map the architecture of your ship's AI and upload it to the IST. My superiors do not know I am here to reveal this information, nor do they know I have it. They have also been less than truthful about the amount of information we have on the daggers you possess." It was disturbing to think every race I came into contact with had an ulterior motive behind our interactions. I turned and spoke loud enough that everyone could hear. "Justice, set 2 additional places in our conference room, and please bring the Chalt data cube." Justice made it a point to answer me over the base PA system. "Affirmative, Commander. I have anticipated your request, and have already made the preparations. Zul will be joining you shortly. I would also like to add the nature of the Chalt spyware was discovered, and our contingency successfully quarantined the covert code. I had planned on briefing you on my findings during your morning meal." The operative was startled by Justice's disclosures. A look of relief crossed her face, accompanied by a small smile. I could tell she was impressed with the Ularan AI's acuity. There was a very real chance she would inform her superiors to never underestimate the machine intelligence again. I was sure this would eventually turn into another problem. The Chalt powers that be were not going to be happy with second best. I led the operative through the legacy, and she seemed vaguely familiar with her surroundings. Tria had already told me her people had recovered Ularan artifacts. It would be stupid to think the operative was not current on intelligence pertaining to the legacy. When we reached the bridge, the operative stopped and gawked at the surround view of the star system. Apparently, this was not a feature installed on Chalt warships. The screen changed to the mapped location of the operative's flagship. A blue box appeared around the crevasse. Several green lines came from the location. One was thick, solid, and cone-shaped. It spread out and disappeared off-screen. 2 were much fainter and appeared as pulses. One had IST next to it, the other BST. Sale Nolan turned with a look of shock on her face. Justice just verified what he had been hinting at. She now realized the covert comm devices were not as undetectable as her people thought. I was puzzled why Justice would show the operative his capabilities. Then it dawned on me the AI did not like being underestimated and was showing off. Even as the thought bounced around in my head, the screen abruptly went blank. Sale Nolan shook her head and followed us to the conference room. She might have come to the same conclusion. The conference room table was now longer than it used to be. It had a chair at each end and two on each side. I knew mine was at the head of the table. My crews and Zul's were on each side because our chairs matched. They were large and comfortable. The chair at the opposite end, however, was smaller and lacked the benefit of padding. Justice was going to make the operative pay for interrupting an event he desperately wanted to analyze in detail. His spitefulness did not seem to bother me enough to comment on it. The operative had a frown on her face that pretty much said she knew the AI was responsible for the chicanery. She finally rolled her eyes and sat down. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to address an issue that has been weighing heavy on my heart. If we would have known what it was going to cost in Chalt lives to keep this base hidden, I would have given the order to abandon this complex. Wasting so many precious lives to protect this piece of dirt is madness. If Quill forces return, I do not want you to defend this place. The operative sat staring at me, then cleared her throat. I came here to tell the truth about several things I now find distasteful to hide from you. The conflict with the Quill shall be another. Information I am about to share can go no further than this room. The look on Sale Nolan's face was dead serious. I made eye contact with each of my teammates, and all gave me a nod. I personally did not need any assurances from my people. I knew I could trust each and every one with my life if it came to it. I did the small gesture for the benefit of the operative. It seemed to be what she was looking for. The Chalt people are at war with the Quill. It was true when I said there would be great danger if they found this place. You saw what they were doing to those planetary bodies. If they find their way here, they would do the same to this moon. All Chalt military assets have standing orders to attack Quill wherever they might be found. The engagement you came uninvited to would have taken place with or without you. That being said, I do not think I would be alive to tell you this if you had not been there to change the tide of the battle. Tria was shocked, but not lost for words. Our people have not been at war for a great number of years. What have the Quill done to change the last 20 years of peace, and why should it be a secret? The operative looked at Tria for several long moments. I could tell she did not care for Tria's insubordinate tone. Her look of annoyance quickly turned neutral. Are you familiar with the Uluru system? Tria pondered the question, then answered, Yes. We discovered the star system long ago. The system had 8 planets, 2 of which were habitable. One had a mid-level civilization, and they named their world Austral. If I remember correctly, they called themselves the Air. They were industrious and hard-working people. They were granted a favorable trade status, and as I recall, several of our people settled among them. Your memory serves you well, Tria Burler. The second world, Tasma, was barely habitable. We set up 12 massive terraforming complexes on the planet. After several years, a Chalt settlement was established and a lucrative trade route was set up between the 2 planets. Both prospered and were the epitome of peaceful coexistence until the Quill stumbled upon Tasma. The small garrison was no match for the Quill forces. Before our military could reach their location, the Quill had killed and harvested more than 28,000 Chalt citizens. When our warships arrived, we found what the Quill had done. We wiped them out at the cost of nearly decimating the ecosystem on Tasma. We now hunt them the same as we hunt the Scrun. We will one day find their habitats, and they will pay dearly. Did the crits find Austral?
A small number of Quill survivor pods managed to safely land on Austral. The Air and Chalt settlers captured them, and they were fed to the local predators. I had no knowledge of the Quill until a few days ago. I hated them already.
Why does it have to be a secret?
All should know about the atrocities committed by the crits and action taken to prevent it from happening again.
Sale looked at me, shaking her head.
The Union is aware of what has transpired. There are some on the Union Council that fear the crits and want nothing to do with a war. They are actively seeking a non-aggression treaty. It is easy for the majority of Union races to look the other way, since they have had no contact with the Quill. Few, if any, know what the crits have done or where they come from. They appear from the unexplored void and then vanish, sometimes causing death and destruction, and sometimes not. As long as the Quill do not attempt to infest a protected world, the Union will not interfere. The Union has said they do not want war and will not support one. None of this matters to the Chalt people. We will destroy these vermin wherever they are found. My people are already in conflict with Union directives, so the less known about our actions, the better.
I looked at my teammates, and it did not take a genius to figure out their thoughts. I put it into words.
We will stand with the Chalt people.
The operative smiled at me. It was a pleasant expression now that she had her scars repaired.
You have proven it to me more than any alien I know of.
She got up and walked around the table. I stood to meet her. She reached into a pouch on her belt and pulled out 2 devices that looked like small cell phones from my home world.
The first of these devices will make your IST transmissions private. Once installed and powered on, your deep space communications can no longer be decrypted by my superiors. I suggest only using it for confidential conversations. I would be forced to answer difficult questions if it was known you have this capability. The second device is a dedicated signal generator. It will allow you to use your IST to talk directly to me anywhere in the galaxy. I recommend you activate the first device if you have something to say to me that you want to go no further.
As Sale Nolan was telling me these things, I saw an extruded appendage come through the doorway. It was carrying a chair, and swapped the smaller one with one that matched the rest. My team was on the verge of laughing out loud at the AI's antics. Sale caught the small frown on my face and turned to look at my crew. They now had neutral looks on their faces. I should have yelled at Justice for screwing around, but it was kind of funny. Sale handed me the devices, then turned to sit back down, noticing the chair swap. Sale snorted out loud. I had truly hoped the AI of this ship would not have its intelligence degraded by being in such close proximity to a mindless beast. It has just proven me wrong. It was time to get back to business. Justice, I need the report on your findings. Commander, it is as the operative has stated. The data cube has several million lines of code, interlaced with the star charting and dagger information. The spyware was of a very subtle nature. The more information accessed, the more complete the architectural blueprinting became. If undetected, the program would have gathered sufficient data to give whoever was responsible for it valid Ullaran design specifications. I locked my eyes on the operative. Why would your people go through so much trouble? If you would have asked Justice, he might have been willing to disclose what your superiors are seeking. The operative slapped 2 of her hands to her forehead. Because there are many in our military that have the mindset that it is much easier to steal the information than ask for it. It removes the possibility of being denied access. The program has proven to be very useful and, far too often, the tool of choice. I really had no reason to be shocked by the revelation. The biggest governments on my home world did the same thing on a daily basis. Friend or foe, it usually made little difference to those with the power to do it. The operative gave me a look of resignation. I have to know. Are we now beyond a simple request? It is not a question you should be asking me. The operative flinched at my answer. She seemed momentarily lost for words. Then she said, Justice, is there still a chance you will freely give the information my superiors seek? Senior operative, I have gradually grown to like and respect you. However, I will not be extending the same courtesy to your superiors. A single infraction of our trust may have been forgivable, but the list is now quite extensive and apparently ongoing. I am sorry, but further cooperation is not warranted at this time. Justice's answer to the operative's question was eloquently stated, and got the point across. It was a thoroughly washed and dried statement that in no way resembled the oath-laden tirade running around in my brain box. My crew sat silently watching. It was amusing to see them focus on the operative, and then turn to me, wondering what my response would be. It was a lot like an audience watching the back and forth of a ping-pong tournament. Justice was not done. He had been giving the operative non-stop glimpses of his capabilities, all of which I am sure she was reporting to her superiors. He gave her more insight. Senior operative, I have been carefully cataloging and analyzing all your collaborations, along with your superiors' directives. With the help of another entity, we have concluded the daggers and associated equipment are inert objects of study without Ularan AI interaction. When you file your report, I suggest you point out that transparency with a known friendly ally would garner goodwill significantly faster than deceit. The operative sat rubbing her temples. She then looked up with a frown on her face. There is another Ularan AI at this facility? The silence in the room became awkward. If Justice was not going to speak up and tell her about the overseer, then I was going to keep my mouth shut. I would let him continue playing his mind games on the operative's superiors. It was unfortunate Sale Nolan was stuck in the middle. 15. The operative sighed and stood up. I have been recalled to head security for the Prul containment vessel until it is moved to a new research facility. I have done all I can to aid you for your service to my people. If you need to talk to me, you now have the means. I have decided to leave the other prototype shuttle with you, to replace the one you lost in combat. That comment got Kuntz looking a little nervous, wondering if I was going to tell the operative what really happened. Much to his relief, I just smiled and thanked her. Senior Operative, you have been most generous in your compensation, and we thank you. If in the future your superiors come to their senses, we will consider other mutually beneficial exchanges. Before that can happen, your current policies involving us need to be of openness instead of espionage. The operative nodded to us all and moved toward the door. We stood to follow her out, and Tria gave me a push that almost made me collide with Sale. I looked over my shoulder and frowned at her. She jerked her head in the operative's direction and made a shooting motion to me. I gave her the stink eye and stepped alongside the operative. I hooked my arm in one of hers. Sale looked down at my arm and then looped her other around mine. She spoke softly to me. Being recalled for a security detail is not considered a step up the career ladder. I believe the more aggressive members of the Chalt Military Council have determined my mission here to be an abject failure. I was stunned by her statement and stopped before we could step down into the tube. I looked down the corridor and saw that my crew had not followed us. I suspected it was Tria's doing, so we could have a chance to air what might not be said otherwise. Sale, I do not see how anyone could call what you have managed a failure. Nathan, there are those who think I should have sterilized this facility and taken everything back to our home worlds. If you add that to the less than glorious outcome of my battle with the Quill, I am fortunate I have not been placed in protective custody. Sale, obviously brighter minds prevailed. While they might not have everything they wanted, they certainly are not going away empty-handed. Surely they must realize the outcome would have been different if they had not been so deceitful. She gave me a pained expression and placed one of her hands on my cheek.
There is a very real possibility I may never see you again. I brought the comm devices, so if I did not, I would at least be able to talk with you. It is regrettable how I acted when I first met you. I have never had a reason to be anything other than the sharp point of the military council's will. Now I am not sure how I feel. I do know I will miss you, Nathan Myers.
The operative embraced me, and then stepped into the down tube. I followed her, disliking the feelings I was having. This may have been the outcome of the council's choosing, but it was not mine. Justice, I am sure there is something we can do about this. Yes, Commander. With your permission, I would like to send an IST signal in the open to the senior operative. At first, I was a little bit confused why Justice wanted to use the IST rather than just tell the operative what he had to say. He obviously wanted the Chalt Military Council to hear every word. A smile grew on my face as I finally comprehended the AI's intentions. The operative had just stepped off the legacy. Please, Justice, carry on. This backwards-thinking Earthboy is always willing to be schooled in the proper use of subterfuge. Senior Operative, my Guardian security protocols have quarantined a very large number of intrusive espionage programs encoded into the star charting and dagger data. Was it your intention to covertly appropriate Guardian architecture specifications? The operative stopped like a roped steer. She turned around with a frown on her face, and her mouth opened like she was going to say something very unpleasant. Her mouth snapped shut, and she stared disbelieving at what she had just heard broadcast. A smile slowly replaced her shocked expression. I have no idea what you are talking about. If this is some sort of ploy cooked up by the ignorant Earth primate who finds it amusing to stack his scat, it will not work. I find no humor in your allegations. My superiors have been more than generous, and our charity has come to an end. I can assure you, Senior Operative, my commander is extremely angry over my findings. After carefully analyzing your response, I have determined you are not in fact privy to this duplicity. Your superiors have made a grievous miscalculation. The Chalt status of a trusted ally is now in doubt. My commander and crew freely shed their blood to protect the Chalt people and their assets. This is not the reward we would expect for doing so. If your superiors would have asked for the information, there is the very real possibility my commander would have given you access. That opportunity is no longer an option. My commander has a statement for your superiors. It should be taken with the utmost significance. Sale Nolan stood with a huge smile on her face. She had both sets of arms crossed and was enjoying the show. I could tell she knew what the plot was going to be. Senior Operative, now that I have reviewed the evidence of my AI's findings, the access I was going to grant your superiors is now revoked. From this point on, you will be the sole representative of your council allowed to enter Alpha Base. We have taken measures to ensure intelligence gathered at this facility will remain secret. Any threats of disclosure trying to change the outcome of my decision will be met with a similar disclosure of ongoing Chalt operations, capabilities, and technology. Substantial damage to our relationship has occurred. The censure I have deemed appropriate for this betrayal is solely the fault of those responsible for this shameful breach of trust. I made a chopping motion across my throat. My crewmates had been standing quietly behind me until I had finished my rant. We gathered around Sale Nolan and congratulated her on her new status as ambassador to the Chalt military. She politely smiled, then turned to me. What makes your primitive mind conclude I wish further interaction with the likes of you? Now, Mother, I know you want to stick around and see how I practice the traits you have taught me. If it were not for you, I would have no knowledge of how to stack scat. She laughed out loud. Rancid beast! Witch. The smile faded from her face and was replaced by her business-as-usual, no-bullshit glare. We all quieted, knowing she was probably being calmed by the powers that be. I am being recalled and must leave immediately. A cabinet-level meeting has been called, and I am expected to give a detailed report on all that has taken place. I will let you know if your outrageous ruse actually worked. If you never hear from me again, my spirit will seek you out and torment you till your end. The operative walked away from us. When she was about 50 yards out, she turned to us. I held up my hand and waved goodbye. She stood staring for a moment, then raised her hand and did the same. She abruptly disappeared with a loud report. Justice, call a meeting in the cafeteria in 30 minutes. I know your subsystems were very busy while we were gone. I would like a detailed report on the damage to the Legacy and a rundown on the new shuttles. Affirmative, Commander. Judging by the look on Kuntz's face, he had something on his mind. Commander, with the help of the scientists, we will strip all the salvageable systems from the damaged shuttle and transfer them to the other Quorum shuttle. That works for me, Kuntz, but you can only have a couple of the scientists. The rest are going to be busy repairing the Legacy and installing the new weapons. We will iron out the details at our meeting. Zool had been standing on the ramp of the Legacy, and I waved him over. Zool, how would you feel about becoming my full-time science officer aboard the Legacy? The post would require traveling with us on all our excursions. I need someone aboard the Legacy at all times when we deploy. Kuntz is no longer content with staying behind during combat operations. As you can see by the condition of the Legacy, the job comes with considerable risks. The little Grawl looked like he was ready to bust.
Commander. I would be honored to serve on the Legacy.
All right, Zool. You are officially a crew member now. You should inform Graf and Jaren. They will now take on the duties of base operations. The Grawl scientist turned around so swiftly to tell everyone the news he collided with Clutch. The scientist was knocked to the deck. Clutch reached down and picked him up, setting him back on his feet. The Grawl apologized and took off at a dead run. I did not think the Grawl realized what he was getting himself into. He just increased his odds of meeting a violent end by at least double. Shaking my head, I turned to Tria. Tria, I want you to take as many scientists and engineers as you need to get the Legacy retrofitted and repaired. Clutch and I are going to start cataloging what the operative put in those crates. Let's get a bite to eat and delegate the tasks. She smiled and took my arm as we walked to the lifts. When we arrived in the cafeteria, the Grawl were gathered around Zool, Graf, and Jaren. They dispersed and sat while I gave everyone a quick briefing on our new work schedules. I also gave them the news they had all earned a 5 million credit bonus for all their hard work. To say the Grawl were surprised would have been an understatement. They were happy to help and were glad to be out of the labs for a change. Justice had compiled a wealth of information on the new shuttles and had a better picture of what was stored on the Chalt data cube. Commander, the Chalt shuttles are of a cutting-edge design. They have a very robust offensive or defensive capability. My survey of the system suggests the shuttles were testing platforms for the latest Chalt military hardware. Their size is a direct correlation to the size of the star drives and the power generators that supply shield and weapon energy. I surmise the operative's comments stating their latest generation shuttles are much bigger and of a different profile allude to the possibility of larger power plants. This would mean better shields, weapons, and star drives. Clutch asked the question that was floating around in my mind. Justice, will both shuttles fit in the Legacy's hangar? Yes, Troop Master, but it will require reconfiguring the spacecraft lockdown systems to accommodate their larger size. Manual exit and entries will no longer be available. I will now handle those operations with a tow beam to prevent damaging the spacecraft in the tight quarters of the hangar. Kuntz had the next question that was on everyone's mind. Will you be able to take them aboard during combat situations with the shields active? I am currently reviewing several of the onboard systems, and priority has been given to that contingency. Justice's comment, he was reviewing systems, made me smile. This usually meant he was doing away with any foreign AIs. As far as he was concerned, there would only be a single intelligence entrusted with our security and well-being. What about the weapon systems? Commander, the weapons are hidden behind hatches on the wings and hull. It gives a benign appearance to a formidable weapons platform. The shuttle has 4-point defense weapons matching the design of the weapons the operative gave us to upgrade the Legacy's defenses. There are 2 main weapons that are much larger versions of the point defense weapons. My analysis confirms they are more destructive than the current Galactic Union weapons mounted to the Legacy. I have noted with great interest the missile tubes on the shuttle match the diameter of our stockpile of nanite missiles. While the shuttle is currently armed with the 20 Chalt stealth interdimensional missiles, it would be a simple matter to load the rotary launchers with the nanite weapons. That was convenient. The Chalt would have no problem using the missiles we traded to them because they had already reverse-engineered the launchers. Now that they had the original missile design, they could copy and upgrade all of their stockpiles of nanite weapons. Do the shuttles have dark energy hyperdrives? No, Commander. They utilize an upgraded warp field generator that gives them considerable range, but at the expense of standard hyperspace travel intervals. Since the briefing was turning into a question-and-answer session, Tria had a query I had not yet thought about.
Justice, if we are able to get the daggers operational, where would we store them? It is apparent we lack additional space in the hangar unless we leave a shuttle here at Alpha Base.
This is a very good question, Tria. I have yet to address the matter, but I am working on a plan to install spacecraft lockdown systems in the cargo hold. It will be a simple matter to replace several of the freight locks with stronger systems capable of anchoring the daggers. The atmosphere retention fields will have to be upgraded to increase their duty ratings. It will require minimal modifications to accomplish the task. After thinking about limiting our cargo capacity, I decided I really did not like the idea. Justice, go ahead with the cargo bay lockdowns, but I think we will only take 1 shuttle with us. Until our mission parameters change to the point we need 2, we will keep 1 here for backup. Kuntz, forget about working on the Corum shuttle. I want that shuttle and our hangar queen parked in the escape tunnel hangar. We will set up a repair schedule that won't be in conflict with the priority of getting the Legacy back to optimal condition. I want all hands capable of doing so working on refitting the Legacy. The little Grawl gave me a nod and waved several of the engineers over to him.
Commander, we will be back to help repair the Legacy within the hour.
16. I was curious about the information contained on the data cube. Justice, was there enough usable data for us to get the daggers operational? Commander, the information was vague and was presented in a format that made numerous inquiries a necessity. This was done to gather information on AI systems' capabilities. It was also designed to steer the inquiries to more invasive algorithms that were capable of deciphering Uluran architecture. To simplify the conclusion of my assessment, I speculate the more curious I became, the more information the Chalt would gain. So the Overseer determined it was not a good idea to continue researching the information. That assessment is essentially correct, Commander. What about the statement you made to the operative? You said the daggers were worthless without an Uluran AI. The Overseer and I have determined we can unlock the secrets of the daggers without the data cube intelligence. The Chalt references to AI infraction failing to grant them access to the spacecraft led us to this conclusion. We know they do not possess Guardian-designed artificial intelligences. Once we determine the access codes required to open the AI data ports, we will be granted full recognition and operational status. Justice put a view screen on the wall showing one of the daggers. It was covered in extruded nanite tendrils. It would be just a matter of time before he gained us access. I had no doubt that when that happened, Justice would inhabit the spacecraft, and they would be ours to operate. Was any of the star charting data accessible? Yes, Commander. A small quantity was untainted by the invasive spyware. We have incorporated the usable information into our database. The star systems discovered by our Guardian transponder are not catalogued in the data. For now, they will remain our discoveries. Okay, Justice. Unless you have any additional pertinent information, we will get started on the repairs to the Legacy. There is one other unfortunate bit of information I must pass on to you. Your Zane battle armor, along with trias and clutches, are a total loss. The repair crates were unable to reverse the corrosive nature of the quill weapon damage. In order for the crates themselves not to be damaged, I removed the armor. I have stripped the usable equipment and will jettison them on your orders. Crap. There goes several 100 million credits worth of equipment that was essential to our survival. We had collected a large number of Zane battlesuits from the Murloc pirates, and I wondered if we could make use of them. I had a feeling the answer was going to be no, because Justice had not mentioned them. That's not what I wanted to hear. I guess we need to pay the Zanes a visit and place an order for new armor. The Chalt heavy armor could not take the beating the Zane armor took. Our lives are the proof of that. Commander, I have been studying the Zane armor design and have been working on several upgrades. The Zanes have the proprietary processes to manufacture the suits. Any design upgrades will have to be submitted to them to determine if they meet manufacturing compatibility parameters. My upgrade specifications include many of our exotic materials. It would be wise to keep information of this nature secret. That could prove to be a difficult task, not knowing the amount of Zane personnel required to build the suits. Why should we worry about hiding the fact we have rare minerals? Commander, part of my suit upgrades would include a liquid anti-corrosive barrier heavily laden with our Guardian-designed nanites. They can be programmed to make repairs on battle damage or actively attack combatants that manage to breach the double-hull design. Everyone stopped talking when Justice mentioned using our weaponized nanites. His idea of a double-hulled suit had everyone's attention. Okay, Justice. I did not realize we were talking about those exotic materials. Please continue. Let's hear what you have in mind. Justice decided it was going to be show and tell. He projected a 3D image on a large screen so we could easily see his ideas. Kuntz walked back into the room and stared intently at the display. Commander, I have reviewed all of your past engagements and have identified several of the Zane armor's shortcomings. To alleviate the deficiencies, I have drawn up plans for an armor suit within an armored shell. All of the existing servo systems will be integrated into the outer shell. This will make the suit larger, but will greatly reduce the chances of damage to the mobility systems. I have redesigned the suit weapons so they are modular. It will now be a simple matter to swap out any that are damaged in battle. Behind the outer shell will be a liquid anti-corrosive barrier. The liquid will be multi-purpose. It will not only be a fire-retardant reservoir for the nanites, but also a heat sink capable of dissipating extreme temperatures. Kuntz was fidgeting like a 5-year-old, and we knew he had something to say or add. There was a good possibility if he waited for the rest of the briefing, he would not have to say a thing because it would be covered. That was not his nature, and he made sure we all knew that Justice was not the only one with a high IQ. Justice! Any new armor designs should include different power output settings for the beam weapon. There have been several occasions when we could have used the weapon, but its destructive force was prohibitive. Engineer Kuntz, if allowed to continue my briefing, I will address weapon upgrades. Kuntz had a frown on his face and looked like he was in the mood to give us his 2 cents worth, whether justice was done or not. I was not sure if his comments on the beam weapon were indirectly taking a swipe at me. I really could not blame him. On more than one occasion, I was guilty of careless disregard when the Uluran in me took over. My thirst for destruction was unquenchable and had little concern for the safety of others. We had a lot of work ahead of us, and it was time to move on. Kuntz, I am sure justice will take your suggestions under advisement. Let's move on so we can get to work on our immediate problems. The little Grawl looked like he had eaten sour grapes, but he nodded and held his tongue. Justice, please give us the highlights so we can get started on repairs to the legacy. Of course, Commander. As the suit will be of larger dimensions, I have increased the size of the munitions backpack. The suit launcher will now have a mixed munition loadout of 500 projectiles. To ensure your personal weapons have an abundance of ammunition, I have designed hardened enclosures on the hips of the suit that will carry 40 magazines aside. Just below those will be additional enclosures for smaller quantities of munitions or storage. You will no longer have to bend down to draw your fighting knives. They will be housed in sheaths alongside the beam weapon and the suit launcher. You can extend and retract them with suit commands. This will keep you from losing them in close-quarters combat. The Grawl cloaking capabilities will have to be re-engineered to properly cloak the large size of the new design. I am working on sound dampeners for the boots as well. I will update you further when I have finalized my design. Kuntz got a look that usually meant he wanted the last word. He spits it out before I could tell him to wait, and we would listen to his ideas before we showed the plans to the Zanes. It was not what I expected. Justice, I have not been able to locate the projectile weapon the commander gave me. I would like it returned to my locker if you have finished studying it. The Grawl sounded a little indignant. I was also a little puzzled by the pistol's disappearance. Justice, are there any experiments with the pistol that we should know about? No, Commander. I found there was little I could do to improve its design. I have already returned it to Kuntz's weapon locker. Kuntz now stood with his arms crossed and a smirk parked on his face. Justice decided he would change the Grawl's attitude, and not for the better. Commander, I have built a new weapon. Its initial design will be portable. If my new armor design is implemented, it will be mounted on the left appendage of the suit. There is enough clearance to mount it on the lower left forearm underneath the needle gun and tube launcher. The munitions pack clips onto the launcher pack and will hold 1,000 rounds. I have redesigned the .44 caliber ammunition to enhance its penetration and upgraded the level of explosive discharge. The new weapon was designed to suppress enemy fire. Since Kuntz is enamored with your Earth projectile weapon, I will lighten my workload by not building an additional weapon for him. The Grawl's eyes were bugging out and his mouth hanging open. Judging by the expression on his face, spite must taste like shit. It was time to be done with the games and get to work. All right, everyone. You have your jobs, so let's get to work. Kuntz snapped his mouth closed and stalked off. I did not know if Justice was yanking his crank or if he actually had no intention of building a weapon for him. At some point, I would figure it out. If he did not, I would tell him to build one for Kuntz as well. Not having heavy combat armor was bothering me to the point I felt it was something that should be addressed sooner rather than later. Clutch and I had no engineering background and had very little to do with the repairs to the legacy. It would be a good learning experience and a shakedown cruise of sorts to take one of the new shuttles for a little excursion. Shreya would not like the idea of me going without her, but she was needed here for the repairs and refit of the legacy. I pulled Clutch aside and told him what I was thinking. He gave me a big, toothy smile and took off to get his gear moved to the shuttle. Justice, are you now in control of the shuttles? Yes, Commander. The shuttles have been thoroughly examined and all systems analyzed. I have yet to install the combat landing equipment, but the shuttles are mission-ready in all aspects. Okay, Justice. How long will it take us to reach the outpost where the Zanes have set up shop? Transition time will be 106 hours, Commander. What is the estimated repair and refit time for the legacy? 211 hours, with all personnel working extended work periods. 272 if you intend on mounting the anomaly weapon. Until we can make it operational, there is no good reason to mount it. I do, however, want to replace both of the galactic weapons. I want another of the base's defensive weapons pulled out of its silo and mounted on the Legacy. Mount them where the galactic weapons used to be, and leave the anomaly weapon bay empty for the time being. That will extend the refit time an additional 42 hours, Commander. I hope we will be back well before then. We still do not know if your new design will be acceptable to Zane manufacturing processes. We may be subjected to an extended stay if they do accept your design. I want you to move all equipment and supplies you think will be needed for the trip. I also want you to talk with Kuntz and at least listen to his suggestions. Give me a heads up when you are ready to go. Acknowledged, Commander. It was now my unenviable job to break the news to the other half of my crew. I did not think I had ever knowingly made Tria angry, but had a feeling I was getting ready to. As I approached her, she turned and cocked an eyebrow. That uncanny sixth sense she possessed was cueing her in that I was up to something. In hopes of easing any tension, I planted my best Earthman kiss on her. She took a step back and crossed her arms, waiting for me to admit what I was up to. Her piercing emerald eyes were boring into me. I gulped and tried to smile, but was finding it difficult. Tria, I have been thinking about our safety and survive. She embraced me and gave me a kiss, then said, Nathan, you are still my commander, and you do not need to explain your intentions. That being said, I must tell you I have never considered choosing a mate. Please do not make me go through the process of finding another. If you do not come back to me, my spirit will make your afterlife very unpleasant. She leaned in and whispered, You should not stay away long. My legs suddenly turned to rubber, and I staggered forward into her. She held me up and kept me from falling. She gave me a small chuckle and an alarming smile that turned serious. You must keep the Ularon demon at bay, and all will go well. My spirit will be with you and give you strength. She kissed me again and went back to her repairs. I was still having difficulty getting my legs to function properly. I had a serious amount of second thoughts, but knew I would serve my comrades better by getting us new armor. I saw Kuntz standing on the Legacy's boarding ramp, and he did not look happy either. Commander, all preparations for departure are complete. I took the liberty of bringing our surplus battlesuits we liberated from the Murloc. There is the possibility the Zanes might be able to resell them to the Murloc at some future date. They serve no useful purpose here. I have also included several of our exotic minerals and materials in the event the Zanes will manufacture my new armor design. Okay, Justice. I am on my way. The sooner we leave, the sooner we will be back. I walked up to the rear of the shuttle and made my way to the cargo ramp. Justice had retracted all of the troop jump seats back into the deck, and I was surprised to see the large hold was at a third of its capacity. I was not going to second-guess the AI as to why this was, and boarded without comment. I went up to the flight deck and found Clutch already strapped in and waiting. It looked like he was napping. I called to him, and he startled. It was not one of my brighter ideas. The scent in the cockpit turned to a less than delightful bouquet. I tried my best to pretend I did not notice. The Tybor threw his hands up and displayed his big, gray choppers. I strapped in next to him and watched as Justice highlighted the startup sequence switches. Clutch followed the cues, and a low hum filled the cockpit. Outer doors open, Troopmaster. Clutch looked over at me and waited. Take us out, Troopmaster. The Tybor smiled, and in the blink of an eye, we were in open space. I swallowed hard because I was pretty sure Clutch had made the exit manually. It was hard to believe his smile could get any bigger, but it did as he opened up the star drives to full power. Our forward view turned to a tunnel with a white spot at the end. Judging by the size of the Troopmaster's eyes, the shuttle was crazy fast. Justice's AI double broadcast over our comm system. Jump coordinates locked and transition status optimal. The flight controls and ship readouts were the same on both sides of the cockpit. I saw a matching set of switches become highlighted, and Clutch reached out and pressed his. My stomach got slightly queasy, and I felt a little itchy. The forward view went from a bright, flaring white to the dark, shimmering gray of hyperspace. I looked around the roomy cockpit at the large array of dials, gauges, and view screens. Justice ran me through the locations of the weapons and emergency equipment options. We would spend the next 100+ hours learning to pilot the shuttle and use all of its systems. When we were not working on the flight systems, we were familiarizing ourselves with the new Chalt recon armor. It was lightweight and durable, but could not take prolonged abuse. I had already witnessed firsthand what would happen when they are exposed to sustained fire and corrosives. The armor had some unique combat systems. On command, 4 claws could be extended from the top of the armored gloves and boots. They had powered edges and tips that could be used for fighting or climbing. When powered, you could sink them into rock or metal and climb straight up. The helmet was also a slick piece of engineering. It could pop out of the large collar and enclose your head in a matter of seconds. The armor was not capable of making you invisible, but it could mimic any background you stood against. I liked messing with the unlimited color schemes. I was constantly changing the suit's color, and finally quit when I saw Clutch giving me funny looks. I got bored and went to the hold to root around in the equipment that Justice had loaded. I was surprised at the number of artifacts he decided to bring along. He must have thought we needed to sweeten the pot to get what we wanted. It would be great if we could get the suits by bartering the surplus Murloc armor and some of the artifacts. I was not going to take any chances, and had credit vouchers in my pocket that amounted to more than 20 billion credits. When I started checking out the storage lockers, I found 2 with complete weapon loadouts. Justice made sure we had the tools to meet any contingency. I noticed a crate with several cylinders in it. They resembled aerosol containers about the size of a small hairspray can. I picked one up and looked at it. It was covered in diamond-shaped protrusions that were wrapped around a central core. When Clutch saw me examining the device, he cautioned me to be careful.
"Commander, use caution when handling that device. It is an anti-personnel weapon."
I carefully put the weapon back in the crate. I take it this was one of the gifts from the operative?
"Yes, Commander. It is cutting-edge tech and expensive to produce. The operative supplied 2 shipping containers full of them."
It looks a little large to be throwing any distance. What is the blast radius?
They can detonate in a single discharge, and the shrapnel is deadly to about 100 yards. They can also use centrifugal force to disperse the shrapnel. When activated, they spin with such velocity the projectiles can penetrate medium armor. They can hover and wait for targets to appear, then attack in a 360-degree field of fire. It is an excellent area denial weapon. They can identify friend from foe, and will attack until all of the projectiles are expended. The central core will then detonate or dissolve. Either way, it leaves no evidence of its design or manufacturer.
You ever used them before?
No, Commander. I read the manual on the datapad Justice left in the cockpit. I suggest you do the same. One never knows when they might come in handy.
17. The manual was interesting reading, but did not keep me from falling asleep. I was startled awake by Clutch shaking me.
"Commander, Justice has an active thread on the Guardian transponder."
I sat upright, shaking my head, trying to keep the sleepy fog from my thoughts. I did not know Justice had brought the transponder, but should have known better. It would have served no useful purpose back at Alpha Base. What's going on, Justice? Commander, I was not going to wake you when the thread was first discovered. I was going to log its location for future reference and investigation. The nature of this thread is unusual. It is unlike previous signals. Clutch and I have discussed the matter and believe it warrants investigation. What makes the thread different? The thread is a yellow segmented line that is blinking at a constant cycle. No thread has exhibited these characteristics. Okay, Justice. Let's take a quick look, and then get back on our current mission. Affirmative, Commander. I will transition to normal space-time for a course correction and target acquisition. We dropped from hyperspace to get a firm read on the distance to the thread's terminus. I was feeling antsy because we had no idea what we would find. The Guardian transponder was an amazing artifact. It had proven to be a skeleton key of sorts that granted access to Guardian equipment and a compass pointing the way to hidden artifacts. We had no way of knowing what its true capabilities were. Commander, the thread seems to be pointing to a destination in the void and not a star system. It appears to be a location in a large dust and gas nebula. Clutch voiced his alarm.
Commander, that would be a very good place to be ambushed by pirates.
Justice, let's go in stealthy until we can figure out what we are looking at. If it is some kind of hidden base, we will record its location and come back to investigate later. I don't want to take any chances of this being a trap. Commander, the systems aboard this shuttle for stealth operations are not as sophisticated as the Legacies. I will approach our target with extreme caution. We need to see what we can do about that shortcoming. If you can improve the Chult systems, I want it done when we return to base. I have plans to upgrade the cloaking and negation systems of both the Legacy and our new shuttles once we return to Alpha Base. It will deplete our current stockpiles of exotic minerals, but the benefits will be substantial. We swiftly entered the edges of the nebula. At first, it was like flying through cloud formations, as my friend Carl and I used to do when we were young. It quickly turned to a dense, dark haze dotted here and there by the glow of distant star-forming regions. Commander, as we close with the target area, the shuttle's sensors are burning through the dust formations. I am picking up what might possibly be a debris field. Its unusual shape might also indicate it is something else. What do you mean by something else? Commander, it might be a large spacecraft of an unknown design. I will put the sensor readouts on a view screen and transpose the data into a coherent picture. Clutch and I both frowned at what we were seeing on our displays. It looked like an oblong junkyard. Justice was now weaving us in and out of large fields of accumulated rock. Our target was in a clearing in the fields. Commander, the target is a ship of an unknown design that appears to be heavily damaged. I can make out deck structures and interior spaces. As we neared the alien vessel, I could not believe what I was looking at. The thing was a monstrosity of melded-together junk. There was not one straight line anywhere to be seen. It was protrusions of every description. This thing looked like a huge pile you would see in a metal scrapyard. There were huge melted holes going through the ship at different angles. The forward spaces had a huge gaping belly wound that had blasted outward, leaving huge, jagged edges grasping at the void. Clutch, have you ever seen anything like that before?
Commander, I am not even sure what it is. Whoever built that thing had no care for what it looked like. I can only believe everything we see was somehow necessary. One thing is certain. They were not well liked.
Commander, I have no active power sources aboard the vessel. Scanners indicate the nebula appears to be clear of spacecraft. I am processing all collected data and have factored in the signal generated by the Guardian transponder. The only logical conclusion I can formulate is that it might possibly be a Prool ship. Clutch and I looked at each other with our eyes wide. We were shocked. The Guardian transponder pointed out the enemy, as well as artifacts. This was incredible because Justice had told us the ship had no active power source. Obviously, something on board the wreck emitted something detectable by the transponder. Words finally came out of Clutch's gaping maw.
It was my understanding no one has ever left a Prool warship intact.
Commander, the ship's profile in no way matches the debris found at Alpha Base. It does not fit the size or description of previously classified Prool assets. This vessel is significantly larger and might possibly be an unidentified class of Prool warship. Somebody identified it for what it is, or it would not look like that. I am just taking wild guesses, but that thing looks like it was intentionally hidden here. If that is the case, it would mean something or someone survived the battle and fled to this location. Clutch was nodding his agreement.
Commander, it could be hundreds of years old. The only way we can confirm Justice's theory is to go take a look. Justice said there were no active power sources. Perhaps it was abandoned, or the remaining crew was rescued.
Justice weighed in on our discussion. Commander, without an understanding of Prul technology, it would be dangerous to assume the ship is uninhabited. We are, after all, talking about a race of biomachines. My current data suggests the ship escaped a near-fatal confrontation. This leaves open several distinct possibilities. The first being, the conflict did not go well for the race or races that did battle with the ship. The ship may have been the victor and made it to this location to await aid in whatever form that may have been. Another possibility is the crew failed to survive, and the intelligence that operated the ship brought it to this location before its dwindling power supply failed. I could give you more scenarios, but the fact remains it would be difficult to thoroughly explain the ship's presence here. Clutch just shrugged his huge shoulders.
I still think we should at least take a look and see if it really is a Prul warship. Speculation is not proof.
I smiled at the Tybor. Here we were, out in the middle of absolutely nowhere, lightly armed and without our heavy combat armor, and Clutch wants to take a stroll on a ship that might be from the greatest enemy the galaxy has ever known. Somewhere underneath his recon armor, the crazy Tybor was hiding a set of bullocks the size of soccer balls. Commander, I have a hard lock on this location. I suggest we consider other options. The first being our current mission of securing combat armor that might increase your odds of surviving a conflict with the biomachines if you were to encounter them. I was actually giving Clutch's idea some thought, until the smarter intelligence watered down my thoughts with a bucket of ice water. Then I got another idea altogether. Justice, did you bring the IST scrambler and signal generator? Yes, Commander. It would have been of little use if left behind. Okay, Justice. Take us out of here and make a jump well away from this location. I don't want any chance of the IST being able to divulge our location. Clutch frowned at me.
Commander, are you sure you want to tell the operative about our discovery?
If this is indeed a Prul warship, and we inadvertently activate a horde of biomachines, I would just as soon share the blame for whatever might happen with another race. If I involve the Chalt, they might come to the aid of my planet if the Galactic Union decides to dole out punishment. The Tybor gave me a knowing look and a shake of his head. Justice took an alternate course out of the rocky debris field and got to the edge of the nebula. He made a jump that took us off our original vector, and 2 shorter jumps for shits and grins, I guess. He fired up the scrambler, and then the signal generator. Senior Operative? After what seemed like a rather long pause, Sale Nolan answered, Nathan Myers, I am surprised to hear from you. Has your primitive thinking got you into trouble already? I was mystified why all races I come into contact with pick up on sarcasm faster than any other human trait. Tit for tat seemed to be in order. Mother, I was concerned your lack of moral character would lead to my new patriarch being a Throg. I was very concerned for what my siblings might turn out to be. A raucous laughter filled my head. Rancid beast! You mistake defecation for your birth. What could be so important that you would annoy me with your mindless chatter? I might have a need for you and your team. Her tone turned serious. I will call you back from a secure location. With that comment, I heard a small tone, and the call ended. I took note of the tone because it was different from previous calls. I would know the difference between secure and unsecure from this point forward. I am sure it was the purpose of the operative's comment. Justice resumed our journey toward Outpost 9765. We still had another 51 hours before we reached our destination. Clutch and I went back to shuttle systems training. It was close to an hour before I heard the secure signal tone. Operative, is everything all right? You can drop your theatrics, Nathan. And no, all is not well. Are there others around you? Sale, Clutch, and I are aboard one of the shuttles you gifted to us, and we are on a resupply mission. Nathan, what I am about to tell you is restricted information, so it can go no farther. Sale, we are secure, so please tell me what has happened. Your plan to make me your sole envoy may have detonated in our faces. Several high-ranking officials on the military council have been dismissed. The events orchestrated by them concerning the handling of you and your followers cost them their rank and status. Their replacements called for a full investigation of the whole affair, and until it is complete, I have been relieved from duty. Holy crap. That was not what I expected to happen at all. Discussing sensitive information over a Chult device while an investigation was going on might not be the smartest idea either. Sale, are you confined to your homeworlds? No, Nathan. Why do you ask? I have information I wish to talk to you about face-to-face. Are you familiar with Outpost 9765? Yes, Nathan. It is a frontier outpost that operates outside of Galactic Union jurisdiction. It is also considered neutral ground for the lawful and lawless alike. I will be there in 50 Earth hours. Can you meet with me? It will take longer for me to reach that location. I will attempt to catch a ride on a military transport. There is a business on the outpost, and it is quite popular. They serve food and drinks. It is called Harass. I will make contact with you there when I arrive. The signal beeped, and she was gone. If the Chult Military Council thought they could substitute another envoy for Sale Nolan, they were fools. I would only trust Sale. As for the members of the Council, only about as far as I could spit. I went back to the flight deck and found Clutch napping on one of the fold-down cots for the pilots. I folded down the other and joined him. I woke feeling refreshed and hungry as a bear. That was, until I caught sight of Clutch devouring the triple load of rations. I would have a snack later, and called to Justice. What is our current ETA? 41 hours, 22 minutes, Commander. I want to see what you have stashed in the rest of the crates in the hold. Would you care to elaborate, or do I go back and start nosing around? The only thing you might find any real interest in is the new weapons system I designed. For a non-combat mission, we seem to be packing a lot of firepower. And yes, I very much want to see what the evil robot has been doing in his spare time. Clutch was just coming from the pilot's lounge when he heard me talking about weapons.
Did I hear Justice say new weapons?
Yes, Clutch. It seems Justice has brought everything except the kitchen sink. The Tybor stood frowning at me, scratching his bullet head. It is an Earth saying which means we have considerably more items with us than we actually need. The Tybor cocked an eyebrow at me and still wondered what I was talking about. Come on, Clutch. Let's go look for ourselves at what Justice has determined to be useful items for our excursion. We made our way to the hold and went through the crates till we came across a good-sized container with no visible markings. Justice must have wanted it to be a surprise because he made no comment when we pulled the crate aside. I opened the lid, and it was indeed a surprise. It was a 3-barreled minigun, and it looked badass as hell. I pulled it from the crate, and it was very lightweight. The 3 rotating barrels were about 12 inches long and the same caliber as Bill's pistol. It had a pistol grip and a side handle. The feed tube was connected to a 12 by 24-inch flat ammo backpack. Clutch was smitten by the weapon and looked like he was actually trying to find something in the hold he could shoot.
Commander, we should test the weapons to ensure they function properly.
I had to agree with him. I remembered movies I had watched when I was young. The hero would whip out a similar weapon and pretty much mow down half the world along with the bad guys. We definitely needed to make a short stop and test them for reliability. Who was I to question a troop master? Justice, I think we can stop long enough to test the weapons.
Affirmative, Commander.
We came out of hyperspace, and Justice oriented us so we could make a quick jump to a star system he selected with 7 planets. It had a yellow star similar to Earth's, but smaller. There were no records indicating a system name or number, so Clutch tagged it as Delta 1. Justice was going to jump us in close to the planet that was in the habitable zone when he startled us with a warning. "Commander, I have detected a transition on the far side of the star and will delay our jump to avoid detection. I have engaged stealth and negation systems and will attempt to keep the planetary bodies between us and the target." We were close enough to a massive gas giant that Justice took us around its orbit and used it to slingshot us to the backside of the next planet. The planets were close enough together we would be near the planet within an hour. Justice informed us that the target vessel was last detected moving in the same direction. "Commander, I am picking up encrypted communications that are known to me. The translation is the Scrun dialect." Slavers. Nothing got my blood boiling faster than those pieces of sewage. With a shot of adrenaline, I could feel my inner beast stir. This was not a good situation. Without the Legacy and my crew, we lacked the firepower to go kick their asses and free any slaves they might have. I bit down on my anger as we closed with the planet. "Commander, the comms indicate there is a Scrun base hidden on the planet. The approaching vessel's emanations closely match those of a Scrun mothership. They are preparing to launch shuttles and have requested access to the base. I will make a stealth insertion into the atmosphere and covertly follow the shuttles to the base's location." We placed the new weapons back in their crate and went back to the cockpit. It was going to be a very bitter pill to swallow if we could not do something about the slavers. The first thing we noticed about the planet was the thick, cloudy, noxious atmosphere. There was a lot of volcanic activity, and the eruptions were spewing gases poisonous enough there would be no breathing if we made any trips to the surface. The light from the yellow star penetrated the dense atmosphere, but the world was cast in a permanent shadow. We came to a hover just below a huge, rocky outcropping, with an active volcano erupting a mile behind us. Justice outlined the swiftly approaching targets with red boxes so we could follow their progress. The 4 shuttles suddenly pulled up sharply and came to a hover. One at a time, they descended out of sight. It would be foolhardy to try and get closer. "Commander, I have a lock on the coordinates of the base and suggest we revisit the location at a later date when we are better prepared to investigate." The Ularan in me wanted to march in there and kick their asses. I was confident Clutch would be right at my side if that is what I chose to do. We would definitely be back in the future to find out what the slavers were hiding. It was eating at me I could do nothing at the moment. To make up for the inconvenience of coming back, I pondered turning the place into a smoking pit of molten lava. 18. Justice covertly got us out of the system and back on course to Outpost 9765. I was brooding about leaving the slaver base intact, and Clutch picked up on my melancholy mood. He slapped me on the back, almost sending me headfirst into a bulkhead.
"It was the right call, Commander. There was a very good chance they had slaves imprisoned at the base. If we freed them, we would not be able to transport more than 35 or 40. Many would die trying to escape, and the rest would be recaptured if the Scrun returned. We should let the senior operative know what we have found. I am sure she could arrange for safe transport of any slaves we might find."
I knew it was the right call, but that did not change the fact we may have left defenseless civilians at the mercy of the Scrun. It brought my blood to a slow, rolling boil. The beast was darkening my thoughts further with his murderous intentions. When we returned, I would let the Ularan have his way. "Commander, we are ready to transition back to normal space-time and will arrive at the outpost in 22 minutes. Justice's alert cleared the morose thoughts from my head and made me start thinking of the business at hand. "Justice, try piggybacking the codes the Zane gave us over the outpost's comm systems. If they answer, see if they will come aboard for a meeting to discuss business." "Roger that, Commander. I will also query the outpost directory for their location." Clutch called out to Justice,
I have heard there is a Tybor guild located somewhere on the outpost. I would like to know its whereabouts.
Affirmative, Troopmaster. I looked at the Tybor. Tybor Guild?
Yes, Commander. Tybor guilds are on many outposts. It is a private fellowship for Tybor seeking out others of our own kind. It is where mercenaries find work, or friends, or entertainment.
I shook my head and gave him a knowing look. It must be nice to know you can seek out others of your own race. It kind of sucked for me not to have that option. One day in the future, it would no longer be the case. We transitioned, and Justice put the outpost up on our view screens. It was a huge, square cube, complete with flashing colored lights and spacecraft of every description moving like bees around it. My memories went back to some of the less than fortunate encounters I have had at similar facilities. I remembered how not to act while visiting such places. I brought a credit voucher with a minimal amount of currency on it to pay fees and other charges. I would not make the mistake of flashing large quantities of credits for all to see. I would keep my large denominations hidden until the proper time. Justice gave me a sitrep. Commander, I have sent the codes and have received no acknowledgement. I have, however, located a Zane place of business on level 6. Troopmaster, the Tybor Guild is located on level 2. I will use the Tybor dialect to get landing clearances and a private landing bay. The fees for a secure hangar with an atmosphere of our choice will cost 100,000 credits. By secure, you mean it is guarded? The general information briefings claim the landing bay is only accessible by personnel with access codes we randomly select. The landing complex is protected by automated weapon turrets. Illegal boarding is discouraged by the use of deadly force. By the look of the big, toothy smile on Clutch's face, I was beginning to get the gist of the entertainment he might be seeking. Since I had no idea how long it would take for the operative to arrive, I told Clutch to go check out the guild while I waited to hear from the Zanes. I sat for more than an hour wishing Tria was here, and how much I missed her company. I decided to make an IST transmission to see if all was well back on Alpha. The Zanes intervened. Commander, I have an incoming secure transmission. Our access code has verified it is the Zanes. Thanks, Justice. Put them on the view screen, please. I had my Chalt armor suit close the helmet around my head and blacked it out. The familiar scaly-looking face of Broza, the Zane merchant, came on screen. He looked panicked. His round black eyes were wide, and his scaly skin was roiling. He was whispering. Justice increased the volume of the transmission so he could easily be heard.
Mr. Myers, I am shocked that you still somehow survive. It is very dangerous for us to speak. Members of Iger's clan are here, and they once again force me to pay them protection. We have heard rumors that someone had the courage to attack Iger. It is also said those that tried were dismembered, and their remains are roasting over Iger's ancestral fires. We know you would be the only one to do such a thing, and yet here you are. How is this possible?
The mere mention of Iger's name had my rage flare to star-like proportions. I yelled out at the Zane, "Is Iger on this outpost?" The Zane cringed at my bristling anger. He shrunk back from his transmitter, with his scaly skin roiling, and he was uncomfortably shaking.
No, Mr. Myers, I did not mean to incite you. Please forgive me. He is not here, only his siblings.
It took everything I had to calm my emotions. If I scared the Zanes away, I would lose access to their armor. That was not an acceptable outcome. I took several deep breaths and forced the beast aside. I apologize to you, Broza. I was very close to trapping Iger, and he escaped before I could end his worthless life. I did not mean to frighten you. If you can help me, I will see to it that Iger's siblings hold no power over you. I came to do business with you. I have a proposition that will make you wealthy enough you will never have to do your business on an outpost like this ever again. Now I had the Zane's attention. He pushed his face so close to his transmitter it filled my screen. He quickly looked behind himself, then turned back and whispered,
"What must we do to help you?"
"Can you move about freely without the Murloc following you?"
"Since they have discovered my companion and me, they have questioned us relentlessly about our survival from the destruction at Iger's outpost. There are 4 of them, and one usually follows us most of the time."
"Do you think you could convince all of them to come to my ship?"
"We can convince them of nothing. We never converse with them, and only speak when they question us."
I needed to come up with something that would get the Murloc aboard the shuttle. My mind was working overtime, and an inkling of an idea started forming in my head. It rapidly solidified into a workable plan. "Go back to your place of business, and wait for my emissary to contact you. It will be the Tybor you met at our first meeting place." The Zane grimaced at the memory.
"Mr. Myers, any discussions we have at that location will be heard by the Murloc."
"It will be okay, Broza. I want them to hear. Just nod and agree to anything the Tybor has to say. I will take care of the rest." The Zane nodded to me, and the screen went blank. Now all I had to do was wait for Clutch's return. Meanwhile, I had a few preparations to make. I went back to the cargo hold and grabbed a roll of 699. I placed it on the deck against one side of the hold and unrolled it until it was against the opposite hull. I had Justice fold 4 jump seats out of the deck. After thinking a second or two, I had him fold one back down. 1 out of 3 was generally accepted as slightly better odds than 1 out of 4. With my preparations completed, I sat in one of the jump seats, sipping a cold cup of water. Clutch finally showed up. I could smell him long before I actually laid eyes on the Tybor. I was shocked at his appearance. His smart cloth uniform was ripped in several places, and he had blood dripping from his nose and mouth. His knuckles looked like ground meat, and he was walking with a noticeable limp. "Clutch, what the hell happened to you?" The Tybor's frown deepened, and he eyed me.
"Commander, it had nothing to do with the home of your demons. I ran into an old acquaintance who always claimed to be the best mercenary in the galaxy. All who are familiar with him know he is nothing more than pirate scum. He did not like me pointing it out for all in the guild to hear."
"We are supposed to be on a mission, not stirring up trouble. You could have walked away."
"No, Commander. Skoll was not going to let that happen. It seems the entertainment I had chosen was to be Skoll's mate sometime in the near future. She made it very clear she liked my credits more than Skoll. It was worth the 50,000 credits just to see the look on his face."
"Clutch, we have more important business to take care of, and I do not want you to get detained for fighting. It will draw attention to us, and we do not need that right now."
"Commander, Skoll is a suckling throg that does not know the difference between his patriarch and matriarch."
It took me a few seconds to decipher what that meant. When I did, the water I was drinking jetted from my nose when I gagged back a loud, barking laugh. "Is there going to be anyone coming here making inquiries?"
"No, Commander. Skoll and his cohorts will be in the infirmary for at least a day. I do not think they will say anything about a single troop master beating the scat out of them."
"Get cleaned up. I made contact with the Zanes. They told me 4 of Iger's clan found their way to this outpost. They are making the Zanes pay for protection. We are going to take care of the problem." The smell in the hold almost made me gag. The look on Clutch's face was deadly serious.
"What of Iger?"
I jerked my head in the direction of the jump seats. "We are going to find out one way or the other." Clutch slowly shook his head. The significance of the 699 spread out on the deck, and only 3 chairs were not lost on him. He hurried off to get cleaned up. I ran down the cargo ramp to fresher air. Clutch came storming down the ramp 20 minutes later, looking a little better, but not great. His warrior scent was once again preceding him. I wished I had not eaten earlier. "Clutch, you must calm down or my plan will not work. I want you to secure transportation for us. We will need something large enough to transport the cargo we brought with us if the Zanes agree to build our suits. Clutch took several deep breaths to get settled and disappeared out into the corridor. The station had autonomous taxis that could take you almost anywhere for a fee. He had taken one to the guild and knew where to commandeer a larger model designed to carry luggage. He parked it outside the hangar door.
I am ready to get started, Commander. What do you require from me?
Clutch, I want you to take the transport and go to the Zanes. Inform them you have discovered a large cache of artifacts you want to sell. Make it a point to give them our hangar security code, and tell them to bring a large transport like yours. Tell them it will save many trips. When you come back, pull the transport inside and back it up to the cargo hold.
Roger that, Commander. I shall return shortly.
I used a gravity jack to move several items from the front of the hold to the ramp. I wanted it to look like we were in the process of unloading. I was getting a little antsy and could feel the warrior in me yearning for action. I had a lot of questions I wanted Iger's clan to answer. The first would be, where can I find the head pirate piece of shit? Clutch had been gone now for more than an hour, and I wondered what was holding him up. It was a simple enough assignment that should not have taken more than 30 minutes. After the second hour, I was on the verge of using the backscatter transmitter to calm him. I looked out on the ramp and saw the cargo transport rapidly approaching. It swung around and backed to the edge of the ramp, and Clutch hopped out without a care in the world. I stood at the top of the ramp with my arms crossed and a less than amused expression on my face. Troopmaster, I hope you were not out stirring up trouble again.
I apologize for the delay, Commander. I found it was necessary to make a small detour. All is well, and I believe the Murloc will be here soon. How do you wish to take them down?
The Tybor shrugged off my look of consternation and did not elaborate further. I just let it go, because he was, after all, a troopmaster, and I was nothing but a lowly possessed earth boy. Armor up, in case this gets messy. I want them to think you are by yourself. When the Zanes show up, I want you to be carrying crates into the back of the cargo transport. Justice will back you up with the anti-boarding systems if something should go wrong. I will make sure that when they arrive, the doors will be locked behind them and the codes changed. If you have to start shooting, make sure the Zanes are clear first. If we play this slow and easy, we may not have to fire a shot. Clutch nodded his approval and went to get his gear. It would be nice to get this bit of unpleasantness wrapped up so we could check out Harass. I had been cooped up for too long and would like to take a look around. There was a very good chance the Murloc would be lazy and just hide in the back of the Zane's transport. If they were sharp, they would bail out at the door and secure it, and then observe the shuttle and determine if Clutch was indeed alone. If not, this would be over quickly. I went to the big security door, and my Chalt armor did its chameleon trick, and I blended neatly into the wall. The Zanes arrived 10 minutes later, and it was obvious when they drove by me they were terrified. The transport slowed long enough for a lone Murloc to jump out the back. And then they moved on toward the back of the shuttle. Apparently, the Murloc were a little smarter than I thought they would be. The lone figure approached the security terminal and was preparing to enter a different access code. I came off the wall and made just enough noise the Murloc looked around in my direction. I spun around and brought my armored boot around in a spinning back kick. My heel connected with the Murloc's helmet, snapping his head sideways into the nearby wall. He went down like a dropped feed sack and did not move. I took the wire I had found in my shuttle's repair kit and pulled the Murloc's arms and legs together behind his back and hogtied him. Prying his helmet off, I stuffed a rag into his mouth. I quickly headed to the shuttle to see how the rest of this game was going to play out. As I approached, I could already smell Clutch. I heard a Murloc yell,
"Do not move, or you will die."
The Zanes came running around the side of the transport. I waved them on, drawing my Tybor sidearm. As I stepped around the side of the transport, one of the Murloc was raising his pistol at Clutch. I was sure he was going to shoot him. I fired from about 8 feet away, striking the gun-wielding Murloc in his arms. They disappeared in flash and loud report that stunned his fellow crooks. Clutch leaped from the ramp, knocking the two remaining Murloc to the deck. He started raining massive blows into their faces and bodies. The Murloc I had shot stood screeching while the ragged stumps that were once his arms jetted fountains of blood. The Uleron in me filled my head with wicked mirth. Without hesitation, I drew my fighting knife and silenced the irritating noise by removing the offending source. The two Murloc, getting the shit beat out of them, were no longer moving. Clutch did not seem to notice and continued dishing out the punishment. I closed my eyes, gritted my teeth, and willed my inner beast to be silent. Clutch, we still need to ask them some questions. The smell in the area was horrendous. The only way to not smell Clutch was to switch on my internal systems for void operations. I could now hear the Zanes retching at the front of the transport. Clutch quit beating on the Murloc. If it were not for their body armor, Clutch would have killed them. He picked up their weapons, and then as an afterthought, stomped both of their hands. It was a most unpleasant sound. In the back of my mind, I could feel the beast within me applauding his efforts. I pinched my eyes shut and shook my head to clear my thoughts. It was all I could do to keep from one-upping the abuse that Tybor had dished out. Clutch, I am going to need you to calm down before you get back aboard the shuttle. There is another Murloc over by the entrance. Take a few minutes to settle down and bring him to the shuttle. Hopefully alive, Troopmaster. I turned around and picked the dead Murloc off of the ramp. I could hear the other two moaning out in pain. The dead Murloc's head was lying on the ground next to the survivors. One of them opened his eyes and came face to face with a displaced cranium. He started groaning louder. I gave the head a kick, sending it tumbling up the ramp, slinging a gory trail along its way. I deposited the body next to the head on my sheet of 699. Stalking back down the ramp, I grabbed the survivors by any available appendage, not caring how broken they may or may not have been. I strapped both to a jump seat with wire. I could hear screeching coming from outside and looked out to see Clutch dragging the other survivor by the fur on his head. Judging by the Troopmaster's toothy smile, he was enjoying himself. Clutch's warrior scent was down to a tolerable level, and I jerked my head in the direction of the other two in the jump seats. He nodded and gave me a wink with both of his big lizard eyes. If the Tybor could whistle, I was sure he would be blowing a merry tune. 19. I spied the Zanes peeking around the side of the transport and walked down the ramp toward them. They were both on the verge of freaking out in terror. It was as good a time as any to talk business. As I neared them, they both backed up. I held up my hands to them. Broza, the violence is over. You will never have to worry about this bunch of Murloc causing you trouble ever again. Broza's partner was staring wide-eyed at me.
What will you do with them?
His question got him a sharp elbow from Broza, silencing any further comments. It was not the first time they had seen me and Clutch do such things. I am sure they would be happy to never see us again. That was not going to be the case. Unless I could find another race that could build combat armor equal to theirs, we would be in a long-term relationship. It was time to let them know what I wanted. Right at the moment, they looked very much like they would do just about anything I asked of them. I am going to make both of you very wealthy, but you will have to agree to all of my conditions. If you cannot, I will seek out others to fulfill my needs. Broza's partner, Hylet, spoke up again.
Can you not tell us what you need in advance, so we might consider our options?
Looking at Hylet, I let a little irritation leak into my voice. Do you wish to be wealthy, or do you wish to live out your existence as you do now? Keep in mind, being associated with me comes with certain perks. I casually turned my head and looked up the ramp to where the Murloc sat strapped to the jump seats. The Zanes were squirming and their scales roiling. It was Broza's turn to be inquisitive.
Mr. Myers, can you give us some idea of what you need done?
Our armor was destroyed in combat. Our foes used corrosive weaponry that made the suits unrepairable. My AI has designs for new armor. These designs are secret, and can never be talked about or replicated. They will only be produced for us and no others. I will pay 100 million credits for this discretion." The two Zanes' eyes bugged out, and their mouths fell open. Credits were the language the Zanes understood better than all others. Broza was the first to come to his senses and start asking the right questions.
"Mr. Myers, we would have to involve our best armor engineer. He would have to study the design and determine if our replicator is capable of manufacturing what you desire."
"How good of an engineer is he, and what kind of equipment is he currently working with?"
"Mr. Myers, we have several very good engineers, but the one I speak of is very gifted. He is the architect behind our latest armor design and instructs most others on the fabrication process. The funds you speak of are quite considerable, but it may be necessary to buy a large number of personnel's silence."
"Would your engineer know how to use a Chalt replicator?"
"Mr. Myers, there are only a handful of manufacturers that build industrial and military-grade replicators. I can assure you our engineer can efficiently operate them all. The only problem with the replicators you speak of is the Chalt will only sell overcycled and very dated equipment on the open market. Why do you ask?"
"Before I can tell you anything else, you will have to commit yourselves to my cause. If you do so, you will be wealthy. But I must warn you, failure to honor your commitment will end with you facing the same fate as the Throgs in the hold of my shuttle. I will give you a work cycle to weigh your choices. If possible, set up a meeting with the engineer. No matter what you decide, all we have talked about must be kept secret." The Zanes both nodded in agreement. It looked like Broza was already on board. Hylett, not so much. They had kept their words and my secrets to themselves in the past, and I did not expect that to change in the future. I have several armor suits once owned by Murloc from Iger's clan. I am going to give them to you to sell back to any Murloc that might need armor. In return, I want a 40% commission." Both Zanes looked at each other and turned back to me. I would accept the looks on their faces as smiles.
"Mr. Myers, your offer is most fortuitous. One of our outpost outlets has had recent inquiries to build armor for a group of Murloc."
The Zane looked me in the eyes.
"Recently, there seems to be a great number of Murloc fearing for their lives. Few can afford our products, but many still inquire about availability."
I stared back at the Zanes. In exchange for the location of the outpost where the inquiries were made, the used armor will be yours to keep, with no commission attached. One never knows when a large number of used armor suits may be available for you to resell once more. The Zanes both gave me a knowing look. We walked around the side of the transport, but when the Zane saw the mess Clutch and I had made, Hylett tossed his cookies again. Broza's shoes were the recipient for most of it. With Clutch's help, I got the used armor loaded up and sent them on their way. I went back to the security terminal and changed the code again. There would be no chance of anyone interrupting our next order of business. Walking up the ramp of the shuttle, I noticed a foul stench that had nothing to do with Clutch. Apparently, the Murloc regained consciousness and did not care for the condition of their compadre. They soiled themselves, adding to their already dire conditions. Just because you managed to escape Iger's battleship does not mean you managed to escape me. Eventually, I will find all who fled. The stench intensified, and I wondered how many times a Murloc could shit himself. I did not want them to dirty the back of my shuttle any more than they already had. Pulling them from the jump seats, we threw them on the deck with a decapitated corpse. It was a good thing we did, because a puddle started forming around them. Where is Iger hiding? They started thrashing about and moaning louder. One in particular was grunting out something. Clutch pulled the rag from his mouth. "If I tell you, will you set me free?" This was not an interrogation where I would answer questions and grant wishes. I am sure it was not the case when they were trying to beat Tria to death. The beast inside of me was raging, and I needed to quiet the turmoil. Clutch saw the look in my eyes. He correctly figured I was getting ready to do something vengeful. He also figured correctly that we would get no answers if I slaughtered the three of them for the stupidity of one. He kicked the Murloc in the head with such ferocity I was surprised it did not come off. Now we only had two that could possibly answer my questions. Clutch pulled the gag from the next Murloc's mouth. He was very forthcoming. Iger is with his fleet. He has made the Warbringer Solar Wind his new flagship, and he is hiding in the uncharted void. He is attempting to gather all that have gone into hiding after hearing the news of Draen's death. Do you know where others of Iger's clan have gathered? The look of indecision crossed the Murloc's face. The troopmaster did not hesitate and stomped his head flat. Only one remained. I pulled the rag from his mouth. He blurted out, "There is a gathering place on Outpost 79584. It is a hidden supply cache down in the Sitch fighting pits. Several have gathered there, waiting for Iger to collect them." I looked at Clutch. Do you know where the outpost is located? Yes, Commander. It is a Throg pit of the highest order. In one smooth motion, I drew my fighting knife and permanently ended our conversation. I grabbed the sheet of 699 and started rolling the bodies up in it. Clutch helped, and we dragged the gory mess into the back of the transport. Clutch gave me a toothy smile and said, "I will return shortly. I know just the place to hide the bodies." When he did not invite me along, I figured out it was for a reason. I went to the security door and opened it. As he started to leave, I gave him the new access code. "Bring the 699 back with you. When you get back, we will go check out Harass. I will clean up the shuttle in the meantime. Please do not get into any more trouble." The troopmaster croaked out a laugh and gave me a thumb up and took off. I frowned and wondered what part of my statement he found funny. I cleaned up all traces of our activities. With the help of Justice's subsystem, I cleaned and sanitized my Chalt recon armor. I had Justice activate the IST and contacted Tria. I missed her company and her companionship. Clutch's adventures made me realize that my hasty departure may not have been my smartest move. I would have to get over Justice watching my every move and emotion and get on with the things men my age do.
"Nathan, he's all well."
Yes, Tria, as well as can be expected.
"The sound of your voice indicates otherwise. What has happened?"
How much longer will it take to get the Legacy ready for combat operations?
"Nathan, I find it annoying that you will not answer my question."
Tria, I want the Legacy at this location as soon as all systems are in place and checked out. The sooner you can get here, the better.
"Yes, Commander. I understand. We are installing the last of the upgrades. Justice says we are deep charging and will be operational in 31 hours.
Thank you, Tria. I miss you, and look forward to seeing you soon."
"Roger, Commander. I miss you as well. Alpha Base out."
If I was a betting man, I would put money on the Legacy being within shuttle range in the next 24 hours. The Grawl would probably need an extended rest period after the Legacy left base. I looked down the shuttle ramp when I heard the security door open and saw Clutch toss the roll of 699 through the door. He looked back the way he came, then closed the doors and changed the codes. He quickly trotted up to the shuttle. "Is everything taken care of, Clutch?" "Yes, Commander. No one followed me, and I believe I have not been under surveillance." "What did you do with the bodies?" "They will not be a problem, Commander. I am going to get cleaned up so we can pay Harass a visit. I have a transport waiting for us." With that said, the Tybor went to get his armor cleaned. I just shook my head. Who am I to question a troopmaster? Clutch reappeared 30 minutes later, and would have looked fit as a fiddle had it not been for the dark ring around one of his big, lizard-like eyes. We wore our Chalt armor, but changed the color to a warm, neutral tone. We both wore Tybor sidearms and had our fighting knives in leg scabbards. I was hoping I would not attract much attention. I did not think many would know what a human looked like. Clutch assured me no one on this outpost cared. We locked the security door and boarded the transport Clutch had waiting for us. It took off at a fairly fast clip after Clutch instructed it where we wanted to go. There were transports of several different designs in the traffic flow we entered. All had aliens of every description riding in them. I knew from experience to only give them a fleeting glimpse. The troop master was looking at me out of the corner of his eyes. A small smile crossed his face when he saw I was not staring at anything in particular. The last time I had done so, it caused a crapload of bad mojo. I was naive, but not totally stupid. I was guilty of forgetting sometimes, but always learned from my mistakes. The transport went up a spiral ramp, and we passed the exits of 3 different floors, finally getting off on the 7th. We turned down a wide thoroughfare, and the din of 1,000 aliens, talking or whatever, assaulted our ears. I wish the people of Earth could see with their own eyes the number of different races walking around in this place. It was amazing. I got a small nudge from Clutch when I balked getting out of our ride. He pointed down the pedestrian walkway at a huge blinking sign. The name, Harass, was flashing on it, and changing languages every few seconds. We made our way to the entrance without me causing a scene by staring at every alien that went by. This was absolutely off-the-charts awesome. Everywhere I looked, there was a table full of aliens eating or drinking. The noise was crazy loud, but it looked like no one cared. We waited in a line to get seated. The place was multi-leveled, and I asked Clutch what was above. He remarked that it was private dining and very expensive. I told him that's where we wanted to go, and he nodded. I was taken by surprise at the sight of 4 aliens that were at least 12 feet tall and wearing black spiked armor. 2 stood on each side of the entrance behind a short wall. You could not see them until you were inside. Clutch pushed me from behind to keep me moving. All 4 of the creatures were staring right at me. Their exposed arms looked like braided steel cables. They had large rifles slung across their backs. The stare was intimidating. We stepped into some kind of scanner field, and I heard Clutch say, private dining. I pushed my lower denomination credit voucher into the troopmaster's hand, and he plugged it into a slot next to a screen. 20,000 credits appeared on the screen, and then deducted from my 260,000. He passed it back as a blinking blue light appeared on the floor in front of us. It started moving toward a ramp that would take us to the upper floors. We followed it up the ramp, and we passed more of the 12-foot-tall aliens. They stared at me as well. It was all I could do to keep my mouth shut. I knew it was not advisable to stare, but these guys did not give a crap who they stared at. Clutch kept me moving with small nudges that at times bordered on shoves. The blue dot stopped in front of a set of ornate double doors. They opened at our approach, and we walked into a nicely decorated room. When we entered, the doors closed quietly behind us. Clutch, why were the big aliens staring at me so hard?
I am not sure, Commander. They are known as the SIG. Long ago, they were a predatory species that dominated their star system. They were genetically modified for war. They almost became extinct because they were so feared by all other races at the time. Rather than be killed off, they came to their senses and were eventually civilized. There are still many like me. They are hired as bodyguards or mercenaries. They have never seen a human before. Do not let it bother you. If they did not like you, they would have killed you already.
I rolled my eyes at the Tybor's comment and surveyed my 20,000 credit dining room. The room had a large round table with 2 chairs. I was glad it was large, and Clutch would be seated on the other side. I let Clutch order for us, since he knew what I could tolerate and what I couldn't. He also ordered a malted beverage that turned out to be the equivalent of Earth beer. I was genuinely shocked at how good it was. Clutch was working on his 3rd when the food arrived. What he ordered for me looked like an open-faced hamburger. It was a little bland because I did not have my earth condiments for seasoning, but other than that, it was not bad. I was consciously trying my best to blot out the noises coming from the other side of the table. The door to our dining room suddenly opened, and 2 Sig stepped inside. We looked at them and back at each other, then dove under the table, flipping it on its side for a barricade. We had our weapons drawn and pointed at them. They looked almost bored by our actions. The 2 stood there staring at us and the mess we had just made. One of them said, in a booming voice, "You still have to pay for the meals you just wasted." He then turned to Clutch. "You must cease contaminating the atmosphere with your stench. You will drive the customers away." I hollered back, "You 2 must be in the wrong room. Unless you want your big asses kicked, you better get out of here." They both burst out in a thundering laughter that was hard on my ears. Then it hit me like a brick to the head. They had spoken Earth English. I slowly stood up, but Clutch would have none of it and was drawing a bead on one of them. "At ease, Troopmaster." They just spoke the language of my planet. I would really like to know who taught it to them. They approached us and righted the table we had tossed over. "Please, follow us. The owner of this establishment wishes to talk to you." Clutch still did not like it. "Tell him to come and talk here." They stared at Clutch and said, "You can stay if you wish, but the Earthling will come with us." The stench in the room intensified, and what little I had eaten was looking for a new place to reside. "Clutch, please calm down. We will be fine. Let's go see what the owner wants. Maybe we can get him to replace your meal." The Tybor finally holstered his pistols. I looked up at the Sig, and knew my next statement was going to sound corny as hell. "Take us to your leader." They both started laughing again. I really needed to know how they understood what I was saying. We went out the door and around the walkway to the very top floor. There was a large metal gate that was surrounded by 2 more Sig. They eyeballed Clutch and me. "You must leave your weapons here." The air got stifling once more. "Clutch, please." The Tybor grudgingly turned over his weapons. We were led through the gate and down a hall lined with beautiful, exotic-colored plants in large, ornate containers. We stopped in front of a huge set of gold-inlaid doors. I did not know what to expect. One of the Sig leaned forward and knocked 3 times on the door. It sounded like metal on metal. I was shocked speechless when the doors opened. There, sitting behind a very large desk, sat a young girl. She was an Earth girl. She stood and came around the desk. My mouth was gaping open. How was this possible? She looked at me and laughed. "Come on now. Surely you are happy to see another of your own kind." I momentarily stuttered and stammered, then found my voice. "How did you get here? And how is it possible you own this place?" She looked up at the towering Sig. "Sushi? Pasta? Would you please bring chairs for my guest?" I looked at her. "Sushi? Pasta?" She laughed and said, "Yes. There are some things I actually miss from Earth. Sig names are so hard to pronounce properly. I named them after some of my favorite foods." I cocked an eye and nodded. "How did you get here?" She gave me a questioning look. "Were you not abducted?" "I assumed you were abducted and managed to free yourself, as I have. It did not take me long to use everything I learned about my abductors against them. I was hiking on a mountain trail in Colorado. It was the last time I would see Earth again. I was taken by the Grawl and sold to the Scrun. I was then purchased by a very powerful Grawl as a slave. I bided my time until I knew everything about him. When he least expected it, I gave him a one-way ticket to hell. Sushi and Pasta were in the process of having their brains wiped so the Grawl piece of scat could have 2 willing enforcers. I put a stop to that nonsense and set them free. They were more than happy to clean house. We found ourselves sitting on top of a vast fortune in artifacts and credits in a storage complex below the residence. This was absolutely incredible. I was not the only human able to adapt and overcome my surroundings. This spoke well of our race and of the future we had in the galaxy. My focus returned to what the Earth Girl was saying. We stole everything the girl had and moved it not far from here. Sushi and Pasta were so grateful to escape, they have stuck around to make sure nothing would happen to me. We find that we enjoy each other's company, so we stick together. We have been together now for more than 5 years. We bought this place and renovated it. It is now one of the most popular places in this quadrant. The wealth we have accumulated is beyond my wildest dreams. I held up a finger, and she stopped talking. Do the Grawl know you escaped? And does anyone here know you are human? She gave me a small smile. I told you I learned everything I needed to know about the Grawl and my situation. I have taken every precaution to cover our tracks. Sushi and Pasta wanted all the credit for destroying the Grawl and his residence. Sig are well known for their vengeful acts of violence. The location of their homeworld is known information and has no need for protected status. The Sig are still feared throughout the galaxy. The relieved look on my face made her smile again. I looked around, then back at her, shaking my head. She had to be extremely smart and savvy, or she would not have survived this long. What is your name? My real name is Sarah, but out here, I am known as Tam Lin. Now I knew where the name for this place came from. Harass was her name backwards. My name is Nathan Myers, and to make a long story short, I found a ship that was used by the Grawl to steal artifacts. The Grawl got himself killed by bears, leaving the ship stranded. The ship had a sentient AI, and I went to the stars with it. I do not know what your experience has been since you have been here. Mine has been non-stop turmoil with some wonderful mixed in. I have fought several nasty battles trying to right the wrongs I seem to constantly uncover. My list of enemies is much greater than the list of friends. I am, however, slowly turning that equation around. She suddenly got a look of surprise on her face. You! You are the one everybody whispers about. It has to be you. The stories of an avenging demon are true. We have heard a deathly beast has appeared out of the void, and it is killing every pirate and slaver it finds. The stories have become so outlandish we write them off as folklore. I have heard the demon destroyed Iger's base, then went on to do the same to Drayan and his outpost. Please tell me it was you. 20. My cheeks must have been burning bright red. Some of that scat is probably lies, and I did not do it by myself. I had the help of the troopmaster, a Chult warrior, and a Grawl. She was shocked and gave me an incredulous look. What about the armies of psychopathic demons the Murloc keep talking about? I monitor everything that goes on here. I pay close attention to the more unsavory of species when they gather, and I eavesdrop whenever possible. Tam Lin touched something on her desk, and a huge monitor appeared on the wall. It had several sections showing different events going on in different places. One in particular caught my attention. There was a Tybor being manhandled by security bots. They were in the back of a spacecraft, and there was 4 dead Murlocs scattered on the deck. I held my emotions in check and tried to ignore the screen. I refocused my attention to what Tam Lin was saying. Is your reputation for revenge and mayhem a myth, or is the general population of Murloc and Scrun scared of old wives' tales? I cleared my throat and shrugged. I am sure a lot of the stories are blown way out of proportion. I looked back at Clutch for some support. The short, wide bastard had an ear-to-ear grin on his homely face. He was pointing at me and shaking his head up and down vigorously. I turned, frowning at him, and slapped his hand down, giving him a withering stare. My frustration was interrupted by a loud whistle. Holy shit! It's all true, isn't it? I heard from a reliable source that it was just a few causing so much fear. Do you have any idea how much of a reward is on your head? You are wanted, dead or alive. Mostly dead. Any who can prove you are the one many call the sword of our Maker will receive 1 billion credits. I would have never, and I mean ever, thought the story would turn out to be about another human being. I was getting nervous as hell, wondering if they would decide to collect the bounty. I cautiously looked over my shoulder at the SIG. I was shocked to see both down on one knee, with a single ropey arm extended and their hands palm up. Nathan Myers, I must explain the significance of what you are witnessing. What may seem like a simple gesture to you is of major importance. You and your clan are now brothers and sisters to the SIG. They may be civilized, but are still feared warriors throughout the galaxy. Sushi and Pasta have accepted you as part of our family. I was relieved they did not need an extra 1 billion credits. Both of the SIG soldiers stood up and then reached out for a good old Earth handshake. My hand was all but lost inside their massive mitts. If it were not for the S on one's armor and the P on the other's, I would have never known which was which. Pasta said, "You are now an ally of the SIG. If you are ever in need of assistance, and it is within our power, it will be granted." Wow. Making a friend had never been this easy. Maybe Tam Lin could answer the golden question. Do you have intelligence on Iger's current location? Most of our intelligence gathering could be construed as hearsay. The surveillance in the private dining rooms consists of small holes and mirrors. The real movers and shakers have scanning devices that would find most any form of electronic eavesdropping. We watch and listen, then collate what we gather. The only thing we can say for sure is that Iger still lives, and he is hiding in the uncharted void. There are a few Murloc rumors saying Iger captured you and was roasting you alive. It will take more than that gutless Throg to kill me. I will catch him one day, and he will pay dearly for all of his sins. There is another story circulating among the slaves I've smuggled to freedom. They have been saying the sword of our Maker captured the king of the Scrun and killed him. You smuggle slaves to freedom? I must spend some of my wealth on something useful, so yes, I smuggle them with the help of the SIG. It is far too dangerous to try to repatriate them, so we do the next best thing. They now reside on an undeveloped planet that was terraformed by the SIG. It is now home to a large contingent of SIG troops and a training ground for their military forces. All knowledgeable races avoid the area like they do the Fusra pus virus. There is the possibility I will have a surplus of ex-slaves on my hands in the near future. Do you think you can get them to safety? I will pay well for your services. Tam Lin made a dismissive motion with her hand. I have no need for credits. I will give you discreet access codes that will put you in contact with SIG training fleets. There are several that travel the galaxy training recruits for their military. Only the foolhardy would attempt to interfere with their missions. I will give you the coordinates of a star system when I get to that location. It would be a very good location for the SIG to train. What about the stories? Stories? You know what I am talking about. Did you kill King Lashmos? No. The last time I saw him, he was going to see if he could strike a bargain with the people he had attempted to enslave. Tam Lin laughed out loud. You are a real piece of work, Nathan Myers. I think you just might be the cure for this sick-ass galaxy. Pasta, take them back to their dining room. I want our new friends to dine on the best we have. Fix Nathan a Trewarca fillet and tubers. Check to see if you can find the troop master any Dorta sea snakes. I do hope we can meet again, Nathan Myers. The meal would have been fantastic, were it not for the experience of seeing the troop master devour a Dorta sea snake. When I attempted to question Clutch about the surveillance video I had seen in Tam Lin's office, he shrugged it off. He claimed it was probably some fool that stumbled across the bodies and was looting them when caught. I let it go, but somehow knew that Tybor being apprehended was Skoll. We went back to the shuttle for a nap. I was awakened by Justice. "Commander, I am receiving a secure IST transmission. I will transfer it to your backscatter receiver." I heard the secure tone in my ear, and then the operative. "Nathan, I am having difficulty arranging transportation to your remote location. For both of our sakes, this better be worth the choices I may have to make to reach you." I wanted to alert Sale without completely tipping my hand. I was still a little uneasy with the IST technology. I would take every precaution just in case our transmissions were not as secure as the operative thought they were. "Senior Operative, what I have to tell you might have galactic repercussions." "I understand, Nathan. I will see you in 2 Earth days." I heard another tone, and the signal was gone. Oh, shit. I think the operative was going to go rogue. I hope that I was not leading her on a wild goose chase. What she might end up doing could turn out to be a capital offense. I was going to finish my nap, but got another IST transmission. It was Tria. "Commander, the Legacy is now just outside of the star system you are located in. We have transferred the data on our location to your shuttle and await your return." "Tria, I can't begin to tell you how much I have missed you. I have some very interesting news and look forward to seeing you." Clutch interrupted my conversation before I could tell Tria anything more.
"Commander, the Zanes are at the security door and want to speak with you."
"Tria, I will get back with you as soon as I can. I have to meet with the Zanes." "Roger that, Commander. We still have systems we are working on. Please do not keep me waiting long." The Legacy arrived in just over 24 hours. Everyone must have been working non-stop, and by the sounds of it, they still were. I needed to get combat armor as soon as possible. Once we had complete combat gear, our next order of business would be paying the Scrun base a visit. I hurried out of the shuttle, and was surprised when I saw Broza and Hylett escorting a much shorter version of them. If I had to guess, I would say it was a child. They stopped at the bottom of the ramp. The shorter Zane crossed his arms and stood with a frown on his face. He reached into a leg pouch and produced a small square pad. It looked like he started playing a simulation of some kind. Broza reached down and grabbed it when he saw me coming. His actions started a scuffle with the short Zane. I was not exactly sure what was going on, but when Shorty stomped on Broza's foot, I decided I would put a stop to the little brat's tirade. I walked down the ramp, drawing my fighting knife. My actions were an instant showstopper. The 3 Zanes froze in terror. I hoped Broza and Hylett could figure out what I was up to before they soiled themselves. The looks on their faces said no, so I gave them a little reassurance. "The last time someone attacked my friend Broza, I cut them up into little pieces. Give me the short one, and I will see to it his remains are never found." Broza and Hylett physically relaxed when they comprehended my intent. The younger Zane had no idea and was now seeking shelter behind the 2.
"No, Mr. Myers. This is my clan brethren's offspring, Felix. He is the engineer I spoke about."
I pointed my fighting knife at the young Zane. I would never let an undisciplined young throg such as this anywhere near my Chalt replicator. Bring me a seasoned veteran engineer. It should not be difficult to find a competent engineer when you tell them I will pay 100 million credits plus bonuses. The 3 Zanes stood motionless, with large, wide eyes and gaping mouths. Felix was the first to find his tongue.
"Did I hear you correctly state you have a Chalt replicator?"
"It is none of your affair. I have no time for unruly children. You will not reveal any of what you have heard here, or you will pay the consequences. Ask Broza what happens to my enemies." The very real look of fear formed on the 2 adult Zanes' faces. They looked down at Felix and shook their heads. To my surprise, the little Zane grew a set and boldly stepped forward.
"I will come with you. I am young, but none have my engineering skills. I can unlock the true potential of your replicator." I swear to you I speak the truth. If you are not satisfied with my performance, you owe me nothing.
If I decide to add you to my research team, your maturity can no longer be in doubt. A hint of agitation crossed Felix's face, but quickly disappeared. Looking at Broza, I said, "What will his family think if he disappears? My base is a secret research facility. No one will know his whereabouts." Broza finally understood.
Mr. Myers, Felix is of age and expected to support himself and be self-sufficient.
I looked at the young Zane. If he was everything that Broza said he was, we would be able to produce our armor in-house. I held up a finger to Broza and Hylett. They gave me a questioning look when I went to the shuttle and returned. I handed them a credit voucher. They really looked confused now. "That is for services rendered. I am sure you will find the amount equitable. If Felix is unable to manufacture our new armor design, we will need you to seek others who can." The young Zane got a very annoyed look on his face. When he noticed my stare, his expression promptly became neutral. Turning back to Broza, I said, "I will still need an outlet for our artifacts. If you decide to move from this location, make it known to the SIG at Harass where you relocate. I will find you when we have items for you to sell." Broza nodded, then looked at the card I had given him. He put it against the scanner on his utility belt. The total showed 59,730,000 credits. I thought he was going to faint.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Your generosity is quite extraordinary. We look forward to continuing our business relationship with you. We have plans to move to the outpost where the Murloc are requesting armor. Our people at the location have arranged a sale for all the armor suits you gave us.
Felix blurted out,
"Mr. Myers, can we leave now? I wish to see the Chalt replicator."
I gave the little Zane a stern look, then called out to Clutch. "Troopmaster, we have a new recruit that enjoys running his mouth when he should remain silent." Clutch came down the ramp of the shuttle, and his scent preceded him. Broza and Hylett started backing away from the young engineer, who stood wide-eyed with a look of terror on his face.
"Mr. Myers, we must return to our duties. Please contact us if you have need of our services."
With that said, the two Zanes headed for the security door with great haste. I followed them to open the door. I took the roll of 699 that was next to the door and put it in the Zanes' transport. I cautioned them it would need a thorough cleaning. They both nodded, and then departed. I found it hard to hide the smile on my face when I heard the troopmaster dressing down the young engineer. I stifled a laugh when I heard the little whelp retching. When I returned to the shuttle, Felix was vigorously cleaning up his puke from the shuttle ramp. Clutch winked at me with both big lizard eyes. "Clutch, when the engineer has completed his current task, have him study the designs for the new armor. I am going to pay Tamlin a visit before we depart. Please have the shuttle ready to leave as soon as I return." I could tell Clutch did not like me going out into the outpost alone, but he nodded to me and made no further comment. His lack of response was probably more for the young Zane's benefit than him actually not wanting to raise hell about it. I went to the spacecraft access road and selected another large transport. When I arrived at Harass, I walked into the entryway to wait in line, but a SIG appeared from a side entrance and pulled me from the crowd.
"Please follow me, Nathan Myers. I will take you to Tamlin. The timing for your visit is quite fortunate. Tamlin has requested that we contact you. She has uncovered new information that could possibly further your cause."
We walked through a long corridor that was lined with open doorways. I glanced in some of the rooms and saw immense bunks and several SIG lounging in them. This was a barracks full of SIG troops. It would take a considerable force to take this place. It would be costly to whoever tried. I was escorted to a gravity lift. When the SIG guard did not join me, I thanked him and stepped in. I stepped out of the lift in a small room. It looked like the walls were made of a heavily reinforced metal. I approached the only exit, and it opened before I got there. Tam Lin met me.
Your skills at showing up in the right place at the right time are astounding. My friends the SIG have uncovered some interesting information on a slave interdiction mission. The Scrun have assembled kill teams to take you out.
I knew it would just be a matter of time before my enemies would try to hunt me down. After the considerable trouble I have caused and the leadership positions I had eliminated, it would be stupid to think there was not a coordinated effort to stop me. Do you have the numbers on my opposition?
Not counting the entire Scrun race, the SIG were told there are 3 teams. Each is composed of more than 50 of their most elite soldiers. The SIG have obtained the location of their base of operations.
How can you be sure the information is legitimate and not fabricated?
Trust me when I say the SIG have methods for obtaining accurate information.
The Uleron in me stirred at the comment. I was sure the methods mirrored my own. What do I owe you for the information?
Nathan, I was serious when I said I do not need any extra credits. I just thought you needed to know what the slaver pieces of shit were up to.
I actually enjoy hearing when misfortune befalls such worthy recipients. I gave the pretty Earth girl a grim smile. I can assure you the misfortune they are getting ready to experience will be of epic proportions.
I look forward to hearing about it sometime. I do have one other question. The Outpost News has recently reported a particularly heinous murder of 4 Murloc. The evidence suggests a Tybor by the name of Skoll was the perpetrator. Many of us on the Outpost know Skoll is a braggart and a coward. We also know if he were to actually kill someone, the wounds would be in the backs of the victims. There is evidence that shows some of the Murloc might have been bound before they were slaughtered. Would you happen to know anything about this bit of unpleasantness?
I stood stone-faced, looking Tam Lin in the eyes. When I did not elaborate, she turned away and said,
I do not care for messy operations taking place in my backyard. It is bad for business. I would hope in the future that unfortunate events, such as what has occurred, will happen elsewhere.
Hindsight is always 20/20. I did not think I would be ruffling an ally's feathers by doing the universe a favor. Next time, I would attempt a little more discretion. She went to her desk and picked up a small device and held it out to me. I reached for it, but she pulled it back.
I hope you understand where I am coming from. This is not a disagreement. It is a miscommunication. Nothing more.
I nodded to her, and she gave me the device. I held it up and gave her a questioning look.
The device is a data chip. It has the coordinates of the Scrun's training base. At some point in time, I would like to know what you find there.
I once again nodded agreement, and then said, I came to see if I could purchase a shuttle load of supplies, in particular food supplies the Grawl like to eat. I have more than 30 that work for me, and their food rations now consist of synthesized protein concentrates. I would like a smaller quantity of human Chalt and Tybor rations as well. She gave me a stern look.
My opinion of Grawl is that you should starve them all to death.
I shrugged my shoulders and held up my hands. If it is any consolation, they were starving when I rescued them from their captors. The Grawl that work with me are doing so to change this galaxy for the better. I stepped forward and placed a credit voucher on her desk. This is for the supplies. I would like the balance used for anything the slaves you have freed might need. She waved the voucher over a small scanner on her desk, then looked up at me with surprise.
27 billion credits will ensure our efforts to free the oppressed will continue for the foreseeable future. The SIG will meet you at your shuttle in 2 hours.
21. I returned to the shuttle to find a napping Tybor and a starry-eyed, Zane youngster. The Zane approached me and seemed very excited.
These armor designs are amazing. You said an AI was the source of the specification prints? I would like access to the intelligence for future collaborations. I would also like to converse with it on the nature of some of the manufacturing materials. If the materials exist, I have no knowledge of them.
I looked at the young alien. Has the shuttle's AI made any attempt to converse with you?
No. Why would I waste my time conversing with a simple shuttle AI?
I rolled my eyes and knew why Justice had nothing to say to the Zane. I have the materials to manufacture the armor. The question is, will you be able to build them? If you have any doubts, now is the time to voice them. If I transport you to my base and you fail to live up to my expectations, the troop master and I will be extremely disappointed in you. The young Zane looked annoyed, but quickly changed his expression when he saw the look on my face.
If you have a current-generation fabricator and the materials in this diagram, I can build your armor.
How long will it take to manufacture 4 complete suits? Felix's eyes got wider.
Mr. Myers, we must first build a prototype and then do extensive testing. The test period alone could take...
I cut the Zane off before he could finish. I need armor sooner than later. I have missions that require the most advanced protection available. If you cannot build the armor on my time schedule, I will find someone who can. 100 million credits will find me the right engineer with the credentials I need. Felix opened his mouth to say something, then snapped it shut. I could not tell if the look he was giving me was out-and-out anger or, possibly, determination.
Mr. Myers, it is an almost unsurmountable task to properly program an AI that can interact with all the systems in the time frame you are expecting. This design is the most intricate I have ever seen. To state that your design is an armor suit is an oversimplification. It is an extremely complex weapons platform. It will take a staggering amount of programming to make it fully functional. Once I have the suits manufactured, we must turn them over to the AI systems engineers. It will be out of my hands at that point.
Do not concern yourself with the AI. All I need you to do is manufacture the armor.
Very well, Mr. Myers. I will build your suits, but you will be responsible if they do not function properly. You cannot say that I have not warned you.
I was starting to get mad at the young Zane. He was used to being a brat and getting away with it. I was wondering when I would get my fill and throttle him for his insubordinate tone. Clutch alerted me the SIG were paying us a visit, and I put my irritation on the back burner to simmer. Clutch unlocked the security hatch, and a small caravan of transports drove through. The SIG brought a crew to help unload, and we quickly filled the hold with supplies. I attempted to pay them for their trouble, but Sushi would have none of it. They departed, and we prepared to get underway. The troop master stood over Felix while he finished locking down the last of the supplies. The Zane had a scowl on his face, but kept his mouth shut. He strapped himself into one of the jump seats and quietly sat fuming. Clutch got departure clearance, and I piloted the shuttle to open space. When we were a good distance from the outpost, Justice made a short transition to the location of the Legacy. Our scanners showed open space and no indication the Legacy was even in the area. I was wondering if the Legacy had to move to a new location. Justice? Has the Legacy relocated? Negative, Commander. The Legacy is 1,000 feet to port and closing to tow beam range. Clutch and I looked at each other with surprise. Justice cut the shuttle's drives, and I felt a slight jar as the tow beam connected. I looked at the observation screen and saw the cavernous hangar appear when the doors opened. We were swiftly pulled inside, and the atmosphere restored. Clutch dropped the ramp, and we exited to meet the crew. Tria wasted no time giving me an embrace and a quick kiss. Felix stood gawking at his new surroundings. I introduced Tria, Kuntz, and Zul. The Zane seemed impressed with the mix of crew members. I told Zul to give him a tour, then take him to the crew quarters and get him squared away. When they were gone, Tria looped her arms in mine, and Kuntz inquired about our guest.
"Commander, it is good to see you in Clutch once more. I am curious as to the status of the young Zane."
Broza said that young Felix is a very gifted engineer. He was involved with the design of our battle armor and is a replicator instructor. He says he can build Justice's armor design. I want to make a dead core jump back to base and unload our supplies in Felix. He can get started manufacturing our armor. Has Justice been receiving all of the data dumps from our discoveries? Kuntz gave me a thumb up and said,
Yes, Commander. The ISD scrambler and transmitter work flawlessly. We have the video from the possible Prool ship and everything on the Scrun base. The scientists have reviewed the spacecraft video with great interest. They are split equally on their hypothesis of its origins. Some side with Justice on the Prool theory, while others tend to believe it is an unknown race. All agree to the theory it is a surveillance and intelligence-gathering vessel of an unknown design.
Justice, are we ready for dead core operations?
Affirmative, Commander. We are ready to transition on your order.
Take us home, Justice.
Acknowledged, Commander. Transition in 30 seconds.
I held Tria in my arms as we both faded away to nothing. It was comforting to return to normal reality and have her be the first thing I became aware of.
Commander, Alpha system is secure and I have no scan returns of note. We will make a straight-in approach to base, and I will be ready to make another dead core transition in 71 minutes.
Thank you, Justice. As soon as we land, offload the shuttle so Jaren can take care of the supplies we brought back with us. Clutch, make sure the weapons are transferred to the other shuttle. Throw in everything you think we might need for a complete assault package.
Clutch turned to leave, but stopped. Commander, you once told us fortune would not accompany a vessel without a title. Perhaps it would be advisable to name the shuttles before they see combat.
The troopmaster did not seem like the superstitious type. I smiled at his recognition of an Earth tradition. The shuttles were sleek, fast, and deadly. I could only come up with one name that perfectly fit that description. Everyone stood, waiting to hear what I would say. There is a bird of prey on my world that represents the symbol of my country. It is called an eagle. I now christen the shuttles Eagle 1 and Eagle 2. I got smiles all around. Then Clutch said,
We will make sure they live up to their namesake.
I gave him a thumbs up and a solemn nod. As soon as we have everything squared away, I want a crew meeting to fill everybody in on our new allies. I also have information we will be acting upon as soon as we have new armor. Justice made a rapid descent to our base and landed. As we disembarked, Felix ceased his prattling about the unique transition characteristics. He locked his eyes on the Chalt replicator and made a beeline for it. Graf and Jaren met us, and I filled them in on Felix. I told Graf to keep a close eye on the Zane and supply him with the materials Justice specified for his armor design. Turning to Jaren, I let him know about the supplies that were on the shuttle that Justice was removing from the Legacy. He was quite pleased the Grol's scientists would no longer have to eat processed protein concentrates. I could see Felix frantically waving his arm and Graf patiently listening. Tria and I headed in that direction. I was hoping I would not see another bratty episode from the young Zane. To my surprise, Graf put his arm around the youngster and was pointing at our stockpile of supplies. Felix seemed to be overjoyed. I purposely slowed my pace and asked Tria, "What do you know of the SIG?" Her pretty face showed a little shock at the question. "Nathan, please tell me you have done nothing to make them our enemies." I smiled at her, and her expression turned to consternation. "Commander, they are a predatory race. I have heard they are now civilized. Others look upon them with dread because, for the last several years, they have been rebuilding their military strength. They have shown no open hostilities toward others, but many fear they will return to their warrior ways. Tria, please calm down. The SIG are the new allies I was going to brief everyone about. It seems they hate the Scrun and the Murloc pirates as much as we do. When they figured out we may have something to do with Draen and Lashmos meeting their ends, they granted us ally status. They wish for Iger and his collaborators to meet with the same end." Relief washed over Tria's face, and then she cocked an eyebrow. "How could they possibly know of our connection to any of those events?" "I have discovered another human." She has made it a goal to smuggle freed slaves to safety, and the SIG help her do it. When we met, it did not take her long to figure out what I have been up to. If we encounter slaves, we now have a way to ensure their safety and freedom. I felt Tria's grip tighten on my arm.
She?
Yes. She was taken from my world by the Grawl and sold to the Scrun. The Scrun then sold her to a corrupt Grawl. She waited until the time was right and ended the bastard's life. The Grawl was going to reprocess the thoughts of 2 SIG warriors when Tam Lin intervened. She freed them, and together they inherited everything the Grawl had ever stolen. Now she uses her newfound wealth and SIG allies to smuggle slaves to freedom. Tria physically relaxed, but the look on her pretty face said otherwise. I looked her in the eyes and knew she was wondering if I was interested in a female of my own species. I gave her my best Earthboy smile. Tria, I have a thing for 4-armed female warriors, and you seem to fill that description perfectly. Felix saw us making our way over to him, and he rapidly closed distance between us.
Mr. Myers, the Chalt replicator is the latest generation and has never had a work cycle recorded.
The young engineer looked like he could bust. He grabbed one of Tria's hands, which surprised her.
Since I am now in charge of your replicator, I formally request that I be the only engineer with access. It will ensure that the mindless tinkering of others will not damage my new equipment.
Tria was going to comment, but I cut her off. This is Tria, and she is the owner of the replicator. She is very concerned I made the wrong choice for the operator of her equipment. She thinks I have eroded by selecting a young, impetuous engineer instead of a seasoned veteran. Felix did not take my comments well.
Mr. Myers, I can assure you I am the only logical selection for operating the replicator. To believe otherwise would be foolhardy.
It was time to put the little Zane Peckerwood in his place. We were just discussing what the penalties for failing to live up to our expectations might turn out to be. I am sure you are aware Chalt females are warriors of the highest regard. They would rather die than face failure of their objectives. She believes you should fully embrace her philosophy. I was rewarded with a sharp jab from one of Tria's elbows. I did, however, get the desired response from Felix. His fine scales roiled, and he gulped.
If you will excuse me, I will begin entering the program sequences to build your new armor.
Tria gave me a disapproving look.
Why would you say such a thing? He is but a child.
On my world, it is a ploy called good cop, bad cop. It is used to achieve an intended goal from someone less than willing to cooperate. You are now the bad cop. Tria frowned.
I have no intention of being bad at anything.
I was going to explain further, but Tria grabbed my hand and started pulling me along toward the legacy. I was pretty sure I was about to get her interpretation of bad cop. There were still a large number of tasks that needed to be completed. I am thinking my schedule was getting ready to be foobar. Clutch attempted to intercept us and held up a hand. Tria never slowed down. If I had stopped, she would have dragged me to the legacy. The look on Clutch's face went from puzzlement to a huge, toothy smile. I could hear his croaking laugh behind me. Justice called out for all to hear. The tone of his voice had a distinct edge to it. Commander, a Chalt battlecruiser has just transitioned into the system. The IST system is now active, and I will transfer the signal to your backscatter receiver. The look on Tria's face was not of amusement. She let go of my hand and stalked up the ramp of the legacy. I was not absolutely sure, but I could have sworn I heard her threaten to kill the operative. Mindless primate! It is not amusing finding you here rather than our agreed-upon meeting place. Old witch! I cannot begin to tell you how wonderful it is to hear you chewing on my ass once again. We were offloading our supplies. We were going to jump back to meet with you. There is no need. Your Ularan jump signatures gave me your location once you jumped away from the outpost. I would like a briefing on your less-than-forthcoming communication. I have broken several laws I had sworn to uphold, so pardon me if I sound less than pleasant at the moment. My shuttle will be landing shortly. Please do not keep me waiting." This was getting better by the minute. I would now have 2 pissed-off Chalt warriors on my hands. "Justice, set up the conference room for a meeting, and please do not screw around with the seating arrangements." I felt a tremor and knew the operative was pulling out the stops. She had her ship jump into orbit. "Commander, the cruiser has dispatched a shuttle. Do you wish to give it access?" "Great. Make it 2 pissed-off warriors and a cranky AI. Justice, please make this as painless as possible for everyone." I hollered at Clutch and told him to get Zool and meet me in the briefing room on the Legacy. I considered letting Felix sit in on the briefing, so he would get an idea of what was really going on in the galaxy. I saw Graf and him moving material containers to the replicator with gravity jacks and decided to leave them to their task. I watched in fascination as a much larger version of our new shuttles came down the tunnel entrance and made a noiseless landing next to the Legacy. The operative was not kidding when she said their production shuttles would be of a different profile. There was nothing subtle about the Chalt assault shuttle. It was larger than our prototypes and loaded with external weaponry. It insinuated that it was a very sharp stick in every aspect. The operative approached me with an urgent demeanor. "Please tell me the crimes I committed to find you were not for some fruitless adventure." "Sale, at no time have I told you to commit crimes on my behalf. I asked you to meet me, not go on an unlawful rampage to seek me out. I take it the leadership of your military council has restricted your access to military assets?" "Nathan, I have been relieved of command, pending an investigation that shows no sign of competence or a timely conclusion. When it became common knowledge that I had gone off-world, I was recalled until my future could be decided. I have chosen to ignore their requests. Your ominous communications inspired me to abscond with a ship and crew of my most ardent supporters. I have great hopes that whatever you have discovered will vindicate my actions. If that does not turn out to be the case, there is a very real possibility I could be executed for my crimes." I hooked my arm in hers. Never going to happen. 22. When we were all seated, I called the meeting to order. I was trying my best to ignore the look Trio was giving the operative. "Justice, give us a hologram of the ship we discovered." The room went quiet as everyone studied the derelict ship, and then to my bewilderment, everyone started talking and speculating. I held my hands up for silence. If any of you have ever seen something like this, please enlighten us. If not, I will ask that you study the image. Each of you will be given time to explain what you are thinking. The silence in the room and the incredulous expressions told me those not present when the behemoth was discovered had no idea what it was. Okay. Anyone with data concerning the object, please explain to the rest of us what that thing is. You could have heard a pin drop. All were looking at each other for clues. Finally, I looked at the operative. Your thoughts? "I have never seen anything like this before. What did you find when you went aboard?" "We did not investigate. Justice had a theory it is of cruel origin. He did not want us boarding without heavy combat armor and plenty of backup. There were no power sources detected, but that does not necessarily mean it was unoccupied. We know nothing of cruel technology. I chose instead to contact you." The operative nodded without taking her eyes off the hologram. "The ship's location indicates it was purposely hidden. The extensive damage suggests it narrowly escaped destruction." "Yes, those were our conclusions as well." "You said Justice assessed the craft's origin. You told me you were aboard one of our prototype shuttles." "Our Eagles are now operated by Justice. Chalt technology is very good, but in some cases ours is better. We use tech we can fully trust." The operative opened her mouth as if to comment, then stopped. We locked eyes. She looked away with a shrug of her shoulders and a shake of her head. "We have every intention of investigating the spacecraft. Preparations are being made as we speak. Until we are ready for a boarding mission, we will move on to other pressing matters. Sale's face darkened with a frown.
What could possibly be more important than discovering the origin of this mystery ship?
Senior Operative, I am not implying the ship is not of high priority. I have already stated we are making preparations. I have uncovered actionable intelligence on 2 scrun targets that will take much less preparation to address. One of the targets should be hit as soon as possible. We think it is a slave staging area. Justice, show the Operative what we have on the scrun base. Sale Nolan stared at the video Justice put up on the wall. The frown slowly faded from her face, and a sinister smile replaced it. I looked at my crewmates and could tell they were ready for anything. Zool looked a little apprehensive. It would be his first combat mission. The Operative turned her attention to me.
Were you able to scan a floor plan when they dropped their shield?
No. Justice was not confident that the shuttle's Chalt-designed scanning array was undetectable. The Legacy will have no such problem. Are you interested in going on a combat excursion? The dark, foreboding expression on Sale's face was the same I had witnessed the first time I had met her. The predatory look made the beast within me stir. Tria must have felt the change in me. She stood up and walked to my side, placing a hand on my shoulder. Sale must have felt it as well, because the look on her face promptly changed to apprehension. She tried to give me a look of confidence and indifference when she said,
"If you cannot control the beast that lurks inside of you, I am unwilling to let my strike team participate."
Before I could comment, Tria cut me off. She stood behind me and placed all her hands on my shoulders.
"Only our enemies need to fear Nathan."
The Operative nodded, but I could tell she was still not convinced.
"If it is a slave staging area, we could have hundreds on our hands. Many will be in atmospheric holding cells. How are we to evacuate them to safety?"
I am sure you are familiar with a race known as the SIG. The Operative's posture suddenly stiffened.
"If the Scrun somehow managed to convince the SIG to guard their base, and I am skeptical that would be the case because they are the bitterest of enemies, we may need additional troops to secure the facility. They are very formidable adversaries. You must be careful, Nathan. You do not want them as your foes."
The Operative's dire warnings put a smile on my face. Sale was shocked at my expression. It seemed nobody liked screwing with a SIG. The Operative's reaction and watching her rub her jaw where the disfiguring scar used to be hinted at the story behind her dread. Lighten up, Senior Operative. The SIG are now our allies. And yes, they still hate the Scrun and the Murloc with a vengeance.
How did you manage to secure an alliance with a race that was genetically modified to be rampaging psychopaths?
There is a saying on the planet of my birth. It is an eloquent connotation that covers what has taken place quite well. It goes like this: birds of the feather flock together. It was a cringeworthy statement. When the Operative deciphered its meaning, that was exactly the reaction I got from her. My crew, on the other hand, found it amusing. I guess they thought I was just messing with Sale. They should know better by now. Sale decided she had nothing better to do at the moment.
"My crew and I are in, Mr. Myers. Let's hear your plan for taking the base."
All but Zool had a look of anticipation on his face. First of all, we need to get the Legacy in close to get good scans of the opposition. It would be foolish to underestimate the Scrun. We have caused them a great deal of harm of late, and I think they have learned from experience. Depending on what actually takes place at the facility, it could be heavily defended. The Operative raised a finger to me. Go ahead, Senior Operative. I would not have invited you to our party if I did not want your input. Sale stood and walked to the image on the wall, then turned to us.
"It has been my experience that bases similar to this have several mobile beam platforms and missile batteries. Defenses such as those are not a threat to a capital ship, but can be lethal to assault shuttles. If you can get the Legacy close enough for detailed scans, we will be able to locate and target them."
We will make that our first priority. Justice, Do you have any reservations about going in close to the target and getting the scans we need?
No, Commander. My confidence level is 98% that we will be able to penetrate their defenses undetected. I foresee no problem in obtaining precision targeting data with one low pass over the area.
The operative again held a finger up to me. You care to add something, Senior Operative?
Yes. If your scans are as detailed as you suggest, I would like a floor plan. It will allow me to insert my strike team into the facility if they drop their shield.
Justice? Do you think that will be a problem?
Negative, Commander. Once I have gathered and assessed the intelligence, I will identify several strategic locations for the operative strike team to choose from. I will attempt to locate troop concentrations and slave-holding areas. We cannot rule out collateral damage, so I will carefully select the areas to minimize that possibility.
Thank you, Justice, for pointing out we must be vigilant and protect those who are unable to protect themselves. I looked at Sail Nolan. With that being said, do what you must to survive the mission. I have no doubt we will be outnumbered, and our enemies will have intimate knowledge of their surroundings. They will use that advantage against us. I am only concerned for the lives of the slaves. Just so everybody understands me, the slaves will be the only survivors leaving the target area. If the operative had any misgivings about my orders, she did not show it. The dark, piercing stare and the menacing smile pretty much said she never had any intention of taking prisoners. My crew was well aware of my policy toward slavers. They were ready to go. The senior operative was all business and was ready to iron out the order of battle.
We must ensure we control the orbitals. There could be a large number of spacecraft coming and going from the target area. Since we have no way of determining if they will be carrying slaves, how do you wish to handle hostile vessels?
I have the locations of several SIG military fleets. Communication codes and identifiers I possess will alert them we are friendlies. My intelligence asset has assured me I will have the SIG's full cooperation. I plan to invite them along so they have an opportunity to train their recruits in combat conditions. They will evacuate any slaves we manage to free and get them to safety. They will control the orbitals and dissuade any interlopers from jumping us while we go about our business. In exchange for their assistance, we will be leaving the facility intact once we remove any items of interest we might stumble across. Sail Nolan looked skeptical, but did not comment. I noticed Tria had finally quit giving the operative venomous looks and said,
When we start our attack, it is imperative we keep any shuttles located inside the base grounded. The Scrun will most certainly use the slaves as shields. If allowed, they will load the shuttles with slaves in hopes we will not shoot them down when they attempt to escape.
That is a very good point, Tria. Senior Operative, I think that should be the priority of the strike teams. How many can you put down at one time? I could tell the operative was trying to come to grips with revealing what was probably classified information. She finally shrugged her shoulders and said,
You are already familiar with the size of my strike team. The energy collectors require a minimum of 10 minutes to recycle the transporter charge. I will also be forced to split my team on our initial incursion. We have to prevent them from activating the base's shield, or we will be unable to transport additional teams into the complex. 10 minutes can be an eternity when you are waiting for backup behind enemy lines.
The look on her face said she had been there and done that. Timing was going to be a nightmare. We needed to get a strike team into the complex to secure the shield generators and any spacecraft before our suppression package arrives. Our previous data indicated we would have to wait for the arrival of an incoming shuttle before the Scrun would drop the shield. I had hopes that would not be the case, and the shield would be down. If not, Sail Nolan and her team had to be ready and waiting. We would have to have the stealth missile suppression package loitering very close by, so we could strike the Scrun defenses within seconds of the assault team landing. The SIG would need to jump into the system immediately to secure the orbitals. I knew the operative had the experience to plan such an operation. She would not be able to do so without the latest intelligence dump from the target area. Justice, is the Legacy ready for combat operations?
Yes, Commander. Thanks to the hard work of the crew and Groll scientists,
All of my systems have the latest upgrades available to us. How is Felix coming along with our new armor? I must say, I am very impressed with the young engineer. What he lacks in maturity, he more than makes up for with his understanding of replicator systems. He will have 4 complete working prototypes available in the next 20 hours. The Overseer and I have designed and manufactured the AI modules. Other than the additional weapon systems and larger physical dimensions, you will find your interactions no different from your previous battle armor. When you say additional weapons, would they include a complete loadout for Kuntz as well? The smirk on Kuntz's face was apparently noted by Justice because he did not answer. The little girl sat quietly fuming, waiting for the reply that would never come. The operative rolled her eyes in exasperation, then said, "Whom, may I ask, is the Overseer, and why have I not been introduced?" When the operative did not get an answer from Justice, I quickly added, "Justice is still evaluating your relationship with us, and I am sure at some future date he will enlighten you." The expression on Sale's face darkened. "Do not be ridiculous. Just tell me what the AI refuses to say." Things do not work like that around here. He has already stated he likes you, but he doesn't love you yet. Sale Nolan turned and headed for the exit. "Have the defective machine send me the location of the Scrun base. We will find a discreet location to observe the target area. I will start planning the assault after you transfer the latest intel." It was not hard for me to determine why Justice was practicing spite on the operative. His feud with Kuntz, on the other hand, had me a little puzzled. I could only chalk up his vindictive behavior to Kuntz not sharing the blame for the loss of a shuttle. It was irritating as hell knowing Justice had learned his emotions, both good and bad, from me. While the theatrics were going on, Tria had slipped from the room, and I wondered if she had her fill of the bickering. "Justice, when our loadout is complete, transition to the location of the nearest SIG fleet." "Affirmative, Commander. Do you wish to wait for Felix to complete the armor suits?" "How much longer until we have functioning prototypes?" "More than 20 hours, Commander. I have made changes to the design specifications after studying the Chalt recon armor." "Justice, don't you think the young Zane has enough on his hands without you throwing a wrench in the works? What, may I ask, do you feel the need to change?" "I have removed the Tybor fighting knives from the design and added lengthened versions of the Chalt combat climbing hooks. When extended to maximum length, they can double as fighting knives in close-quarters combat. When the 3 blades are retracted, the curved outside edge of the hooks will greatly increase damage inflicted by fist strikes. When you were in close combat with the quill, I noted that it took repeated attacks with the Tybor fighting knives to penetrate the crit carapace. The Chalt climbing hooks did not exhibit the same deficiencies." "Justice, we could really use the armor sooner than later. What else have you changed?" "I have incorporated the Chalt folding helmet design. After careful study, I have found that the interlocking seams add structural integrity that the one-piece Zane design lacked." "Okay, Justice. Please carry on. I'm sure you are aware that every minute we delay striking the Scrun may determine the future of another slave. Is there anything else I need to know before I make my combat recommendations to the operative?" "Nothing that pertains to the mission. That being stated, I do have information you are not currently aware of." I stopped dead in my tracks with a frown on my face. "What information would that be?" "Tria has insisted that I commence the Uleron carbon fiber bone enhancement and nanite epidermal armoring process. She intends to use our delay as her recovery period." Oh, crap. I knew how much it hurt before your body became adjusted to the structural reinforcement of the carbon fiber. 20 hours was not near enough time to heal. The pain could be quite intense. Justice had to keep me sedated because I freaked every time he woke me. I took off running toward the down tube that would take me to the med bay. I needed to talk her out of it until a later date. I knew why she had delayed the process. It made my heart ache to know she no longer wished to. I stepped out of the down tube and ran down the corridor to the med bay entrance. What the hell? The door should have been open before I got here. "Justice, open the door!" "Commander, I do not think it wise for you to observe the process. Tria has already ordered me not to halt the process. Justice, if you don't open the door, I will tear it down. The door slid open, and my stomach lurched at what I saw. Tria was lying beneath a small forest of tubes that terminated with a large needle protruding from her beautiful body. Gritting my teeth, I vaguely recalled the distant memory of waking to the same treatment. I remember screaming out loud, then waking more than a week later, looking like a head-to-toe bruise. I approached the table, shaking my head, thinking there had to be a better way to do this. I wanted to lean down and kiss her. I jerked back in horror when she opened her eyes and looked at me. I yelled out, "Justice! She's not sedated! Put her out now!" Commander, the Chalt physiology responds differently to the Uleron drugs I administered to anesthetize and deaden the pain of the procedure. I am at the maximum dosage I feel safe administering to her. I recommended she consult with the Chalt medtechs aboard the operative's flagship, but she refused. She is unable to speak, but is aware of your presence. I placed my hands on her cheeks and lightly kissed her forehead. I closed my eyes in frustration because I could do nothing to help her through this. A dull ache invaded my body and slowly turned to a burning sensation. It was not overpowering, but still felt uncomfortable as hell. My legs were rubbery, and my face flushed. Tria was embracing me with her aura. I could only hope I was returning the gesture. To my surprise, her pretty green eyes fixed on me, and her eyelids fluttered, and then closed. The touch of her chalene faded away. I momentarily panicked. "Justice, what is happening?" "Commander, it seems her system is no longer resisting the Uleron anesthetic drugs. Her physiology is normal, and her telemetry indicates no additional stress." I took a deep breath and let it out. I knew Justice would have given her a thorough briefing on the procedure. She must have felt it was necessary to proceed with the process before we engaged in our next operation. I turned to leave, and Justice called to me. "Commander, when the procedure is complete, I can move Tria to your quarters for her recuperation period." Without hesitation, I said, "Please see to it, Justice." "Thank you." 23. Regardless of Tria's intentions, I knew 20 hours was not enough time to recover from the bone enhancement procedure. I found it difficult to be mad at her, but nonetheless, I was irritated by the distraction. When mission time came, I was sure she would claim to be ready no matter how much pain she was in. I was now in the unenviable position of pushing our start time back or canceling the mission altogether. Both scenarios would bring the wrath of the operative down on my head. She was not someone who takes being jerked around lightly. I saw Kuntz coming down the corridor toward me. "Commander, you do not look well. Is there a problem?" I unloaded my concerns on the little Grawl, and he stood staring at me for a moment. He then took me by the hand and guided me to the lifts. "Commander, perhaps we should inform the others and seek their thoughts on the matter. I do recall you saying we had other intel to act upon. Perhaps it would be the best way to deflect the senior operative's anger for the additional delay." The little Grawl may have small shoulders, but right at the moment, their load-bearing capabilities were without question. We met with Clutch and Zool and discussed our options. I was glad no one expressed agitation with Tria's timing, or her decision to be weaponized. We instead concentrated on manipulating the situation to lessen the fallout with Sail Nolan. I now regretted getting her involved. It would have been much smarter to call her when we were actually making our move to investigate the ghost ship. My naive Earthman ways were suffering from my shallow galactic perspective. Clutch had no problem with telling the operative a small lie for the greater good.
"Commander, we should tell the operative we have new information about Iger's location. We tell her we must act now and go to Outpost 79584, or we lose an opportunity to locate him. We should argue the Scrun base and the derelict ship are fixed locations, and Iger's is not."
Zool looked like he had something to say, and you could tell he was feeling out of his normal comfort zone, sitting in on a command-level briefing. Zool, I listen to what all my crew members have to say. If you have input, we would like to hear it.
Commander, everyone here sees you as our leader. While we do respect the operative as a warrior and a valuable resource, she is not in the chain of command. I hope I speak for us all when I say, we follow you, and care little if the operative does not like your decisions.
The nods of agreement made me smile. Justice, what is Tria's status?
Commander, the carbon fiber enhancement process is complete, and I have commenced the nanolamination procedure. Tria remains sedated, and her life signs are strong.
I want your assessment of her combat readiness when the procedures are complete.
If I were to base the assessment on her past injuries and the observed recovery period, I would speculate she is 70% capable of carrying out combat operations. I know you are aware the physiologies of humans and Chult are very similar. If I take into account my manipulations of the human physiology and apply my learned experiences, I can assure you she is capable of performing her duties, but would do so with considerable discomfort.
Thank you, Justice. I have made my decision. As soon as Felix completes our prototype armor suits, I want you to make a dead core jump to the star system outpost 79584 occupies. It will not take the operative long to decipher the data and determine we have changed our plans.
Roger that, Commander. I have already started the deep charge process. Dead core transition options will be available in 59 minutes. I have been closely monitoring the young Zane's progress and can confirm he is indeed a gifted engineer. His insight and ability to operate the Chult replicator validates his credentials. If Felix's immaturity becomes an unmanageable situation, I have recorded all of his replicator interactions and programming.
I understand, Justice. I very much want him to stay on and become the permanent operator of our replicator. Clutch has assured me the young Zane is no different than any other raw recruit he has dealt with. He believes that Felix has great potential and just needs time to adjust to his new surroundings. No one else had anything to add, so I decided to check on Felix. As a group, we went down tube and out to the hangar area. Looking across the huge entryway, I could see the top half of the replicator. The rest of the area was obscured by supply crates and material blocks. The crew and I weaved our way through the maze of material containers and came to a small open area. Felix was issuing orders to Graf, Jaren, and 2 other scientists who were busy with gravity jacks moving materials into the replicator intake. We stood back and observed his interactions with his superiors. While he seemed a little demanding, he was also exhibiting restraint and respect for those working with him. I was impressed with what I was seeing. The young Zane was monitoring the readouts on 11 view screens and dictating the order of material feed while reading the spec sheets for the armor. I had been so captivated by the young Zane's performance that it took an elbow from Clutch to get me to look at what was standing on the production floor at the end of the replicator. My mouth fell open, and I got goosebumps looking at the 9-foot-tall, glossy black suit of battle armor. It was complete with our original armor's ghastly death's head embossed into its surface. While I gawked at the battle gear, another joined it from the production chute. Our presence was finally noticed by Felix. Rather than stop what he was doing, he gave me a quick nod and waved his arm in the direction of the armor. He turned back to his work and continued directing his willing helpers. We walked around the deadly-looking weapons platform. I noticed several small enhancements that were not present of the spec sheets I had reviewed. The sharply pointed protrusions on the shoulders, elbows, and knees were a nice touch that would not invite hugs from any possible combatants. The suit I was inspecting was obviously built for Tria. Her old battlesuit had weapons on 2 of the 4 arms. This suit had hard points and plug-ins on all of the upper appendages and a much larger munitions pack. The lower arms had launcher feed tubes connected to them. Tria would now be the equivalent of an artillery battery. Justice, can I assume you have built all the modular weapons necessary to arm the suits?
Yes, Commander. The modular prototypes will be installed when all the suits are manufactured.
What about the suit liners?
I have replicated the Zane suit liner
and added a non-corrosive protective layer to it as well. The AI modules are ready to be permanently installed, so I can begin the inspection of all suit functions. By the time the final suit is assembled, I will have knowledge of all suit systems and will begin the arming process. The armor will be ready for crew familiarization training in 18 hours and battle-ready in 22. The beast within me stirred at the thought of battle. I pushed him from my mind and approached Felix. The Zane startled when he noticed me standing close behind him. His fine scales roiled, then settled, but he continued orchestrating his duties without turning away. I know he was trying to prove a point. Hard work and dedication was what I asked of him, and it was what I was receiving. When there was no acknowledgement of my presence, I turned away to leave. I stopped beside the pile of material crates and said, "You have impressed me, and you were correct. You are the only logical choice to run the replicator. You are now elevated to the rank of Senior Replicator Engineer and sole operator of this equipment. Your rank status will net you an additional 50 million credits." The young Zane whirled around with a smile that quickly disappeared as he turned back to his work. I still had not spent all of the credits I had bilked from Drayan, and if we had a surplus of anything, it was credits. "Justice, take the balance of credits I took from Drayan and divide them evenly among the scientists. I have a funny feeling we are about to experience another windfall." "Affirmative, Commander. I have additional progress on Tria's weaponization." I paused and listened with anxious concern. I had not inquired as to what Tria had told Justice to do, and now I wished I would have asked. "Is the process complete?" "She has requested a limited muscle enhancement." I winced, remembering what the operative's muscular build looked like. Tria had a beautiful physique, but it was hers, and I had no say in the matter. "Will it increase her recovery time?" "No, Commander. The limited nature of the procedure might in fact speed her recovery. The additional muscle mass will help shield her skeletal system from blunt trauma until the discomfort of the procedure subsides." "Thanks for the update, Justice. Please keep me informed on her progress." I looked around for Clutch and Zool, but they were nowhere in sight. I hoped they were getting Eagle 2 prepped so we could get it loaded aboard the Legacy for the upcoming mission. Kuntz was back at the replicator watching Felix perform his magic. It might be a good time to take a short nap. I moved off in the direction of the Legacy, only to have Justice hail me. "Commander, the operative starship has transitioned into our system, and I have detected a power spike in the IST transmitter." Before Justice could say another word, the operative started speaking with me. "Nathan, I need to meet with you. We may have a problem. I am moving my flagship to the crevasse, and my shuttle will be at your location in 15 minutes. "Acknowledged, Sale. I will be standing by." Since the operative was known for killing most of her problems, I did not like the implication of her hasty return. I stood watching the tunnel entrance, and right on cue, the operative's shuttle came in for a silent landing next to the Legacy. She debarked, and I met her halfway. The frown on her face told me the problem must be significant. "Nathan, the Scrun base is a major supply hub. We detected 27 Scrun motherships and more than 100 of their assault shuttles operating in and around the star system." The tension slipped from my face, and I almost smiled. This was going to play right into my current plans. The expression on the operative's face was shock when she saw my reaction. "Nathan, did you hear what I just said? We will lose the element of surprise well before we reach the base. Do not let the demon inside of you lead us to our deaths." I had to turn away before I laughed. I clasped my hands behind my back and hoped she thought I was considering other options. The Ularan monster in me had nothing to do with my decision, but I could not let Sale know that. I just got a long, overdue acorn. I needed to make sure I did not tip my hand and let her figure out my true intentions. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kuntz, Clutch, and Zool rapidly approaching. Shit. One of them might inadvertently let slip what my plans actually are. I waved them off with a spastic jerk of my arm. They came to a sudden halt and stood with puzzled looks on their faces. I repeated the motion, hoping Clutch would not think the operative and I were having a disagreement. By the way Kuntz and Zool stepped away from him, I could tell that was exactly what he thought. I called out, "I will meet you in the briefing room when the operative and I are finished." Kuntz and Zool took off at a pace that left the Tybor well behind. Clutch again stopped and turned to me, but I quickly pointed at the Legacy. I felt sorry for the rest of my crew when Clutch made it to that location. The Tybor stalked off toward the Legacy, pounding his fists together. If I knew for sure the operative could not decipher our transmission, I would have let Clutch know what I was up to on the backscatter transmitter. I turned around and hooked my arm in one of the operatives. She seemed surprised, but she calmed when I walked over to the benches by the artifact building. The short walk helped me compose myself and the story I planned to tell her. How much backup do you think we need to take the base without killing a large number of slaves doing it? Nathan, regardless of the reinforcements, the only way to clear the orbitals will be to destroy the motherships. Collateral damage will be severe if those ships are carrying slaves. I can tell you right now, the SIG will have no problem with destroying the Scrun motherships, no matter who is on them. I knew the operative's last statement might not be correct, according to my intelligence. I did not want to mince words on the subject. What do you suggest we do? I will not let the Scrun continue to enslave others while I stand by and do nothing. Nathan, even if we manage to disable the motherships with a stealth missile strike, they can still use their primary weapons systems to bombard us from orbit. The Scrun spend considerable amounts of their wealth on modern weapons. You should not discount their military capabilities. Would your military council aid us if we asked? It is a possibility, but they will want substantial returns for their assistance. It would take more than a request from you alone. I would have to back you and insist it is in their best interest. The chances are pretty slim of them doing that after you've disappeared with a ship and crew. I can almost bet they would require you making your request in person, so they can lock you down until they can determine if you are still useful to them. You are most certainly correct. I, for one, do not plan on returning until my rank has been thoroughly established. My current leadership status indicates some on the council believe I no longer have their best interest in mind. To some extent, that assessment might be true. Nonetheless, I have shed my blood, and that of my many subordinates, far too many times for the good of my people, to be retired into obscurity. Then we must show them you are capable of making decisions without benefit of their questionable wisdom. The operative cocked an eyebrow. Why do I suddenly feel I am about to be manipulated? I have already told you we have more than one target. I think we should move on to the next, and, if it bears fruit, I will see to it you gain all of the credit. The operative looked skeptical. What target could be more important than going to explore the derelict ship? We have been assessing information we obtained from a group of Murloc. Unless it has to do with finding Iger, you are wasting your time even talking to those pirate pieces of scat. It just so happens that is exactly what they claimed. How did you manage to obtain this information? You do not want to know. The corner of Sale's mouth curled up ever so slightly. She surprised me by reaching out and pinching my cheek as a teacher would do an unruly child. She shook my head back and forth. You simple-minded primate. I get the distinct feeling you are not being completely honest with me. Her pinch was becoming quite painful. It was all I could do to keep a neutral expression on my face. I will play along for now, but I'm warning you, my patience is wearing thin. She finally released my cheek, stood up, and walked away, then came back. She looked like she was deep in thought. The uncanny intuition exhibited by the Chalt was unnerving. While she was not quite as perceptive as Tria, she was very much aware I was up to something. She finally came to a stop in front of me. I really wanted to rub my throbbing cheek, but would not give her the satisfaction of knowing it smarted like hell. Okay, Nathan. I am in For now. You have never been dishonest with me in the past. I still feel you have an ulterior motive. But I am in. Where is the target? Are you familiar with Outpost 79584? The operative started pacing once more. That makes sense. The place is a cesspool and home to the worst scum that sector has to offer. If we go in there, you had better be prepared to fight our way out if we manage to kill Iger. If the intelligence is accurate, we would be better off destroying that scat hole, rather than risk injury wading through those throgs. There is a gathering of Iger's clan at a supply cache hidden in the Sitch fighting pits. They are waiting to be picked up by Iger. I would love to be the one to meet him when he shows up. That makes two of us. My people have never gone out of our way to track Iger. After he staged his illegal boarding within our homeworld protective zone, he is now elevated from target of opportunity to priority target. We will never know unless we go see for ourselves. The operative looked at me and frowned. I would be interested in hearing what Tria thinks of your little adventure. When I made no comment, the operative's stare became piercing. I decided to deflect the question. We have intelligence on another Scrun target, one that might be much easier to deal with. My, you seem to be full of intel today. Sale, we are going to strike all these targets with or without your help. I am making you privy to our latest intel. If you are not interested, then feel free to carry on with the missions your military council has waiting for you. I could almost feel the heat of her anger. I felt a sudden flash of her Shaleen assault me. I sat with a stoic expression on my face, giving her no indication of the pain she was inflicting on me. It quickly ceased with a softening of her frustration. In some ways, I felt sorry for her. From the minute she first met me, her whole world changed, and in her eyes, I was pretty sure, she thought it was not for the better. When our new battle armor is complete, I can guarantee you there will be no more delays. 24. The operative sat down next to me with a look of resignation on her face. Tell me about the secondary Scrun target. The SIG have uncovered data on 3 Scrun assault teams that are training with the sole purpose of killing me. We have the location, and it is not a great distance from the primary Scrun target. My thinking is, if we hit the secondary target, we might gain intimate knowledge of the primary. It is my understanding they have assembled the very best troops to take me out. I personally see this as an opportunity to send the Scrun a message they will find very easy to understand. Sale finally gave me a small smile. I like it. I have nothing better to do, and I find I have the sudden urge to kill something. Before I can pledge my crew to your bloody vendettas, I have a request. Sure, Sale. What do you need? The real reason you are stalling and putting off what should be considered the priority mission. Crap. There was no hiding anything from a chalt. The operative was reading me like a book, and I now felt it was pointless to continue skirting the truth. We have a new armor system, and they are not complete. The young engineer that is operating the replicator is working as fast as possible. As it stands, we will be taking an untested weapons platform into combat. It was my thinking we should test them on a target that might not prove to be the deadliest enemy in the galaxy. I thought this would pacify the operative, but I was wrong. Sale stood with both sets of arms crossed and a rather stern look on her face. The longer it took for me to come clean, the more irritated her expression was becoming. I closed my eyes and shook my head.